New audiobooks every week. On the Books Aloud channel, you'll find the best works of classic and contemporary literature, absolutely free. Subscribe so you don't miss any new releases, and be sure to click the bell icon to get notifications as soon as new audiobooks are published.
Section 1 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano, published in 1954. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in January 2025. A note to the reader. This novel is based on certain experiences I had while working as a newspaperman in New York back in the days when Tom Dewey was smashing the Luciano mob. Names and dates have been changed to protect the innocent, but the essential facts are all here. The anonymous call girl in this story is actually a composite figure. The incidents in her life are founded on facts related to me by principals in the Luciano trial, and include inside details not brought out in the courtroom. Certain scenes result from my own eyewitness observations. I came to know the circumstances which lead girls into the grip of the vice syndicate, the upbringing, the family situation, the psychological problems, the economic factors, all the things that cry out for sympathetic assistance. It is my firm belief that an understanding of why certain girls go wrong can help to eliminate these evil conditions from our society. It is my great hope in telling this story to further that understanding. The author. I Worked for Lucky Luciano, Section 1. During the past 10 years, legions of men have asked me the old question, how did a girl like you get into this business? To this query, I have given hundreds of varying answers. At the outset, I refused to talk about myself. Truthfully, I was deeply ashamed, and my clients despised me no more than I despised myself. That was before I learned to hate them for being responsible for the horrible trade in souls of which I was a chattel. Later, I discovered that in many cases it was very profitable to tell a sad story of my fall from grace. I invented tyrannical fathers, brutal husbands, and deceitful fiancés by the score, and they earned me bonuses. If my customer was a sympathetic, middle-aged head of a large family, I became a young widow driven to the streets to support my babies. At other times, I needed money for ill or aged dependents who knew nothing of how the money was earned. I broke my heart for them in 100 different ways. With experience, I learned to pick the soft touches. Often these little fictions would earn substantial tips. With the extra contribution would come all sorts of promises of helping hands on a new road back to morality. Behind the Good Samaritan role, inspired by my teary eloquence, I would occasionally recognize the glint in that kind friend's eye, the unmistakable warning that he would expect more than his money's worth for the help back to the straight and narrow. However, I still haven't answered the question, how did a girl like you ever get into such a business? It is truly a good question. Some of the answers may give other girls, and some men too, reasons for analyzing themselves and help them to better solutions to their personal problems. I am now prepared to bear all of the intimate and, in some cases, fantastic story without evasion or pretense. If you ask me why, the reason is easy. I want my experiences in the syndicate to serve as a warning of what a girl can expect once she starts on the downgrade. Only one thing I have refused to reveal, and that is my real name, so that my family, which has lived for 5 generations in the same city, may be spared the shame of any echoes of my sordid past. It seems tragic and fateful that I should be in need of money. I recently computed that my gross income during the time I was a slave of the Luciano vice ring was over $15,000 a year. I was supposed to receive half of roughly $300 a week. That, however, is where Lucky and his syndicate came into the picture. Out of my $150, I was forced to pay $10 for a bonding fee, $5 a week for examinations by the syndicate physician, $2 for maid service, and $30 a week for board. In addition to these taxes, the syndicate assessed me an additional 10% of my earnings as a booking fee. After all these deductions from my income, I also had to maintain a separate residence. The remainder of my money went the usual way: clothes, playing the numbers, and betting on horses. Even during those periods when I managed to operate on my own, money seemed to slip away. During the trial of Lucky Luciano and his associates, I was really the lucky one. While Luciano rubbed his rabbit foot and sweated, I was considered one of the minor witnesses. Because the state concentrated on the more experienced girls, I was fortunate enough to be able to conceal my true identity. If it hadn't been for that, I would in all probability have been trapped for the rest of my life. If it hadn't been for that simple stroke of fortune, I would not be writing this story. Now, although I am not back in my hometown, I can visit with my family. I have renewed old friendships, and I have regained my self-respect and my will to live. Up to now, and I am keeping my fingers crossed as to the future, my secret has been kept, and I am managing to support myself. My past is now behind me. The future can never touch me, for hope and faith have replaced fear and despair. I was born and brought up in a quiet residential suburb of a large eastern city. During my childhood and until my middle teens, there was nothing in my life that indicated what was ahead of me. In fact, as I recall it, my behavior was a little better than average. I was a good, if not a brilliant, student. I had dates like the other girls in our crowd. Being considered quite attractive, I recall that I had more dates and with the more popular boys. I was a little conceited and even cultivated an air of adolescent aloofness. My father held a good position as a minor executive of a large corporation. I had a fine wardrobe and possibly a little too much spending money. However, I did attempt to spend a good deal of time by myself on my books and hobbies. At that time, I seemed destined for a normal American girl's career, a home, a husband, and children. My parents were proud of my popularity and even of my scholastic record, which, though not outstanding, was good enough for occasional honors. They would probably have been amazed, however, had they known what was going on in my thoughts. There, in my mind's eye, was a clear vision of the future, complete with the composite man who was, I thought, destined to be my husband. Of course, the pattern is faded now. But as I recall, he was a combination of Ronald Colman, Joe DiMaggio, and Dr. Kildare. I had just passed my 16th birthday when my youthful eagerness led me into what appeared to be a great romance. Naively, I rushed into the phase of my life which was to lead inevitably to the streets of New York and the circuit governed by the notorious Lucky Luciano. What a ghastly contrast there was in the companionship of giddy, laughing high school girls whose most important bedtime duty was kissing mother goodnight, and the depraved habitués of the half-world. Like most young girls, I spent many hours building romantic castles in the air. Vicariously, I lived through many roles, all of which ended beautifully with my composite hero clasping me in his arms. The boys of my own age didn't seem to fit into these fantasies. However, the older men, friends and business associates of my father, all came under my appraising, speculative eye. One of these men, whom I will call Willard Parrish, was for a time a frequent visitor to our home. He and my father were consulting on the possibilities of a joint business venture, and he was a frequent weekend visitor. During the period of these conferences, he became more or less a family fixture. Tall and distinguished-looking, Willard Parrish was my ideal. Although I had few opportunities to speak to him, I was certain I was making my presence felt. It was apparent to me, although not to my father, that Parrish was starting to recognize me for more than the teenage daughter of a business associate. I was just maturing into womanhood, and I was aware of the fact that my figure was as provocative as my face was attractive. Although there were no exchanges of intimacy between us, I felt happy in his presence, and as time went on, I knew that his masculine approval and interest were building up. Surely, though slowly, I felt the unvoiced bond of understanding growing between us. As I scan the past, I become certain that our lives are based on coincidences as differentiated from fate. The most meaningful moment in my life took me across the line from adolescence to womanhood. It occurred in an early evening as I was returning home from a visit with a girlfriend. As I approached our porch, Willard Parrish was just leaving the house. He held his hand on the doorknob and watched as I walked toward him. My heart gave a little jump, but it was with the excited, friendly jump of a schoolgirl with a crush. He waited, his hand still holding the knob as though he wanted to keep me from entering the house. I could feel his eyes searching in the darkness, and was glad that I was wearing a sweater and that my curves were so apparent as I entered the patch of light from the door window. I drew back my shoulders and felt my bosom tauten the sweater, thrilling as his eyes dropped their focus down from my face. I was having a fine time. There was a teasing smile on his lips as I drew near him. The darkness kept me from reading the expression in his eyes, but I knew what was there. Slowly, he dropped his hand from the doorknob. With a deliberate, fluid motion, he lifted both his hands and slid them under my arms. He held me that way, at arm's length, for a long moment. I felt myself growing warm and even a little dizzy, thinking I should pull away and wanting to throw myself into his arms. "You are a very lovely young woman," his voice came softly and possessively out of the darkness. He could have easily taken my hand and led me away. I had no will, only a bewildered eagerness. "There'll be a time and a place." He suddenly drew me to him in a quick, strong embrace. He held me close for only a moment, then stepped away. His hand was on the doorknob again. Without being quite aware of how it happened, I was inside the door, listening to his footsteps as they receded toward the street. In that moment, I had changed from girlhood to an adult phase, which was to lead me into madness for the next few years. As I stood there, the tempo of my senses slowed and my mind raced. There was a quick urge to dash after Willard, which was smothered in the pressing need to be alone. First, I had to play a part, the dutiful daughter, a bright smile and a quick step. "I think I'll go up to bed, Mother. I'm tired." She looked up from her book and held up her face for a kiss. She was happy. The quick hug and a peck on the cheek hardly diverted Father from his study of a sheaf of important-looking papers. I was free to re-enter my private world of fantasy. There had always been a key in my bedroom door, and for the first time in my memory, it was turned in the lock. With the shades drawn, I placed my study lamp on the floor alongside the full-length mirror on my closet door. I was proud of my small, regular features, the slightly tilted nose, the wide blue eyes, the full, soft lips, all crowned by a wealth of honey-colored, shoulder-length hair. Was I too young for Willard? My hands followed the course that his had traced such a short time earlier. I felt my pulse quicken and a new sensation creep up behind my eyes. Slowly, the sweater curled up over my head and was tossed to the floor. My white bra caught the light and shadow, making lovely, graceful mounds of my breasts. My skirt and half-slip slid down around my ankles as my eyes followed the pattern of my hips, loins, and legs. My gaze was riveted with almost hypnotic attraction on the unfolding freshness of my body as I slowly stripped it of its last covering. Taking the clothing aside, I threw out my arms and stretched on tiptoe as though to challenge my image in the glass. I was intoxicated with the voluptuous curves and planes which were reflected back at me. Willard would not find me too young. I knew it then. From that night on, the unspoken flow between us grew stronger, and the pressure of my desires to be alone with him grew apace. It was like having a passionate telepathic romance. I hungered for the time when he would find the time and the place. Then all at once the world crumbled at my feet. The deal on which my father and Parrish had been working fell through. They seemed to have disagreed violently over some detail of their negotiations, and the resulting bitterness ended their friendship. This meant to me only that Willard Parrish no longer called at our home, and I was heartsick. Instead of forgetting him as time passed, my infatuation became more and more deep-seated. I actually went to bed earlier nights so that I could lie in the dark and think of him. It terrified me to feel that he might have forgotten me. Then suddenly I met him again. I was on my way to a girlfriend's home one afternoon when I saw Parrish for the first time in 6 months. We had planned on going to a movie, but in a flash everything seemed unimportant in the emotional surge of adolescent infatuation. Will, I was soon calling him that, saw me at the same moment and slowed his car to a stop at the curb just ahead of me. I nearly fell in my eagerness to reach him. We shook hands warmly. The blood sang through my veins to the beat of my young, excited heart. Even at this late date, the picture of that meeting stands out clearly in my mind against the kaleidoscope backdrop of my past. I never knew or recalled the words we said in that melting moment, but never again in my life has there been such a sweetness, despite the bitterness it produced later. He must have invited me for a ride, for the next thing I knew we were sailing along the highway on the outskirts of town. I was enjoying the happiest experience of my young life, in the fulfillment of the dream of several months. Although I was not yet 17, I had lost all interest in boys in my own age bracket and had been concentrating my affections and desires on this ideal of mine. I was by nature a passionate and willful girl, and up to that point only the fear of the unknown and of a reputation for promiscuity had strengthened my will and defenses at crucial moments of sensual excitement. During the Parrish period, the added deterrent of single-minded infatuation kept me away from temptation. Only my father's mature and erstwhile-looking associate seemed able to stir my senses. Now, seated by his side as we drove along the highway, my infatuation returned with a heart-filling rush. He was such a contrast to the boys of my own age. His good looks, his older wisdom, and his keen wit were interesting and exciting. My adolescent reaction was one of near hypnotism. Finally, Parrish turned off the main highway onto a side road. In a few minutes, he drew up before an old country residence, which had been converted into a roadhouse. Will opened the car door, and I stepped out and followed, chattering gaily without a premonition of what was to come. It was so long ago, but I still wonder at my innocence. After all, the graphic pictures drawn in the gab-fests with other girls, the inferences and advances of the boys, and the more lurid literature of the period had given me to some extent a vicarious view of sex. Even the sordid experiences of later years filled in very few gaps. The roadhouse was evidently operated for our kind of rendezvous. In a private dining room, Will ordered highballs and food. The waiter brought in a tray of bottles and then reappeared with our dinner and left very clearly for the evening. It was an ideal arrangement to my unsophisticated and enchanted eyes. The dinner table, with its white linen and sparkling service under candlelight, made me feel very much the woman of the world. The room was a large one, furnished with a radio, a sideboard, divan, and easy chairs, in addition to the table. "Well, darling, now we really are alone," he uttered the endearment with an easy nonchalance. He was in complete control of the situation. Do you want to stay, or shall I take you home? Oh, no. Yes, please. I want to stay. I didn't even dare be coquettish, even though I realized he was only teasing me. Well then, let's toast our first date. He went to the sideboard and mixed 2 highballs, stood there and held out my glass, waiting for me to come to him. As I did, he drew his hand back until I stood directly in front of him. He leaned forward for a kiss, and it was cool and sweet. Then he handed me the glass and drew me down with him to sit on the divan. I had the first alcoholic drink of my life, and then a second one. At his insistence, we had our dinner. A feeling of exhilaration filled me, and it seemed a truly enchanted evening. Band music on the radio was a rhythmic background for our bantering conversation. How about a dance, Cinderella? Will stood up, and I rose meltingly into the circle of his arms. He really danced beautifully, and my feet felt as light as my head. He held me so closely it seemed I could feel his heart pumping against my chest. We were alone, but it would have made no difference to me if we had been in a room full of people. My eyes were closed, but I could feel him pressing his lips to my hair as his hands held me in a tight embrace. His arms were strong about me, and the tempo of our steps slowed to a stop as our lips met in the breathless expectancy of our first real kiss. From then on, there was no pretense of dancing. We were pressed to each other with intense passion. His hands caressed the curves and hollows of my body with feverish insistence. Suddenly, I felt weak, and he led me to the divan. I knew what he was doing, and I was frightened. The liquor I had drunk had made things a bit hazy, but I still remember the painfully sweet desire that filled me. A flashing, head-spinning moment, and then came the soft relaxation of fulfillment, and a tremendous feeling of affection for this man still holding me tightly. I was overcome by weariness, and I must have slept. The next thing I knew, a wet cloth was being passed over my face. Slowly, I opened my eyes and smiled back at Will's worried look. His whispered pleas for me to pull myself together gave me a nearly maternal feeling for him. Then suddenly we were in the car again, speeding homeward. The wind slashed against my face as I snuggled close to Will, and my youthful vitality restored my sense of well-being. I quieted his worry about the lateness of the hour. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning, but I had on several occasions stayed out that late with my more youthful dates. It seemed peculiar now, but I was neither frightened nor alarmed by the events of that momentous night. It was all the more wonderful than just worthwhile when he kissed me goodnight in front of my house. He gave me his phone number and asked me to call him the next afternoon. When I awoke that morning, my feelings were confused. On the one hand, I felt ashamed of what I had done. At the same time, I felt I had now truly bloomed into full womanhood under the warm sun of love. With casual aplomb, I gave my parents the impression that I had been to the movies with my girlfriend, according to plan. For nearly a year, through lies and subterfuges, I continued this mad affair with my father's former friend. I lived only for the thrilling sensual pleasure of his embraces. I was radiant with happiness, and my parents, not realizing the reason, were happy too. The daydreaming, the scheming, and the meetings so filled my mind and my time that I hardly stopped to think of my situation. Had I tried to analyze my position, I truly believe that I would have been confident that Will Parrish would eventually have married me. It was not until his attentions began to waver and mystify me that I began to wonder about my status. It soon became apparent that I was pursuing him. He became irritable and impatient, and his alibis grew thinner on the increasing number of occasions when he failed to keep our dates. For a time, this change in his attentions and attitude made me heartsick. Then, slowly, my reactions changed, and the growing doubts about the depths of my own feeling for him broke the chains of infatuated enslavement which had bound me to him. I determined to have a showdown with him. It was then that I realized that I had become involved in a more devious arrangement than I had first believed. We were lying side by side in bed in his one-room apartment after having spent the afternoon making love when I decided to make my move. Will, where did we go from here? I was lying on my back and kept my eyes on the ceiling. His arm was under my shoulders, and any attempt he might have made to be casual was given away by the slight nervous twitch which was the barometer of his surprise. What do you mean, dear? Don't you like it here? He was still trying to carry it off. I love it here, Will. I have loved it, and I want to continue to, but I would like to have the right to stay here with you forever. I'm a little tired of all this sneaking around. I don't blame you, darling. I would like to make it permanent, too. I'm just sorry this isn't the right time. I want to feel that my own life is settled. I'd like to give you a real home and not a shambles like this. I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Maybe you're right. Things will work out. I wasn't as heartbroken as I thought I would be, and I was wise enough to know that pressing the issue was a waste of time and emotion. It was over. I wasn't ready to break off our affair. It seemed that I needed something to lean on until I reestablished myself and made some plan. I needed someone, and Will would have to do until I made my next move. I began to look at him a bit critically and compare him with other men, and of course, boys too. More and more he suffered by these comparisons. The difference in our ages became more apparent and important. Having dropped his technique of romantic courtship, he no longer had the engaging charm and the appealing sense of humor he had so successfully employed at the outset of our affair. He had become a bore. I realized suddenly that I was as tired of the affair as he was, and I stopped calling him. It actually struck me funny when, with typical male ego, he made a futile attempt to rekindle the fires he himself had extinguished. Coincidence set the stage for our final scene. I was amused by the parallel between this meeting and the first one. I was on my way home from a shopping expedition when Parrish drove by me. He braked his car and pulled to the curb. This time I didn't rush so eagerly to him. I went slowly, certain that he had been cruising about the neighborhood in the hope of intercepting me. "Well, baby, isn't this nice?" His manner was suave, but just a little anxious. This time he was on the make. "Hi, Will. It is nice. I'm on my way home. How about taking a little ride?" He didn't succeed in making it sound unimportant. "Sorry, Will, but I have to get home right away. Mother is expecting me." "What does that mean? Don't you want to see me anymore?" "We've had it, Will. It was fun. Now you're just being funny. I really could laugh." The red flush crept up from his collar line, and he was struggling to hold his temper in check. I knew he had names in his mind for me, but I didn't care. Knowing him had toughened me up just enough. "Lois, you're not like this. You sound cheap." He was still trying to be the true gentleman. "Cheap, hell. Let's just say it was swell while it lasted. Let's just say goodbye and remember the good parts. You're still young enough for a while." I blew him a kiss and left. My own confidence returned when I realized how easy it had been for me to give him the brush off. That was what really spelled the end of the first romance of my life. End of section 1. Section 2 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. There were no regrets over the collapse of my affair with Will. There was, however, a vast difference in Lois from the girl of the pre-Parrish days. There was a new hard wisdom, changed viewpoint, and an awakened eroticism. I know now I was different from other girls in this respect, more intense, perhaps abnormally so. It was not difficult to pick up the ties of old friendships which had become somewhat frayed during the Parrish incident. During the period of my liaison with Will, I had graduated from high school, and my crowd had scattered somewhat. Many of my friends were off to college, quite a few of them at the state university, only a short distance from home. They formed the hub of my new social circle. Meanwhile, I had taken a job in the office of one of the local factories. Earning my own money gave me a greater feeling of freedom than ever. For a time, I was careful. I preferred periodic frustration to the danger of acquiring a reputation for being fast. My physical need was a mounting problem, and finally I decided that I could be safe only if I depended on a few carefully chosen favorites. I didn't want to be tied to any one man again for a while. The wise course seemed to play the field with reservations. Life became a round of football games, dances, and house parties. My shameless experiment had given me an air of sophistication beyond that of most of the girls in our crowd. Certainly I had no trouble finding dates. Football and dance programs, fraternity pins, souvenirs, newspaper clippings, and other mementos of the party girl routine cluttered up my environment. It had become difficult, however, for me to retain my pose of chastity. More difficult, I must admit, for me than for the boys whose roving hands, hard muscles, deep breathing, and pleading persuasion were a major part of my social schedule. I finally decided on 3 young men who were in different groups as solutions to my personal problem. My mind was coldly calculating, and I planned to answer the call of my body. There were actually 3 cycles of activity in my life. Home had changed, and that I had broken the tight ring of the family circle. However, on the surface, things remained the same, since my parents had evidently decided to give up their feeble attempts to guide me, let alone dictate to me. The big, rambling White House was now only a place for rest after work and between dates. My home environment included the group of young people with whom I had grown up. We had house parties, attended local social events together, and had dates. It was the usual small city younger set, and I proudly took my pick of the boys, being recognized as one of the most attractive and sought after of the girls. In this crowd, as in all others, the male animal was strongly present. Some of the boys were wolves, some were lambs, and others were conceited asses. Nevertheless, despite their different approaches, they were all youthfully eager. It was conflict against conquest, night after night. In the back seats of cars, on moonlit beaches, or night-shadowed porches. Finally, I decided that before some edge of passion made a decision for me, I would make a clear-headed choice. It was a good one, too. Don Fenton's virile good looks had always tempted me. He was notable for his quiet assurance and his ability to hold his tongue on most, if not all, subjects. I was sure he would keep our secret. Once my mind was made up, it seemed that the pressure of my body's demands eased. It was weeks before I had a date with Don, but they passed happily, nearly dreamily, as expectancy built up inside me. Finally, there came the night of the dance at the club to which Don was taking me. There was nothing really special about that dance to anyone but me. It was just one of the summer Saturday events, and everyone knew everyone else. There was the usual amount of drinking and the usual number of couples drifting out for a breath of air, which in most cases ended in the necking seat of a car. The evening was gay and carefree. I felt the delicious tremors of the knowledge that only I had a wonderful sureness about how it was going to end. Although I danced with a few of the other fellows, I devoted more time to Don than I ever had before. I could see his ego growing apace with his eagerness as I pressed my pliant figure closely to him while we danced. "There's something about you tonight, Lois, that's got me going," his chest strained against me. "You mean that I'm actually attractive?" I teased. "More than that, you're exciting," he said, and I sensed the husky nervousness in his voice. "Maybe I'm excited." That was to keep him tingling. "Do we have to stay here any longer, Lois?" His past experiences with my strong will had made him a little uncertain about how far he could go. "Well, the dance will be over soon. Maybe we should wait." I wanted him to feel that it was all his idea. Why? Several of the others have already left. Let's go now. There was both a plea and a command in his voice as we danced to the edge of the floor and stopped. He protested against my feigned desire to say goodbye to a few friends. After a brief, tantalizing moment of hesitation, I allowed him to lead me out. He firmly believed he had taken the initiative. In a few minutes, we were out on the highway, rushing through the warm summer night in Don's convertible. With one hand on the wheel and the other around my shoulders, he held me close to him. I could feel the sensual quiver flow between us, spelling out our young, eager demands for each other. We were headed for the beaches, just a few miles out of the city. It was characteristic of Don that he had discovered a sort of secret place out on the lonely point. Shielded from the highway by towering trees and a close tangle of brush was a tiny, isolated stretch of beach. Don drove the car along the little used road until it was completely concealed from passing traffic. He turned off the motor, and we sat quietly for a moment, looking out across the sand and water. We were both a little awed by the beauty of the scene before us. "I call it Nature's Jewel Box," Don said softly. It was a truly descriptive name, with the soft, gleaming sand stretching down to the slow, caressing, lacy border of surf, edging the blue blanket of the sea and spreading out to the horizon. We turned toward each other, and there was a magic sweetness in our kiss, which made us part of the beauty of our environment. Carefully, languorously, we stepped up our emotions. As I pressed Don to me, his restless hands at one time soothed and excited me. He explored my body with a ceaseless, delicate caress, and I pushed him away gently. "Not in the car, Don. Let's go down onto the beach." It was at that moment when I knew he had been so much the right one to choose. His sensitivity to my mood curbed his impatience, and he opened the car door to let me out. He reached into the back of the car and pulled out a blanket. We walked hand in hand down on the beach. In the shadow of the low embankment, he dropped the blanket and pulled me to him. "Not yet, Don, not yet." The roaring waves pounded up on the beach, and I felt myself rising to a pitch equaling their intensity. Don drew me down beside him on the blanket and pressed me close to him. I could feel the muscles in his arms and back grow tense as we clung to each other, both knowing what was to come and each wanting to prolong the precious moments when the world around us stopped and all that remained was our need for each other. Our eyes closed and our lips sought each other's hungrily, fiercely. I felt rather than heard the sigh that welled up from within him. "Now, Don. Now, I'm yours." The roaring welled up in my ears and the sky fell, and just as suddenly it was still, and the waves seemed to gently caress the shore. It was quiet, very quiet. It was hours later before we started home. Don knew he had started something that he couldn't stop. He knew, too, that when the end came, I would name it. What he didn't know was that after that night, I was on the downgrade for good. My own feelings of insecurity were to lead me from one excess to another. For Don was only one of the actors in my play, in a part I had cast for him. He was one of the group of young people who knew my family. Both mother and father knew him and liked him, and he was my safe star. That is, he was safe as long as I didn't get too deeply involved with him. I enjoyed making him wait, knowing that his frustration kept me in command of the situation. At the office, I made a number of new friends. Although there were several young men to choose from, I set my sights high. George Sexton, son of the president of the company, was not only the heir to his father's sizable fortune, but a really efficient sales manager for the firm. He was friendly and well-liked, but he hardly was one of the group socially. There were about 800 employees in the plant. The office in which I worked had a small staff. There were 4 men and about 9 girls. One of these was Sexton's secretary. The rest of us did routine typing and filing. I dated the only single man besides Sexton in our department, and a few of the others whose work brought them into contact with our department. They introduced me to a new circle of friends. They were fun, and I permitted a little mild romancing occasionally, but was careful that nothing serious developed. Meanwhile, I achieved a casual acquaintance with the boss. Since he was part of the top social and financial strata of the town, our paths never crossed. I followed his activities in the papers, however. He was a leader in civic and philanthropic affairs and played a better-than-average game of golf. He was reportedly scheduled to marry one of the wealthiest and best-looking junior leaguers in our town, although no formal announcement had been made. George Sexton conformed perfectly to the conventional pattern of his class. In addition to his social and financial position, he was a hard-working and successful businessman. The people who worked for him not only respected and admired him, but had a great deal of affection for him. My own reaction was a little more personal. There was something predative in my nature. I bided my time with a great deal of vicarious pleasure as I watched his strong figure move about the office. He was handsome, with a rugged cast of features that fascinated me. Eventually, as I knew it would, my first opportunity knocked. Business, which had been going along at a normal pace, suddenly increased, creating a backlog of work. Most of the staff was happy about the extra pay. I was pleased because it meant a chance to improve my connection with George Sexton. There was an easy informality about after-hours work that didn't prevail during the day. Sexton himself, being smart about personnel relations, came out of his private office and pitched in with the rest. When time came to recess for supper, we found he had arranged a real spread for us. One of the nearby restaurants came in and set up an appetizing and colorful smorgasbord. The delicious food, the good humor, much of it generated by Sexton, gave our overtime sessions a gay, festive spirit. Whenever I could, I contrived to work in his vicinity. A great deal of it was in connection with mail, which meant stencils, mimeographs, then the job of collating pages and stuffing envelopes. In this procedure, there were many times when people were required to work in pairs or groups. There was nothing snobbish in Sexton's makeup. He seemed to get a kick out of rolling up his sleeves and stuffing envelopes, wrapping bundles, and checking mimeographs for accuracy with any of us. Although I knew he had long since weighed me with his eyes and not found me wanting in the right places, the easy intimacy of our late sessions only made him a little more friendly. The time and the need had come, after several of these overtime evenings, for me to make the bait at least a wee bit more enticing. There had been a warm flicker in his eyes once or twice when I flashed a little more leg than usual. I had little trouble maneuvering myself into a position across the table from Sexton as we stuffed envelopes for mailing. After I had leaned forward a few times to pick up some of the stacked pages, I could see his eyes widen with new interest. Our hands touched as we reached across the table for material. I knew he would make the next move. It came as we started to end the work for the night. "Have you got a ride home, Lois?" There was an easy confidence in his smile. He had read the invitation. "I was going to take the bus." There were rules to this business, and I wasn't going to break them. "There's no need of that. It's early, and I haven't anything special to do. I'd be happy to drive you." "Gee, thanks. That would be grand, but it might look funny to the others." I was letting him know that it was his choice and that he really had something special to do about me. "Oh, don't let that bother you. I'll meet you in my car. It's in my regular spot." The executives had their own parking space away from the others at the rear of the building. "Fine. I'll be seeing you." The others were starting to leave, and I retired to the ladies' room to fix my face and wait until the place had cleared. I slipped down the rear stairway, my heart seeming to skip ahead to a new, challenging thrill. The glow of his cigarette was a tiny beacon behind the windshield of his car as I approached. Its spark end arched away into the darkness, a shooting star of promise, as he leaned over to open the door. He stepped on the starter and the motor roared into life before settling down to the droning purr of expansive power. The darkness of the driveway gave way to the street glow as the car took off. "Which way, Lois?" It was a leading question. "Home is in Riverview. That's to the right." "Your move, George." It was being fun already. "Let's live dangerously and turn left." There was only a slight question mark in that one as the car wheeled slowly in that direction. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" I leaned forward and switched it on, fiddling with the dial until the low rhythm of a rumba filled the car. Whatever the evening was to be, he would name the game. I would only have to play if I liked it. Whether I would or not was his mystery to unravel. "How far can I go?" Again his sense of humor crept into his voice. He recognized the play and was enjoying it. "Distance, time, or are you being fresh?" The question was a quick quip. "All three, baby." "I'm no baby." "So I noticed, but it's a nice nickname, so I'll call you that and you can act your age. Which brings us to the point. How soon do you have to get home?" This sounds like a quiz program. It's still early and I can stay out a while, that is, if the boss won't mind my being a little dopey around the office tomorrow. "If that's all that's worrying you, we're off, around the world." "Let's go, George." I slid over on the seat and curled my arm through his. Soft music and the warm air whistling by set a tempo for a mood of happy peace which swept us through the night. The man and woman cycle had started. We had passed the adversary stage and were embarking on a new adventure together. The miles rolled calmly under the wheels. About 12 miles out of the city, we turned off the main road and started to climb. The area was familiar, but our destination was his secret, one that didn't seem at the moment to matter. We branched off again and passed between the gateposts of a high wire fence. After a short passage through a heavily wooded section, we mounted a steep curving drive and stopped beneath the jutting floorboards of a cabin which appeared to be perched on a towering rock plateau. "Well, baby, here we are." He slid out and came around to open the door for me. Taking my arm, he led me into the cavernous darkness of the garage. At the stairway, he snapped the switch and the light flashed on above us. "Welcome to the haven for fun-loving fishermen. All who enter here must fish or cut bait." "Sure sounds dangerous. Maybe I should hide or go home." "Oh, there's nothing dangerous about it." "Not even a wolf in these woods?" "Nope. Beware the wild sheep, though." "Guess I'll take a chance and stay long enough to look around." It was an imposing place, despite its superficial appearance of a rough and rustic sportsman's hideout. One end of the room was dominated by a huge fieldstone fireplace. Antlered heads, game, fish, and sporting prints decorated 3 walls. The 4th wall was taken up nearly entirely by a tremendous view window, looking out over a flagstone terrace toward a horizon of treetops and sawtooth hills. A cuticle moon hung against the star-sprinkled blue-black backdrop of sky. I walked to the window and stood gazing out against the beautiful primitive panorama. "Like it?" George stood beside me, shoulders touching. "It's breathtaking." It really was impressive. "Let me build you a drink and we can sit outside and watch the sky go by." In a few moments he was back from the kitchenette bar with 2 tall glasses. We sauntered out onto the terrace and sat side by side on a low, wide outdoor divan with our feet up on the rustic railing. We sipped our drinks slowly, chatting aimlessly in soft tones, as though fearing to break the spell of serenity induced by the grandeur of our surroundings. Like old and settled friends, we exchanged small talk. We had been sitting there for some time before I realized how cold it was after the warmth of the city. I was chilled, and suddenly a shudder ran through me. "I'm sorry, I forgot it gets so cool here." "It's freezing," I laughed, and shivered at the same time. His arms went around me, and I pressed gratefully into his strong, warm embrace. Suddenly, my heart began to beat wildly, and I could sense his matching rhythm as the tides of emotion rose within us. I raised my face as his reached down, and our mouths met in our first kiss, mutually fierce and demanding. It was a head-spinning moment, and we savored it to its fullest, pulled apart with widened, wondering eyes, and kissed again. "You're cold." His free hand slipped down along my arm. "Let me get you something to put around you. No, better still, let's go inside, and I'll start a fire." "You started one," I said. "That'll burn better indoors, too. Come in." Back in the cabin, he made me lie on the divan while he pulled a robe over me and handed me a fresh, strong drink. In a few minutes, he had a good blaze going in the fireplace. Then he settled down beside me. His strong arms closed around me, and the lulled emotions inside me started to build. It was no longer cold. The warmth of the fire flared over us, and George threw back the blanket. We clung together, our inner heat rising as we gripped each other. For a flashing moment, he was standing above me, and I saw through heavily lidded eyes the exciting play of firelight and shadow on our bodies. He was a symbol of love and security, and I felt a resilient strength flow through me as I reached out hungrily for him. The dancing flames flared and dipped in the background. Nestled together in the mutual satiety which follows happy experience, we chatted with quiet affection until time again resumed its meaning. "I could stay here forever, darling, but we know that's impossible. I'd better get you home." He was tender, and the trace of regret in his announcement made it sweet. "What time is it?" "About 3:15. "Let's go." I didn't realize the time had passed so fast. For a moment, panic hit me, and I leaped to my feet and grabbed my scattered things. Then my new assurance took over, and I relaxed. Nearly another hour passed before we were headed back home. A pleasant fatigue held me as I dozed, while George drove silently in a race against the creeping dawn. As we approached my house, he held me tightly against him for a moment and gave a quick, soft parting kiss. "We'll have to do this more often, baby." There was an easy familiarity in his tone. We were old friends. "Next time we'll plan it better. This is a rugged hour to be getting to bed." "Check. I could sleep in a rain barrel the way I feel. There'll be no leaving the warm nest next time." "It'll be tough leaving the warm nest in a few hours." "Don't worry about it, baby. I guess you rate a day's sick leave. Just call up and report yourself absent on doctor's orders." "Thank you, doctor." We parted on that note. No dates, no promises, but the sure knowledge that the experiment had been successful and more were to come. That was it. The course was charted. A headstrong, passionate, reckless, and abandoned daughter of refined and dignified parents had deliberately chosen to become a tramp. End of Section 2. Section 3 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Yet today, I wonder whether the choice was deliberate or whether other factors influenced my becoming a social outcast. Although I know my family loved me a great deal, there were many things lacking, things vital to a young girl. I remember many occasions when natural, healthy curiosity led me to ask them about sexual matters. Mother and Dad would get embarrassed and tell me it was a silly question for me to ask and send me off somewhere. I received no religious training, and my parents never helped me develop morally because they found sex embarrassing. And although I was sure of their love, there was never any outward display of affection toward me. I never knew the comforting feeling of my father's arm on my shoulder or any of the other things that helped to make the world of a young girl a secure, warm place. I can see now that much of my early experimentation at lovemaking was a search for visible love and a definite feeling of security. Strong male arms and caresses filled a psychological need, giving me a feeling of fulfillment lacking at home. I had found that physical beauty and personal charm opened many doors and brought introductions to many people. It was either ignorance or determination, or both, which led me to prefer the wrong people and choose the wrong doors. Only fun was worthwhile in life, and my calendar was filled with red-letter days. I had decided on a course, and I was going through with it. Don and George had fallen into the pattern as though they had been its designers. There was one more arrow destined for my string. My activities had become divided into 3 playgrounds, and there was going to be a special playmate for each. Don, the sweet family friend, was of my natural social orbit. George was my contact with the world of business. The third area to which I had been attracted, and which took up much of my time and interest, was the campus of the university. At home, I maintained the carefree, happy air of contentment, which pleased my parents, despite their worry about my late hours and refusal to confide in them as I had. Don was the buffer in this field. Both Mother and Dad thought highly of him, and I could detect even a mounting hope that something permanent would come of our relationship. He called for me at home and sat and chatted with Dad while he waited. It was all so normal and seemingly above board, and it gave me justification for my more private affairs. Although my parents had met George once or twice when he drove me home from the office, they merely felt that the important Mr. Sexton was being nice to their little girl. They had no idea how nice he was being. While Don operated in the field of sandy beaches, automobiles, and front porch hammocks, George was the more sophisticated type. His summer camp was headquarters, but we did take longer trips whenever our schedules would allow us to stay overnight. On these jaunts, we would often end up in quaint country hotels or the better type of tourist camp. My romance with George was both thrilling and educational. He really was a worldly, sophisticated citizen. He had traveled a great deal and had a splendid cultural background. We stayed in little inns run by French families or Italians. He spoke French fluently and seemed to be able to establish a quick friendliness as we drank homemade wine and ate lustily of aromatic and exotic foods. Most times we started out without a set destination, but George always seemed to find a warm and charming spot which made every stop a new adventure. There was a fair amount of spacing between my dates with Don and George, and at the same time I was being very much the visiting campus queen at the university. As part of my plan, I had been dating and testing my reactions to several of the more interesting boys there. A few of them really appealed to me, but there were other problems. The one I chose had to be right in many ways, and discreet, too. A couple of the athletes I had met really filled the bill, but my purposes hardly coincided with their training schedules. The serious students were too dull, and the wealthy playboys too conceited and generally spoiled. However, whether these were the exceptions or the rule, there were some who didn't fall into the wrong patterns. Cappy Knox was the boy who finally seemed to emerge from the collegiate group. Although he gave the impression and had the reputation of being able to do most things better than the others, he just wouldn't be bothered. He was a complete dilettante, both superficial and superior. Although he had won leadership without doing anything about it, he really didn't care. His only desire seemed to be to master the personal enjoyment of living. When I first saw him, I immediately was impressed by his good looks and his cool air of detachment. It was at a fraternity dance. He stood with nonchalant grace, one elbow hooked on the fireplace mantel, puffing a cigarette, the center and interest of a group of admirers, without being part of the crowd. He was what was known as a big man on the campus. "Who is that dream boy?" I asked my escort. "Oh, that's Cappy Knox. He's quite a guy. But don't you worry about him. He's too cold to handle. His heart's unbreakable, his will's unbendable, and he'll see through you before he looks at you." There was no jealousy in his tone or manner, even though I knew he had a strong yin. It was evident that among other attributes, Cappy Knox didn't make a play for another fellow's girl. "Not even an Achilles heel?" I queried, with just a little temper. The easy assumption that I didn't have charms enough to attract the hero was a pinprick to my ego. "Now, sweetie face, don't get touchy. Cappy is a nice guy. It's only that he isn't a wolf." "I'll bet he has his moments." My date's complacency was putting a sharp edge on my determination. His attitude set up a challenge. "Would you like to meet him?" "Why not?" In a flip, we were part of the group, and I was being introduced. There was nothing electric in the air, nothing breathtaking or stupendous, but instead a queasy feeling of something new, something mysterious in this seeming casual meeting. "Nice to meet you." His voice was warm and friendly, and he took my extended hand in a firm, masculine grip. That was it. We chatted with the group for a few minutes and finally broke away to dance, leaving Cappy ringed by his sycophants. Several times during the evening my eyes sought him out, and once or twice our eyes met. His look was clearly friendly, but not particularly interested. My mind registered him as just another nice fellow, but my imagination nipped sharply at my thin-skinned conceit. Something was going to be done about that young man. It was evident, however, that it wasn't going to be done that night. Weeks passed, and during them I ran into Cappy Knox several times. Each occasion was pretty much like the last, except that with time we were getting to know each other better. It was clear that he wasn't a woman-hater, for he nearly always had a date, and most of them were evidences of his good taste. What troubled me was that he didn't seem to want to nibble at the lures I repeatedly cast in his direction. He was aware of me all right, and he had inventoried my charms and had found them not wanting. Still, there wasn't any action scheduled in his appraising eye. It was clearly my move. In my mind, I made it in 1,000 different ways. We met in many and different exciting places. He finally succumbed to his deep and hidden urge for me. He rescued me from an assortment of predicaments. All of the wild little figments of a romantic girl's daydreams titillated my senses and made him more desirable. The solution was much less devious. One night I traveled to the campus and called his fraternity house. He wasn't in. I called again and again. The hours wore by, and I began to get desperate. The Greeks, one of the restaurants near the campus, which I knew quite well, closed at midnight. I had been phoning from there at intervals throughout the evening. Fortunately, I knew enough of the students to be part of the drifting, changing scene. Finally, I had to leave before closing made my plight obvious. It was 2 miles to the only hotel in town. There was fright and worry in me by the time I crawled into the sanctuary of the last telephone booth in the corridor near the front of the lobby. There were only 3 coins left of the 2 which my $50 had got me at the Greeks. My first call from the booth only made me more nervous. By that time, I was beginning to believe that Cappy might be staying out for the night. My repeated calls had evidently stirred up the fraternity house. Now the boys were eager little wolves on the trail of a girl who was pleading for it. They knew that any girl on Cappy Knox's string was worth trying for, and try they did. My second-to-last coin dropped into the slot at 1 o'clock. The boy on the other end told me that Cappy was still out. In the few seconds I gave him, he made his pitch, and I was tempted to take him up on it. Anything to get out of this predicament. I was stiff and cramped from the restrictions of the telephone booth, and afraid the house detective might find me. Then I determined to let my last coin decide. I told the boy I'd call back in an hour. The lagging minutes gnawed at my nerve ends as I crouched in the corner of the booth with the door partially open so that the light would remain out. Around the door's edge, I could see the further end of the lobby, including part of the registration desk. A heavy-set man dressed in what was apparently his version of campus clothes leaned on an elbow while he chewed an unlit cigar and chatted with the clerk. He was evidently the house detective. He had that cop look, and my mind's eye was endowing him with all the talents of Sherlock Holmes and Ellery Queen. Frankly, I was scared. I imagined that the detective knew I was there and was playing a cat-and-mouse game waiting for my move. Shocking newspaper headlines ran riot in my mind. Visions of police courts and cells terrified me into a state verging on hysteria. Finally, the hands of the clock over the desk angled into their 2 o'clock pattern. My heart had its fingers crossed as I fitted my last coin into the catcher. The dial whirred flatly, and my heart seemed to hang motionless in my chest as the ring at the other end repeated twice, 3 times. Then my pulse banged wildly as I heard the receiver lift from the hook. "Yes?" It was a terse, cold question. "Is Cappy Knox there?" I whispered so that my voice wouldn't carry through the open door to the lobby. "This is he. Who is this?" He was typically courteous, but entirely non-committal. "It's Lois Trafton. I'm in a terrible fix." This was the moment to be calm. Desperation might annoy or even offend him, and there was no future in that with this type. "Must be something for you to call at this hour. What can I do?" There was a friendly, if not warm, interest in his tone. "Well, I hope you're not too tired, because I need your help. You've got to get me out of here." "Out of where?" "The telephone booth in the hotel lobby." "Where? Did you say the hotel telephone booth? How in hell did you ever get stuck there?" He was wide awake now and interested. "It's a long story. Will you come and get me? I'll meet you out in front." "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Relief welled up within me, spilling over in tears, which ran unheeded down my cheeks as I tried to quiet the sobbing noises of reaction. I sat for minutes fighting for composure. Suddenly I realized that the phone was still in my hand. Sliding it back into the cradle, I slammed the door and let the booth light up. I was no longer afraid. With the mirror from my handbag, I removed the traces of tears and put on fresh makeup. The 5 minutes were over, but I waited a couple of extra minutes and then boldly walked into the lobby and out the wide door. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the house detective's head turned toward me. My heart jumped as he started to follow me, then evidently he changed his mind and stood in the center of the lobby, staring after me. Cappy was at the curb in a snappy, current model coupe. As I crossed the sidewalk, he leaned over and opened the door. I stepped in and we swooped down the street as though escaping from some great danger. "Thanks, Cappy." My gratitude was simple and sincere. "Not at all. Now, where do we go from here?" "Nowhere in particular for a little while. I've had a tough evening. Do you think you could get me something to drink?" His attitude was bringing back my confidence, particularly since I hadn't thought of a story to tell him. I knew the truth would never do, and he was indicating he wasn't going to ask anything. It was all up to me. I had time enough to dream up something which would ring true. "There's a bottle in my room back at the house. We can pick it up in a few minutes." Cappy swung the car around and headed back toward the campus. He left me parked in the shadows of the huge trees in the fraternity house driveway. I saw a light flash on in an upstairs room, and quickly he was back at my side. Silently, he eased the top off the bottle and handed it to me. Tilting my head back, I took a long pull. The raw liquor seared its way down my throat into my stomach like a fiery pellet, then burst open in a wave of diminishing warmth. After the first shock, I felt refreshed and alert. I passed the bottle back to Cappy and watched as he slowly swallowed once and then again before taking it from his mouth. It was evident he was not a stranger to liquor. "We can't stay here, darling. The night watchman might come along, and I would be an ex-undergraduate. Can I take you home?" "I'm afraid not, Cappy. It's too late and I'm not expected," I said. He still wasn't asking any questions, but the time had come for me to do some explaining. "You see, I was supposed to go to a house party and stay with one of the girls afterward, but when I saw the drip they brought for me, I decided to ditch them. Somehow I had you on my mind and didn't figure that you would be busy or maybe not even interested. By the time I had called and discovered you were out, they were gone and I was stuck but good." "I'm sorry, I wasn't in." "Then I'm glad I waited. As a matter of fact, I had to anyhow. I didn't have enough money to get home on if I had wanted to. That still leaves us with a problem. Where do we go from here? Haven't you any ideas? Let's have another drink. It might help us think. Once again, the bottle passed back and forth. The whiskey was breaking down all barriers, and we were fellow conspirators. We wouldn't dare try a hotel for a room for you, would we? He was still being the gentleman. Never. The house detective scares me to death. How about a tourist camp? There are a few out on the highway that look okay. We could try. Let's go. He switched on the motor and eased the car out onto the street. As we drove along, he handed the bottle to me again. I drank and he took it and swigged carefully as he drove with one hand. The first 2 camps we passed were in complete darkness. Finally, we saw one with a light still lit over the sign, which read, Office. Cappy stopped the car and walked over. As he did, the place lighted up and a man appeared in the doorway. They spoke softly for a moment and then disappeared together in the darkness between 2 of the cabins. Presently, Cappy returned alone. He got into the car and drove around to the rear of the place, parking the car alongside of a rear cabin. Well, Mrs. Jones, here we are. I had to register together to get the place. It would have looked queer to register for you alone. Besides that, I don't think he would have allowed it. I would have been too frightened anyway. I was starting to wonder what he was talking about. I'll take you in and see that you're set, then I can go. I'll pick you up in the morning and take you home. Cappy Knox, you'll do no such thing. You can't leave me here alone. Okay, sweetheart, don't get excited. I'll be with you. Gee, I should think so. I knew I was a little tight and thought he was too. That could be the only reason he was making such a thing of leaving me alone. We entered the cabin and he switched on one of the 2 bridge lamps. The dim light revealed a cheap double bed, a wicker armchair, a small table, and a straight-back chair. An open door led to a tiny lavatory. It was a sordid-looking room, but it had all of the necessities. Cappy went into the lavatory and reappeared with 2 glasses. He poured liquor into them and then added a little water. He handed me mine and sat in the armchair. I sat on the edge of the bed. Well, this is an improvement on the hotel phone booth. I feel as much alone here as I did there. Anger was tweaking at my pride. My idol certainly wasn't measuring up to my expectations. Now, don't be sensitive. Cappy drained his glass and came over to sit beside me. I guess I'm just not your type. It occurred to me that he hadn't even kissed me all evening as he slipped his hand around my waist. Darling, I think you're beautiful. He took the glass from my hand and set it on the floor beside the bed. Slowly, he pressed me back on the bed and our lips met sweetly, then with a building warmth. The strangeness I had felt was swept away in a sudden gust of passion. He grabbed me to him convulsively. He kissed my lips, my eyes, my throat, and even my hands in a sudden frenzy. Suddenly, he loosed his grip, and the urgency in me matched his excitement. Nothing in my past experience had prepared me for this. He was not like any other man I had known. My own fever pitch rose to meet his in a great wave. Then it was over, and we lay side by side on the musk counterpane of the tourist cabin bed. It was a stunning volcanic experience. Slowly, my hammering brain returned to normalcy. Cappy's rasping breathing still sounded in my ear as realization of what had happened became clear. Now I knew why he had been so aloof, why he cultivated the shell of nonchalance. The great Cappy Knox had a terrible secret. He had built a wall around himself to preserve it. Handsome, virile-looking, sophisticated Cappy Knox was impotent. Lashed and pricked by an insatiable passion, he was incapable of normal love. As I stared unseeing at the ceiling, not daring to look toward him, he turned away from me. Seated on the side of the bed, with his head lowered in his hands, he was a tragic figure of despair. Suddenly, a sob burst from deep in his chest. For a moment, I was stunned, not knowing what to do. Then it came to me, a heart-wrenching sympathy and a feeling of maternal affection which no child has ever before or since awakened in me. I sat up and reached for him. After a brief, tense resistance, he broke, and I cradled his head in my lap. His protest against fate and his physical, emotional torment slowly washed away in the scalding tears I could feel coursing down his cheeks. I rocked rhythmically back and forth, uttering soft endearments, feeling a sense of power as he regained his confidence and will. Never have I felt so deeply moved by another person. This man, whose handsome appearance of strength cloaked a tragic weakness, had in his peculiar way stirred me more than any other I was ever to know. Emotional reaction was a terrible, searing experience, one that had reduced me to the most complete submission. Now, in the aftermath, I was the strong one, and he the object of sympathy, as deep as though he were my own child. As I held him close and softly stroked his head, I could feel the inert defeat of his muscles slowly lose its influence. Once again he sat up and turned away from me. This time, however, he was in full control of himself. His eyes stared into the cup of his clasped hands as he leaned forward. "I hope you'll be able to forgive me." His voice was low, but it was full and strong. "There's nothing to forgive you for, darling," I said, reaching out to take one of his hands out of their tense clasp. "No one else knows," he said. There was no challenge, no plea, no demand. It was a flat statement. "No one ever needs to," I answered with all the firmness I could muster. He turned then and looked into my eyes. I returned his steady gaze for a long time, and then he turned his hand over and gripped mine in a firm handshake. It was as though we had made a pact. He understood that I realized that his earlier actions were not the result of a temporary lapse. He knew, too, that I understood him and that I was his friend. Neither of us realized, however, how much our friendship was going to mean. I had no illusions about Cappy, nor did I plan any attempt to fill his well of loneliness. Nevertheless, in the year to come, he was to prove himself one of my finest friends. Although he was later to guide me spiritually and help me materially many times, it was I who kept his emotional bulwark strong. This was true even in the days and years when I was enmeshed in the mistakes and evils of my arrogant weaving. Our first night together was our last as lovers. It was not in me to make a regular thing of Cappy, for that one experience was so shattering that his will was strengthened and his determination became a sanctuary from sex. End of section 3. Section 4 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Although I was deeply moved by my experience with Cappy Knox, my reactions did not go deeply enough to interrupt my mad pace. I was completely abandoned, irresponsible, and avid for pleasure. Don Fenton and George Sexton kept a more or less regular schedule of dates, and their attentions sufficed to keep me from promiscuity on those nights devoted to playing the field. Weekends in nearby cities became part of my routine, and I soon learned to stand unblushing before a hotel clerk while Don or George wrote Mr. and Mrs. Dash on the register. I was reaching for the brass rings of happiness rather than the gold of matrimony on a senseless merry-go-round of sex and reckless gaiety. The demure schoolgirl was gone, and in her stead was a shallow, heedless madcap. Slowly, a new trend in my affairs began to develop. As time went on, dates with older men, particularly cheating husbands, became more frequent. They had more money and took me to better places. Also, they bought me flowers and gifts, and were generally more gallant and resourceful than the boys of my age. However, for all these, I maintained the final barrier of resistance. Many of them, I discovered, were ardent because they felt it part of the game, rather than because they demanded repayment for their investments. They were not as impatient as the younger men, and for many it sufficed that they were enjoying the company of a young and attractive woman to whom they owed no responsibility. Having thrown aside all the conventional rules of living, I became more and more footloose and headstrong. Nothing could deter me from what I thought was a good time. In a brief 2 years, all of my viewpoints and values had changed drastically, and being young, healthy, and sought after, I never paused to think of the future. Each day started with the question, well, what am I going to do tonight? Unless the promise was tremendously exciting, I wouldn't even make dates more than a day or two in advance, just in case something better might turn up. At this point, I had established a number of romantic contacts. Several of the boys, including Don Fenton, were pressing me with the idea of marriage. These I laughed off as lures to the potential monotony and drudgery of wifedom. There was no way in which I could visualize one man filling my life. With all of the vistas of freedom open to me, I couldn't imagine placing myself under the domination of just one man. It was much more exciting and appealing to be pursued, flattered, and asked what I wanted. The idea of being protected and provided for made a dim comparison in my mind. Here again was the stark picture of my home life. I didn't want marriage, for the only picture I could conjure up was the dull life of my parents. As far as I was concerned, marriage meant a dissolution of attention, emotions, and love. New partners were continually cutting in on my dance of frivolity. At first, the seeming popularity was sufficient reward. Then the flow of small gifts, train and taxi fares, free tickets, and other tributes to the party girl began to inspire me with a new idea. My standards were then changing rapidly. Instead of boyfriends, suddenly I found out that I was looking for suckers. Boys of my own age were still going to school or working at small-paying jobs. They were automatically dropped from my list. I was ready to trade the young, lean, handsome heroes of my generation for the paunchy playboys and middle-aged husbands on the loose. By this time, I was so deeply enmeshed in my selfish, avaricious schemes that I scorned any of the influences of my home environment. My parents were helpless before the whiplash of my arrogance and my determined will. Despite their seeming indifference, they were still a hindrance to my plans. I was soon concentrating on a plan to get away from home so that my freedom could be complete. My predatory sense had become my most keenly developed instinct. Suggestions and proposals that would have revolted me only a year before were now welcomed as lucky breaks or easy touches. A new dream was growing in my mind. I strained at any restrictions my parents imposed, slight though they were. My goal was New York, although I know now that the idea was not of my own creation, but rather the result of another episode in my life. It grew out of a new and flattering romance. Both Fenton and Sexton had begun to pall on me, Don because of his insistence on marriage, and George because I was forced to live in the shadows of his life rather than in the bright light of his gay social world. My fickle heart was searching for something new, a change of faces. It was then that I met the man who was to unwittingly pave the way for my downfall. He was not to blame, for I was inevitably headed in that direction. However, he did prove to be the instrument. One of my periodic dates was a high-ranking politician in our state. We had met when I agreed to pose for some publicity shots during the previous campaign, and immediately I was one of the numbers in his little black book. In connection with his political activities, he often arranged parties. In order to make these little private affairs a success, he had to have a number of attractive girls readily available. I was one of his favorites, and he was the most important man I had ever met. Since his name still figures prominently in the news, I will call him Fred Sands. One afternoon at work, I got a call from Fred. He asked if I couldn't go to New York for the weekend on a party with some of his friends. From the way he described it, there seemed to be a prospect of a real event. So I promised to meet him at one of the big hotels, the name of which I no longer remember. When I arrived in New York that Saturday night, I went directly to the hotel. I called Fred from the lobby, and he gave me the room number. He greeted me a few minutes later and ushered me into the most palatial sitting room I had ever seen. He had evidently engaged a suite of rooms, and there were at least 30 men and women milling around with drinks in their hands, amid a steady hum of conversation and laughter. "Hello, baby. I'm sure glad you made it. It's a great party," Fred said. He was a big, jovial man who always seemed to be having the gayest time of anyone. I knew, however, from past experience, that the glass in his hand held nothing stronger than ginger ale. "I'm glad I came too, Fred. Thanks for asking me," I said, and I gave him a peck on the cheek, which was the extent of our personal affection. "Hey, boy, take Miss Trafton's bag down to 1304. Fred handed my suitcase to one of the several waiters who were serving the guests. Turning to me, he said, "Now, if you want to freshen up, there's a place in every room. Catch me when you're ready, and I'll introduce you around." Meanwhile, I had been giving the crowd the once-over. Most of the men looked much older than I was, although the girls appeared to be within a year or two of my age. All of them, however, seemed to look expensive. The men were well-tailored and scrubbed-looking, and the girls really pretty and smartly turned out. Nevertheless, since I had made the most of my natural flair for clothes and my powers of observation over the past year or more, I had no fears about my ability to hold my own in the group. Despite the air of decorum which seemed to set the tone in this early stage of the evening, I was experienced enough to know that things would get more interesting as the night wore on. These girls, like myself, were there to entertain the men, and submerged though it was, all of the flags of the battle of the sexes were flying. This was just another meeting of full-time playgirls and part-time playboys. After I'd made up my face and was set to join the crowd, I sought out Fred. The nature of the affair was further identified by the introductions. They were all on a first-name basis. Nobody was Mr. So-and-so or Miss this and that. It was Jack, Bill, Joan, and Anne. You started there, and from that point you were on your own. About halfway around the room, I really got a shock. I hadn't come to him yet, but standing in a corner with two other people was W.J. Conover, one of the wealthiest and most influential citizens of our town. I thought he didn't know me, but I knew him, as did everyone else back home. He was not only a leading businessman, but he was one of the most highly respected civic figures. He was on all of the boards for the hospitals, banks, schools, community drives, and a raft of other activities. In fact, the Conover name was considered a requisite for approval and acceptance of nearly every worthwhile enterprise in our community. Needless to say, I was a little bit nervous as Fred's hand on my arm guided me toward this public paragon. I suddenly remembered that he knew my father and began to fear he might recognize me. I needn't have worried, however, for as he turned to Fred's call and glanced at me, I was safe. Or so I thought. "Jay, here's a young lady you should really know," Fred said in a hearty, friendly tone. Then there was a subtle change in his voice. "Didn't know she was coming myself. One of the boys invited her. She's from your hometown. Lois, meet Jay." Aside from a slight jerk in the muscle of his jaw, Jay Conover gave no sign of disturbance. He bowed his head slightly, and a warm smile split his handsome patrician face as he acknowledged the introduction. "You two can get together later," Fred said jovially. "I want Lois to meet some more of these people now." His hand was still on my elbow, and he steered me across to another group. I was a bit shocked, and it was only with great effort that I could keep a calm and friendly appearance as Fred introduced me to several other members of the party. It was clear to me now why I was the only girl from outside New York at the party. Fred had some reason for wanting Conover embarrassed, and I was the necessary figure in his design. His lie about my invitation had only been a rather crude cover-up. All through the rest of the evening, the presence of Conover at the party haunted me so that I was unable to enjoy myself. My first impulse had been to leave. This was followed by the fear that Jay Conover might have been led to believe that I was part of the plan to get something on him. I knew he was too intelligent to have missed Sand's subtle plan. Several times during the evening I caught Jay's eye as he glanced over at me across the room. Finally, as I had felt certain he would, he drifted over to my side. We exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes until the others in the group, of which I was a part, moved away. "A little surprised to find me here, weren't you, Lois?" Jay's question actually was a statement of the case. "Frankly, yes, and I wish I hadn't come," I answered with all of the sincerity I could command. "Don't worry about it, dear. I won't. Fred Sands might be clever and devious, but he hasn't got all he thinks he has." "I hope you're right," I said, and the worry was evident in my tone. "I assure you, Lois, there is nothing to fret about. Now let's just relax and talk about ourselves." Conover's calm acceptance of the situation eased my fears, and my confidence returned. Now his attitude was more personal, and he was another man interested in an attractive young woman. This made more sense to me. It was a relationship I could understand. While I had been overawed by his prominence and abashed by my role in Fred Sands' plot, I was now feeling the old zest of flirtation. A distinguished, important citizen of our own town, a man I had vaguely admired from afar since childhood, was a new challenge to my acquisitive nature. "Where are you staying, Lois?" he asked. It was the first lead in a familiar game. "Fred registered for me. I'll have to find out the room number. Why?" The innocence of my question was clearly feigned, but a rule of the game. "Frankly, I don't believe this party or this hotel is the place for either of us. I was going to suggest that we both leave and meet somewhere else," he replied. "I guess you're right, but where, Mr. Conover?" "The logical place would be home for both of us." His answer nearly stunned me. It wasn't the kind of response I was accustomed to from men of any age. "That would be sensible, but I don't think I can go home now. I told my folks I was going to be away for the weekend, and they would think it was strange if I turned up now. It would be hard to explain, Mr. Conover." Regardless of what was right or sensible or what he thought, I knew home wasn't going to be my destination when I left the party. "First, don't keep calling me Mr. Conover. Under the circumstances of our introduction, it should be proper to call me Jay," he said with a smile. "Second, what would you suggest?" "Isn't there any other place in New York, any hotel where we could both get rooms?" I was very careful to accent the word both. "Well, it won't be easy, but maybe I can manage. Since I come to town frequently, I do know a few people who might arrange something." "How will I know what to do?" I asked. "Why don't you get the key to your room on some pretext or other, then meet me in the Waldorf lobby in an hour. I'll wait until you leave and slip away right afterward. I'll have everything arranged." That was the way it started. It was my introduction to the famed Waldorf Astoria, and as I look back at it, there was a significance beyond my understanding to this step which was to lead to an unbelievably strange career in the big city. Here I found that the austere dignity of Jay Conover was merely the cloak of his background and environment. Underneath, he was a very likable man. It was late Sunday night before I left him. We hadn't stirred from the palatial suite he had engaged. There was a deep thrill in living in such lavish surroundings, with every whim a command, with the superb service and the tempting foods. Jay was staying over until the next day. Before we parted, however, we made our plans for frequent future meetings. He was insistent that we continue our liaison, overriding my weak protests about the dangers. It was evident that he had rapidly become infatuated with me. My own reactions were mixed. I was excited, flattered, and proud of my greatest conquest. Once home, his prominence and my local reputation as a glamour girl made it impossible for us to be seen together publicly. We met in all of the few out-of-the-way places in the area, and in the first passionate stages of our romance, these clandestine meetings seemed safe enough. Then we had a series of close escapes from detection by people who knew either one or both of us, and we decided that we must use greater discretion. We had returned to our rendezvous in New York several times. During one of our visits, we decided that the size of the city was the best defense against anyone discovering our relationship. Since money was no factor, we decided that the safest and best solution to our problem was an apartment in New York. Despite the professed depth of his love, I knew that the protection of his family from any possible scandal was of primary importance to him. He attempted to convince me that it was only of his children that he was thinking, but I sensed that he enjoyed and appreciated the merits and position of his wife as a hostess and a mother. It was more evident to me that he would never leave his wife for me, but my emotions were not so tied up in him that I was sure I would ever want him permanently either. He was the means to an end of which I had dreamed, complete freedom with security. The fact that he was so much older than I made me think of him more as an instrument for my comfort than as a sweetheart. Once decided on a plan, we lost little time in getting started. On one of our trips to New York, we found an intriguing little apartment on 74th Street, which just suited our tastes. For the next few months, this was our meeting place, while I was building the groundwork at home for a permanent move. Parental control had by now become meaningless, and when I was able to convince them that I had secured a good job with a large business firm in New York, they let me go. My clinching argument was that I would be near enough to spend a good deal of my time at home. As a matter of fact, I did just that for several months. Since I was happy with Jay and too new in New York to have made any new friends, I was glad to spend my weekends in my hometown. Since he wasn't free on weekends, I continued to have dates and go on parties with my old crowd. This not only kept me satisfied, but pleased Conover, who felt that this innocent activity kept me from being at loose ends in New York. However, as I learned my way around the big city and began to make new friends, my pattern started to change. Jay could only see me twice or at most 3 times a week, and generally for only a few hours. As a result, I had a great deal of time on my hands. Being a kept woman fascinated rather than disturbed me. At first, I enjoyed playing housewife and loved being mistress of my little domain. It was a red-letter day when I could provide Jay with a meal which I had prepared by myself. His occasional visits, books, the radio, and movies seemed sufficient diversions. We had also developed a system of telephone calls. He called every day at set hours, and his devotion thrilled me. These telephone calls, to which I looked forward so much at first, were later to become an annoyance, and finally a trap. Once I began to meet other young people, I wanted to be able to spend more time with them. Then the few hours which I had to wait for his calls became a problem. My first acquaintance was a girl of my own age who lived in the same apartment house. She worked in the chorus of one of the smaller nightclubs on 57th Street and was at home much of the day. We soon became good friends. She had been in New York for 5 years after having won a beauty contest in Texas. Although she had at first had great dreams about a career as a dramatic actress, she had long since learned and accepted the fact that it took more than good looks, a brave heart, and ambition to reach the heights of show business. Her world was New York after dark, and she knew it thoroughly. Inevitably, I became one of her crowd. We went to parties together, and often when she had dates, she got a man for me. Since she also worked until 2 in the morning, and I was available, we would meet after that. I was able to let her know about Jay's occasional overnight visits, and our early morning schedule kept Jay from suspecting my extracurricular activities. Since we were usually back by daybreak, I was at the apartment when he called and prepared for any change in his plans. As time passed, however, I began to meet men whose hours were more normal than those of the nightclub and Broadway set. These men asked me for dates, and I accepted them eagerly. They were generally attractive and entertaining, and there was no loyalty to Jay in either my heart or my mind. He was merely a source of income at that stage of the game. At first, I had believed that he was generous and thoughtful, but my new mode of life made me feel that I earned what he gave me, and that he was getting a great deal more than his money's worth. The flattery, gifts, and attentions of other men completely turned my head. Being an intelligent man, Jay wasn't too long in detecting the difference in my attitude. After I had failed to answer his calls the first few times, he became suspicious. He charged me with infidelity, and we had several vicious arguments. Time and his flagging infatuation began to undermine our relationship, and the end of our affair was in the making. It was inevitable that he would trip me up. In fact, I was certain that he had become tired of being responsible for me, and only his conscience had kept him from dropping me. His type of man, however, could not walk out without having a solid reason, and he was clearly looking for one. Being young and confident of my own shrewdness, I was not warned when he walked in on me unexpectedly a few times. He hadn't caught me doing anything wrong, and I felt safe. Then early one morning, my world exploded, although I didn't realize it completely at the time. I was angry and humiliated when the climax came, rather than frightened as I should have been. During one of my frequent late parties, I had met a young fellow named Jack Temper, whose good looks and sophisticated charm attracted me to him more than to any of the others I had dated since my arrival in New York. The fact that he was a male lead in one of Broadway's raciest musicals added spice to his pursuit of me. He had been seeing me frequently for some time and had become more and more insistent on an intimate relationship. Since I drank only moderately and kept my wits about me, I had been successful in keeping him at bay. It was generally known that he was the lover of the female lead in the show, a celebrated but infamous star several years his senior. Despite her demands on his time, he was also known to be picking and choosing the more desirable of the playgirls of show business and the society world of that season. Probably the contrast between the ease of his other conquests and my persistent refusals made him try the harder. Although he had been in my apartment on several occasions, he had never gotten beyond the mild necking stage, and I was able to get him out after a reasonable time. Then came a particularly big party. It was a special occasion, celebrating the opening of a new show, and I had let down the barriers. I was gay and carefree. I danced and drank until nearly dawn. Jack took me home, and hazy memory recalls that we went to bed that night as casually as though it had been our habit. My first intimation that something was wrong was the sound of a key turning in the lock. I came awake all at once, and realization of the fact that Jay had the only key to the apartment besides mine flashed through my mind. Jay stood in the doorway with an incredulous look on his normally composed face. Although he had without doubt come in without advance notice in the hope of catching me in a compromising position, the raw evidence of the truth of his suspicions stunned him nonetheless. We were motionless for a long moment, our eyes locked. I could see the color changing in his face until it became a drained, strained gray. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jack leaning on one elbow with a wide-eyed, scared expression. Then suddenly the tension was broken, and a soft, sardonic smile appeared around Jay's mouth. "Goodbye, Lois." His voice was calm and firm as he turned on his heel and left. There was no rancor or malice in his tone. In fact, there was no expression. The sound of the closing of the door was the only punctuation. End of Section 4. Section 5 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 5. That was the last I ever saw of Jay. At the time, my feeling after the first emotional reaction was one of relief. At last I felt I was free. I turned to Jack, who had evidently been debating what his next step would be. Holding his face in my hands, I gave him the kind of a kiss that made up his mind. Neither my young pride nor my young heart had received any wound from the parting with the gracious man whose presence had once awed me and whose loving admiration had so thrilled me. "Who is that old goat?" Jack asked in his insolent way as we relaxed with a drink. "Oh, just the guy who was paying the rent," I answered, matching his smart aleck mood. "Sugar Papa's turned sour, baby. Better trap yourself a new one. Work is only for suckers like me." "Don't worry, honey. Baby will be able to take care of herself." Even then, the extent of my loss had not penetrated. I had plenty of new friends and enough cash to get by for quite a while. In those days, the future was never more than a few days ahead. Although Jay never contacted me again personally, I received an envelope containing $500 a week after his quietly spectacular leave-taking. I knew that it was his farewell message, severing our relationship for all time. At this time, I little realized that breaking this tie meant a turning point for me. None of the danger signals were apparent. I had joined the ranks of ladies on the loose without being consciously aware of it. Subconsciously, however, there was a current of disturbance, a sense of having lost my foundations, of drifting without direction. The money I had saved, added to what Jay had sent me, was enough for me to get along on for a few months without changing my mode of living. My men friends, and by this time the list was quite extensive, took care of most of my meals and casual expenses. My fear-pressured economy salved my conscience on the occasions when I was induced to accept gifts of money. Although some of these men started to make an irregular practice of staying overnight, not all of them felt it necessary to pay for the privilege. My last shreds of self-respect and the fact that I was still playing at romance kept me from asking for money. Despite the free meals, gifts, and gratuities, my funds were plainly shrinking. My dwindling financial reserves made me think more and more about payment for my favors. I had begun to realize that while loving might be free, living was definitely not. During my rounds of the restaurants, night spots, and parties, I made the acquaintance of about as many women as I did men. Naturally, I gravitated toward those who were living much in the same manner as I was. Most of them, however, seemed a little more sophisticated and wise to the ways of men than I. They seemed to be getting along more easily and exuded an air of carefree confidence. Meanwhile, I could feel my own self-assurance slipping. It wasn't too long before I began to realize that my position was a precarious one. It wasn't so easy for a girl, regardless how attractive, who didn't want to work, to get along without a regular patron or a steady source of income. Although I didn't know the significance of it then, I suddenly realized that I had acquired a new friend and confidant. One of the women I had met during my after-dark existence had evidently been watching the steady decline of my fortunes. In a short while, we had become fast friends. Margie Stevens was her name. She was later to become one of the key informers whose story had much to do with the decline and fall of the Lucky Luciano empire. Although I saw her rarely on my nighttime circuit, she began to make a habit of dropping in on me in the early afternoon, just about when I was getting up to face another day. These were my lowest hours. Remorse, despair, and the feeling of futility were generally the undertones of my mood. Margie was sympathetic and friendly, offering me first a shoulder to weep on and holding out hopes for a better day to come. One day, when my spirits were at their lowest, she came in brightly and tried to chatter my mood away. I pointed out to her that my once expensive and extensive wardrobe was becoming shabby and outmoded, that my money was about gone, bills were piling up, and my credit was drying up in the places I had been trading. "Margie, I'm desperate," I said. "I can't go home. I'm not suited to any kind of work. What can I do?" "Things are never as dark as they seem, darling," she said soothingly. "Something will turn up." "The only somethings I can see are a choice between the sidewalks and the river," I replied disconsolately. "What you need is a new boyfriend," Margie said. "I've got 1,000,000 of them. All they're worth is a dime a dozen." "Your trouble is that you aren't selective enough." "Maybe you could pick one for me," I answered tartly. "Maybe I could," Margie said with a small, wise smile. "Are you serious?" There was something about her attitude that made me believe her. My first reaction was one of hope, but underneath it I suddenly felt a small touch of fear. I knew then instinctively that Margie was much smarter than I, but I didn't realize how much. "Yes, darling, I am serious. That is, if you are. I know a wonderful fellow who is looking for a steady girlfriend. He's a real sport and has plenty of money." "That might be so, but why would he want me? He must be able to get all of the women he wants." She had me biting then. The little finger of fear was replaced by the beckoning hand of need and eagerness. "He'll want you all right when he sees you. I know him. He's a little funny, the strong, silent type. You're just the kind of girl he would go for, like a mink." "Well, if he's all you say, I'd like to meet him. He can't hate me for trying, and if he does, what's the difference?" "That's fine, Lois. I may see him tonight. If not, I know I will in the next few days. I'll bring him around. If you like each other, that would be wonderful. If not, I know a few others who I am sure would jump at the chance of taking care of a cute, intelligent kid like you." We talked for a while about my prospects, and she left, promising she would bring her friend with her on her next visit. Once I was alone, my newfound confidence again started to ooze away. The thought of handing myself over to a man I had never seen was a frightening one. Past experiences crowded in on my memory, and I recalled the disdain with which I always treated the thought of a blind date. Now I was committed to a blind date to a degree which seemed beyond normal conception. Margie lost no time, and 2 days later she called to say she was bringing up the man of whom she had spoken. Scared, but grim in my determination to make every effort to be pleasing, I cleaned up the apartment and dressed carefully. Waiting for them to arrive, I sat before my dressing table mirror and scrutinized my features with greater concern than ever before in my life. Whereas I had always looked at my attractive features and shapely body with great pride, I was now studying them as merchandise to be put on display for a customer. Finally, the doorbell aroused me from my reverie. As I waited, my nerve ends seemed to be jumping, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. It was one of the tensest moments I have ever experienced. When I opened the door, Margie and the man with her appeared before me in a blur. I could hardly distinguish one from the other as they marched past me into the apartment. Margie evidently sensed my agitation, for she grasped me by the arms and kissed me. Her fingers dug into my arms fiercely, and the sudden sharp pain restored my composure. She turned me toward my visitor, and I saw a tall, rather thin, darkly handsome man in his early 30s. He was dressed in a quiet but expensively tailored suit, and acknowledged Margie's introduction with rather formal courtesy. There was little or no expression in either his face or his voice, but I got the impression of latent strength in his rather frail-looking body. My first thought was that here was a man not to be trifled with. Margie introduced my caller as Tony Webster. He indicated rather than claimed that he was a salesman. I was to learn later that neither his name nor his business were what he said at first. The neat package under his arm turned out to be whiskey, and I fixed drinks. We sipped our drinks and conversed casually for about a half hour. Although Tony was far from loquacious, it was apparent that we were congenial, and Margie made some small excuse and left. Tony lost no time getting to the point. Margie had hardly closed the door when he stated the case. Margie tells me that you're broke. You're looking for a connection? It was out. He spoke as naturally as though he were asking me where I was born. I was so taken aback that I didn't answer. That's right, he repeated his question. Yes, that's about it. What else could I say? His question had been so direct. There was no room for subtlety or equivocation. His realistic approach and his flat statement of my position had taken the starch out of me. Any thought I might have had about protecting my pride disappeared like a mist before a strong wind. Despite my deflation, I was forced into an admiration of this blunt, forceful personality. Do you need any money? Again, the straight, realistic approach. A tiny remnant of my self-respect made me hesitate. It was evident that he took this delay in replying as an admission, and he took a folded packet of bills from his pocket. Peeling off several bills, he placed them on the mantel, weighting them down with a piece of bric-a-brac. That was the last time he ever mentioned money to me. From that time on, there was always a generous amount of money under the little vase on my mantel. With this casual bit of acting, he partially relieved my tenseness. Then he picked up our empty glasses, and with an air of proprietorship, he walked into the kitchenette and made fresh drinks. We had made a deal, and he had moved in on me. There was a certain charm about him at this first stage of the game. He made the new arrangement comfortable and even a little romantic. As for me, I was so relieved at having someone to take responsibility from me that actually I was deeply grateful. My romance with Tony went on without incident for several months. It appeared to me that Margie had done me a magnificent favor. For a short while after I had taken up with Tony, she continued to call. Then suddenly I saw no more of her. When her absence continued, I mentioned it to Tony. Abruptly, he told me that he didn't want her around and that he had let her know that he wanted her to keep away. My first reaction was one of shock. Then I realized that I had nothing to say about Margie or, in fact, anyone else. My life was not my own. I was complete chattel. No longer did I go on dates, nor did I flirt with other men. My entire life was scheduled in accordance with Tony's whims, most of them unspoken. I didn't leave the apartment unless I was with him. Even the food we ate and the liquor we drank was ordered over the phone. Subconsciously, I knew that was the way he wanted it. I also knew subconsciously that I was afraid to do things any other way. There were no spoken orders or even inferred threats, but I was clearly aware of a new set of rules of conduct. There were also new friends, Tony's, not mine. There were new places and new parties. In fact, a new world had opened up for me. Before long, I learned that this, my new world, was the Underworld. It wasn't hard to realize what this new orbit was. The men were well-groomed, intelligent, and soft-spoken. The women were lovely-looking, chic, and silent. I soon learned, however, that the circle of which I had become a part was made up of a great many important people whose names were news. There were political leaders, stars of show business, and the recognized heads of the crime syndicates in the underworld. Tony took me everywhere with him, and we were on the go at least 4 or 5 nights a week. There was never any planning about it that I knew of, but I always had to be prepared to go out at any time of the day or night. Sometimes he would apparently be sitting idly around the apartment and suddenly announce that we had a date. Other times he would call me, even in the middle of the night, and tell me to meet him somewhere. Full realization of the magnitude of Tony's operations came to me one night when he brought me to the Waldorf Astoria, where a few intimates had gathered to talk business with Lucky Luciano. I had never before seen such luxurious quarters or such lavish service. Besides Lucky and Tony, there was Jimmy Fredericks, Dave Botello, and Ralph Liguri. These were the men who were later to become known as the biggest fish ever netted by the authorities in New York. While the men gathered in a corner of the sitting room to discuss business, 2 other girls and myself sat in the farthest end of the room, sipping drinks and chatting idly. I was tremendously impressed and overawed by the surroundings and the sinister importance of the men, and paid scant attention to the other girls. Luciano, in particular, fascinated me. I was at the same time attracted and revolted by him. Still a young man, his heavy-lidded eyes dominated his swarthy fox-like face, and his wavy jet-black hair added to the impression of dark, malevolent power. From the attitude of the other men, it was evident that he was the leader and the indisputable boss. Snatches of their conversation, which at various times grew rather heated, made it apparent that they were discussing problems relating to district control of the houses throughout the city. Lucky was evidently furious about some of the bookers holding out profits and the fact that some of the operators and their girls were refusing to participate in the bonding services offered by the ring. Finally, the debate between them stopped, and Lucky started to outline his plans and give orders. I didn't comprehend the roles that were to be played by any of the others, but I heard enough to understand that Liguri was in charge of meting out punishment to those who failed to acquiesce to the orders sent down from Lucky. Then suddenly the meeting was over. Lucky came over and, acting the gracious host, ordered a final drink for his guests. In 20 minutes we were on our way. Lucky stayed behind, but the rest of us adjourned to an expensive nightclub where we ate and drank until closing. That was the way it went for months. On rare occasions I would be allowed to accompany Tony when he met one or the other of his business associates. Most of the time our evenings were taken up with our rounds of the nightlife area. Although we never saw her by plan, occasionally we did run into my old friend Margie. I little realized at the time her significance in the picture of my life and future. We exchanged warm greetings, and I was actually grateful to her for having saved me from what had appeared to be a tragic plight. Time showed how wrong I was. End of Section 5. Section 6 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Suddenly, one evening, Tony showed that his interest was even more practical than it was romantic. There was something unusual in the air, a sort of tension. "Well, Lois, I guess it's time for you to go to work. I've made arrangements for you to start with Molly Lennart. You begin on Monday." His calm announcement of the change in my status was so shocking that I was speechless. First, a tremendous revulsion, then a dark anger filled me. "You're not talking like that to me, Tony, you disgusting rat. Do you think you can hand me over like any old bag? I won't go to Molly Lennart's or anywhere else, and you can get the hell out of here and stay out," I was screaming at the top of my voice. "Shut up," he said. His voice was so low I could hardly hear it. Rising from his chair, he stepped slowly toward me. Suddenly, his open hand slashed back and forth across my face. Before I could move or utter a protest, he proceeded with grim determination to give me a vicious beating. Finally, as I lay in a sobbing heap at his feet, he kicked my pain-racked body until I nearly lost consciousness. Then he sat back in his chair and watched me as I slowly pulled myself together. Not knowing what to do, I crouched a few feet away from him, fearing to get to my feet. Through fear-glazed eyes, I watched him as he calmly cleaned his fingernails with a long, ugly-looking switchblade which he had drawn from his pocket. "If you ever dare to refuse orders again, I'll mark you up so your mother wouldn't know you," he said in a flat monotone. "Now get yourself cleaned up. I'm going out. I'll leave Molly's address and a list of things you should bring on the table. You be there at 5 o'clock Monday afternoon." After he had left, I removed my torn dress and soaked my aching body in the tub for what seemed like hours. There were 3 days in which to prepare for a new and horrible way of life. Suicide, the police, and home flashed through my mind as ways out. My heart told me I would never take my own life. I was afraid to go to the police, and I knew I could not go home. All that night, mental anguish tore at me relentlessly. There was more pain and torture in my agonized rebellion against fate than in the beating Tony had given me. Daylight flooded the apartment before I fell into bed to sleep away my exhaustion. Dusk was veiling the bedroom when the jangling telephone woke me up. Weak and frightened, I hesitated while the phone rang several times before I lifted it to my ear. "This is Tony. Meet me at Daly's at 10 o'clock. His name and his voice struck me like a double blow. My spirit was gone, and the thought of refusing him didn't even enter my mind. After hastily assuring him that I would be there, I lay back on the bed completely drained of vitality. Now I fully realized how far out of my depth I had drifted. Slowly, I pulled myself together and started to prepare to meet Tony. His voice and manner had been so casual, so completely indifferent to my reactions to his conduct of the night before, that I felt lost. I moved like an automaton, entirely without willpower or personal desire. At 9:45, I was at Daly's. The head waiter ushered Tony and I to the table that had been reserved, and we ordered a drink. For the next half hour, still dazed by the explosive incidents of the past 24 hours, I sat and twirled my glass in a sort of vacuum of thought. All emotion had been drained from me. Tony began to point out the various figures in the room: political bigwigs, racketeers, playboys, and show people. He knew who was sleeping with whom and how much it cost them. He knew their family trees and their bank balances. When I questioned him about his intimate knowledge, he smiled wisely. "It's my business to know." That was all he said, but there was a deep meaning clearly discernible behind the simple statement. At 4 a.m. we left the club, and Tony came home with me as easily and naturally as though nothing had happened. It was noon the next day before we got up. I prepared breakfast, and we sat around the apartment with the newspapers as though it was just another day. In the back of my mind was the realization that the next day was scheduled for my debut as one of Molly Leonard's girls. Tony took me to dinner that night and stayed with me again. In his conversation, I could detect an undercurrent of feeling which he had always concealed. In it, there was an indication that he had enjoyed our relationship. By indirection, he was explaining that he was just another man, no different, no worse than many, and perhaps better than most. Before he left, he expressed the hope that we would remain friends, and that he would see me occasionally. At the same time, he voiced a final warning. Despite our friendship, he indicated that punishment for violation of syndicate rules was mandatory, and if necessary, he would even mete it out himself. When Tony was gone and I found myself alone, with only a few hours left before I was to report to Molly Leonard's, I was surprised at my calm. I packed the few things on my list and dressed with care. A few minutes before 5, I stood on the doorstep at the address Tony had given me. I looked about me and saw the shabby exterior of an old brownstone mansion just a short distance off Riverside Drive. The imposing relic of past glory and dignity had once been a setting for gracious living. Now it was a faded facade, concealing a link in the sex racket chain of the syndicate, part of a multi-million-dollar trade. A quick wave of panic passed through me as I rang the bell. However, in the few moments before the door opened, my fear was gone, and I was ready. A neatly dressed colored girl let me in, and I stood in the hallway between 2 sitting rooms. "Miss Molly is waiting for you in the back room," the girl said. It was plain that she had been told to expect me. Docilely, I followed the girl down the hallway, along the staircase wall. She opened a door and stood aside while I walked into another sitting room, smaller than the others. It was tastefully furnished, with a divan and easy chairs, and filled bookshelves built into mahogany-paneled walls. It had evidently once been the library of a lovely home. For a moment I was only seeing the room. I sensed rather than saw the woman sitting behind the knee-hole desk before the long window. Her quick, pleasant voice snapped me to attention. "You are Lois?" Her question was a courteous greeting. "Yes, Miss Leonard," I replied automatically. There was something about her, a poised dignity that called for respect. "You can call me Molly. Everybody does." She smiled, and suddenly I was at ease. While she asked me routine questions about myself, none of them too inquisitive, but all of them penetrating, I took the opportunity of studying her. Although my preconceived ideas had not crystallized, I had expected a rather crude, even dowdy old frumpet with a coarse, obscene manner and an overbearing arrogance. Instead, here before me was an alert young businesswoman. At first, I was attracted by her well-modulated voice and apparent intelligence. Then, as my eyes became accustomed to the light, I could see that Molly Leonard was also an extremely beautiful woman. In her mid-30s, she had a slim but well-developed figure. She was beautifully groomed, and as I studied her face, I could see the porcelain-like texture of her complexion, the regular features, and the raven black hair slicked around a well-shaped skull. She made me think of patent leather. Everything about her shone. Her skin, her hair, her eyes, and her lovely white teeth. I later learned that she had been, in fact, one of New York's most promising young career women. In her 20s, she had risen high in a tremendous business concern. But ambition and greed had made her a party to an attempted $1-million swindle. She and her confederates had been caught attempting to leave the country with most of their loot converted into cash. Her beauty and her youth had earned her a shorter term than the others, but she had been imprisoned for 2 years. Her refusal to turn state's evidence had brought her to the attention of the syndicate. When she was released from prison, they had taken her in and given her supervision over one of their top houses. Bitterness and the fact that money was still her god made her an ideal manager for this lucrative traffic. Naturally, I knew nothing of this background when she first interviewed me. I realized, however, that here was a personality with intellect and power far above the average. I sensed, too, that she could have made a success out of most anything she did, and that her presence in that environment must have been a result of some misstep. "Lois, you are lucky in one way," she said. "You are starting at the top of this business, if there is a top. This is the finest establishment in New York." "I know that. Tony told me." "That's a mistake, Lois. We never mention names. Just remember that." There was a sudden hardness in her voice that was frightening. She, too, I realized, would be adamant about the rules of the syndicate. "I'm sorry. I'll remember." I was already scared. "Now, as I said, this is the best place in the city. There are other good ones and some bad ones that go down as far as you can think. By your conduct and the amount of money you earn for us, and incidentally for yourself, will be determined where you fit in the scale." "I'll do my best," I promised. I had visions of the sordid places described in the stories I had heard and in books I had read. "If you keep your head, you should do well. You're young, lovely-looking, and desirable. We get high rates, and you should be able to stay in this bracket for a long while." We then started to talk about the financial arrangements to be followed. Molly informed me that my fees would range from $50 to $100. She also told me that her girls were available for special parties and dates, and that these had a set rate of $100, and in most cases would bring the girl as much as another $100 as a tip. "Now I'll show you your room," she said. "Bring your bag." I followed her up the stairs, and she led me into a really beautifully decorated bedroom with a connecting bath. I hung my negligee and extra dresses in the closet while she continued to instruct me. "This will be your room while you are here. It will be remade immediately each time it is used. You will continue to live at your apartment," she explained. "What are the hours?" I asked. "You will be here at 7:30 every night except Wednesday, your night off, and be in the big front room to receive company by 9. Since some of our customers want to be discreet, you may be called into one of the other parlors to meet them. Now you'd better go out and get dinner." "All right," I said. "I'll be back by 7:30. After having my dinner at a nearby restaurant, I returned to the house and my room. Despite a determined effort to retain my poise, I found myself pacing the floor. The large, attractive room began to get on my nerves. I seemed to be becoming afflicted with a sort of claustrophobia. The connotations of the room with its intimate furnishings and the tantalizing uncertainty regarding the men, their types, their appearances, and their demands were gnawing at my nerves. Finally, I could stand it no longer. I carefully applied my makeup, and after a few dabs of perfume, I put on my finest negligee and went trembling down the stairs. It still lacked 20 minutes of 9 o'clock. As I turned into the big room, I realized with a terrific emotional impact that I was framed in the doorway on display for critical eyes of the occupants of the room. Two of the other girls, evidently preferring the spacious front room to their bed chambers, were already sitting together on a long, low divan at the far end. They looked me over appraisingly for a moment. One of them smiled. "You're the new girl. Come over and join the crowd," she said pleasantly. "I'm Joan, and this is Gretchen." "My name is Lois," I said diffidently. They were so much at ease that my timidity started to leave me. After the introductions, the girls renewed their conversation about clothes, Broadway gossip, and their personal fortunes. It was easy to join them. They really graced the well-appointed room. They were not only lovely to look at, but they appeared to be intelligent and well-rooted in life. I could see what Molly Leonard meant when she described hers as the finest establishment of its sort in New York. These girls, and the three who were yet to arrive, proved to be the type who could easily have dominated a group in competition with other young women in any social strata. During the next hour, I was able to study the other girls with great care. There were 5 in addition to me. When we were all assembled, it was evident that much thought had been given to recruiting the girls for Molly Leonard's place. Individually, each was a beautiful young woman by any standard. Collectively, they made a startling and alluring study in contrasts. As I looked them over, it was impossible for me to decide which was the most attractive. It occurred to me that a man would have an even greater difficulty. I mused about the intangible elements of beauty and personality that made each different from the other. I wondered, too, what would be the provocative and seductive factor which would make one man choose Gretchen Lewis and another pick Joan Fabor. Despite what Molly Leonard had said about not competing with the others, just the display of our wares was competition. The other 3 girls, Marie Bourget, Jill Ravel, and Dee Gordon, were as glamorous as Gretchen and Joan. I was to learn that though the girls were generally circumspect about their contrasting types of beauty, they were not so casual about the relative amounts of their income. Money was first, they were second, and the men were third, if the last counted at all. This I found to be the general rule wherever I worked. Shortly after 9 o'clock, 3 men came in together. They were evidently friends out on the town for the night and not strangers to the place. They sat around for a while and chatted while they looked us over. I judged them to be in their early 40s. It became apparent from their conversation that 2 of them were lawyers and the other a business friend. They were well-tailored and groomed and evidently in rather high income brackets. Finally, one of them nodded to Gretchen. She rose languidly and, putting her arm through his, led him from the room. Then suddenly the next one, a well-set-up, rather good-looking fellow, with dark hair, graying at the temples and laughing blue eyes, rose and walked over to my chair. He placed his hand on the back of my head, and as I looked up at him, he smiled a really charming smile. "Are you busy, baby?" he asked teasingly. "No, I just don't happen to be engaged," I said. "Then what are we waiting for?" He punctuated his words by practically lifting me out of the chair. Then we were on the threshold of my room. Involuntarily, I drew back and he entered before, looking back with a puzzled expression. I pulled myself together and stepped in, pulling the door closed behind me. My hesitation had evidently slowed down the tempo of his desire. He was evidently an extremely sensitive person, for he evidently realized that there was something different in my attitude from the normal. "Something bothering you, kid?" he said kindly. This is my first time in a place like this," I answered frankly. I had not intended to say anything like that, but it escaped before I thought. "Don't worry, kid. I'm not a roughneck. Just another man attracted to a lovely bit of femininity." I was suddenly filled with a deep sense of gratitude. Impulsively, I threw my arms around him and pressed myself to him. He held me tightly, and his hands started a tremor running through my body. When he left, I sat at my dressing table, musing for several minutes, when the realization of my position came to me. Frightened that Molly would come after me if I lingered too long, I rushed and got myself ready for a return to the company room. When I got back, there were 2 men sitting with the girls. 3 of them were missing, including Gretchen, so I knew that at least 2 customers had arrived. After several minutes, the men selected Dee and Jill and went off with them. Nearly an hour passed before another man came into the room. I had been deluding myself in the belief that my first client was going to be typical of my following. The new visitor was clearly of a different order. A big, burly man, expensively dressed, he was evidently an old customer. He greeted us with aggressive arrogance, and it was evident that he knew most of the girls. It was also apparent, to me at least, that he wasn't one of their favorites. Not that they gave any overt indications of it, but one could sense the differences in the atmosphere. They all smiled and chatted with him in light tones, but they were not smiling with their eyes. From the moment of his entry into the room, I could feel a hope building within me that he would choose one of the others. Even the thought of the money didn't seem important enough to me. The others, I realized, weren't reacting in the same way. Their greater experience and harder attitude made the fee the important thing. Despite my revulsion, fate seemed determined that I was to quickly learn that this was a business and not a continuing party. Our lone customer seemed determined to get all he could out of his monopoly of 6 girls. He made the rounds, oogling and patting his submissive victims, accompanying his slow tour with the running commentary of their charms and a patter of suggestive, salacious wisecracks. His desire, whetted by this byplay, he finally turned to me and asked, or rather ordered, me to come with him. His attitude was one of conferring a great favor. Bracing myself with the knowledge that his only favor was the high price he was paying for his fun, I went along. True to my expectation, he was pawing me before we were halfway up the stairs. I was determined that this one would be given the fastest treatment possible. Something about his thick, moist-looking lips and the beady shine in his eyes made him appear more animal than man. With the door closed, he was worse than ever. His hairy, gross body and thick-fingered hands filled me with distaste. This reaction was the one thing that helped through the ordeal. It was a relief to see him strut out of my room and life. Even his final pat, which he evidently thought was more a bonus to me than himself, failed to disturb me. When I finally returned to the big room, I sat beside Dee. "He's a disgusting louse," she commented. She had evidently had her experiences with him, and my indoctrination had broken the ice. I was now accepted as a comrade. "I hope we don't get many like that," I said. "Not here," she replied, "but some of the other joints are pretty foul. Even some of the ones where the money is good get a bunch of heels. I suppose you know that." "No, Dee, frankly, I don't. This is my first house." "Well, all I can say is that you're lucky, but why in hell did you come in at all?" How could I answer Dee? How could she possibly understand the long chain of events that had finally brought me to Molly's? Tell her about my bungled-up childhood, the ignorance and neglect of my parents, about Parrish? I decided on the simplest answer of all. I was broke. What else could I do? I didn't know anything I could make this kind of money at legitimately. Then a couple of my friends got me in here, I said. Fine friends, there are plenty of those friends around, hunting for good-looking kids to give this kind of a break to. Particularly, I realized that she was bitter for my sake rather than her own. During the rest of that first week, the pattern of my induction night was generally followed. It was a hazy parade of male animals, all seeking the same thing, varying only in appearance and psychological purpose. Their own passions, the frigidity of their wives, inferiority complexes, drunken desire, or the hope of recapturing the virility of youth all made the patches of the crazy quilt of a housegirl's boudoir. During these early days, I worked as an automaton. Then my natural good spirits began to reassert themselves. As the youngest of the girls, I was a friend to all of them, although I knew that there were some jealousies and differences between them. Then, looking about me a little more cynically and critically, I discovered that there were even fewer differences in these women than there were in the men who came to see them. Superficially, we contrasted with one another. Underneath, we were all pretty much alike. We were mentally and spiritually cold and calculating, with a brittle hardness. In our physical emotions, we were all basically abnormal. End of Section 6. Section 7 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. As time went on, I was booked into one place after another. My good looks and provocative figure made me popular in most of the houses in which I worked, and I was one of the leading money earners on the circuit. I knew I was being rotated among the better establishments, but I learned a great deal about the cheaper places and some of the rougher phases of the business. Since the span of my entire experience was brief, when the lid blew off, I was still one of the younger girls. That saved me from going down the scale to the slum and dockside dives. Naturally gregarious and with the ability to like most people, I found that a great many of them reciprocated. Although, as a rule, the girls kept aloof from one another, either for self-protection or because none of them wanted permanent ties in the business, I had a few good friends among them. No matter how successful or gay they appeared to be, I learned that everyone cherished deep down the hope that someday she would find herself free and happy. Some of them operated carefully in the hope that they would sometime, somehow, find the man who could ensure their futures. All of these hopes and plans were carefully guarded secrets. Always over their heads hung the rules of the syndicate, with the tortures of vengeance or death as the penalties for infractions. One of the most intriguing girls I met was a vivacious little pixie who called herself Sue Iverson. I later learned her right name and a great deal about her as our friendship grew. She came from a large Midwestern town where her family was one of the oldest and most prominent in the highest social circles. Her family tree was so venerable and respected that its influence extended to the most sacrosanct circles of Eastern society. In her case, however, the rub was financial. Her father, a gentleman of the old school, had little aptitude for business and too much confidence in his poor judgment. As a result, the considerable fortune built by past generations, to which he had fallen heir, had slowly gone down the drain of the optimism which cloaked an allergy for gigantic but unprofitable schemes. Sue, an ambitious and irrepressible hoyden, had finally received parental consent to study art. She evidently had the talent, but her natural impatience would not be curbed by the perseverance and hard work demanded for its development. Her first fling at art had been in an atelier in Paris. Her fond father had financed a year abroad, but his dwindling fortune and her spendthrift habits had made it necessary for her to return. Instead of going home, she had stopped in New York with a severely diminished allowance. We frequently got together during our free hours, and she told me her story with all of the fire and fanfare of her dramatic personality. "That Paris business is what did it," she said one afternoon. "What a town. I guess I met every lecher that ever reached the left bank." "Gee, Sue, with all of your background, your education, and your wonderful connections, I still can't see what you are doing in this racket," I said. She was really an impressive little thing. Her enormous eyes and soft, generous mouth, with its small, even white teeth, dominated and gave animation to her small, heart-shaped face. Her eyes snapped and her teeth gleamed as she chattered eloquently and excitedly on the broadest range of subjects I had ever heard discussed. She had a keen and inquisitive mind and a tremendous interest in life. In a phrase, she was fascinating. Sure, my genealogy is historic and my attainments considerable, but I was and am hungry, not for food, but for the finer things in life. I want a big home, riding horses, cars, jewels, and money to spend. Loads of money, she said. I want to live in the manner to which I would like to be accustomed. "Well, you'll never get that kind of money working for Lucky Luciano," I replied a little tartly. "That I know, but there is more to it than that. You can't travel in the caviar belt on a peanut income either. After all, the clothes I buy in my apartment cost a pretty penny, but they are a part of the necessary equipment for my gamble with the future," Sue said soberly. "I'll have to bring you along sometime and show you what I mean." "I wouldn't fit in with your friends, Sue," I said. "Oh, you'd fit all right. Most of them are bigger mugs than we are underneath, but they're snobs, too. My big advantage is what is laughingly called my social background, which I don't have. Oh, they'd look you up before they got serious about you, but they would be looking for a roll in the hay first with either of us. It would be fun to take you along anyhow." Although I didn't take her seriously at the time, Sue was evidently in earnest. A few days after our conversation, she woke me just before noon. "Lois, get some clothes on and meet at 21 at 1 o'clock, she said. "A couple of my kissing cousins from St. Louis have come to town and they are going to buy us lunch." "Hadn't you better see them alone?" I said. I was a little frightened at the prospect. It was the first time since I had started to work for the syndicate that I had faced the idea of having a normal date. I was suddenly afraid that the brand of business was already stamped on me. "Don't be a goon. You'll slay them. They aren't accustomed to chic babes like you. You'll be a star." "All right, I'll be there." I was filled with a sudden excitement. The idea of lunch with escorts I could look on as men and not just customers seemed like a thrilling experiment with life. "Okay, darling, see you at 1. It was 20 minutes after 1 when I arrived at the restaurant. I had delayed purposely in fear that I might be the first one there and have to wait alone. Sue and the 2 men were already at a table when I got there. Just seeing her made me feel as though I had been rescued from some horrible dream. The men stood up, and Sue airily made the introductions. She had evidently known them all her life as distant family connections. I was both amused and disturbed by the mocking manner with which she treated them. Although still young men, there was such an air of culture and distinction about Frank Herder and Ward Ferris that I was deeply impressed. They both had gone to college in the East, and New York was an old familiar playground. That they had considerable wealth and social prestige was evident. My respect for them was heightened by the fact that their family names were fairly regularly in the social columns, which I had been reading with interest since my friendship with Sue. However, they weren't stuffy. They were clever at repartee, and with Sue made a gay luncheon of it. Finally, they broke down my reserve, and all 3 started to direct their flippancies at me. Sue was feeling mischievous and made me the target for truisms that would have amused the men had they known the basis for her quips. "Look at her," she said at one point. "Doesn't she look like a socially underprivileged innocent? Actually, she's queer. She only goes to bed with men." The men howled, and I obligingly blushed. Not that I had to try. "Sue's just jealous," I finally stammered in joking defense. It was the first real fun I had had in many months. Beneath all of my laughter and banter, however, there was a deep feeling of regret and protest. My subconscious kept asking why I couldn't live this way all of the time instead of just in stolen moments. The men were evidently impressed with me. Sue was an old story, and it was plain that they were tremendously fond of her. All through the luncheon, they kept pressing us to stay with them and really do the town. "Why should we waste our evening on boys when we were already all set with men?" Sue teased. Throughout the luncheon, she had repeatedly hurled these truths across the table. "Well, couldn't you teach us what the men do?" one of them asked. Despite the fact that he didn't sense the meaning behind Sue's remarks, I could see that this one was getting ideas. Our racy conversation had evidently been too provocative for him to feel that we were only fooling. "If you haven't learned by now, you'd better wait until you can bring a diploma, or at least testimonials," Sue said. "And besides, naughty talk is nice, but naughty thoughts are nasty." With that, Sue pulled them up short. Then the conversation turned to planning for another date. I was tremendously flattered when they insisted that I must come along. It appeared that they were visiting friends in Connecticut and were going to arrange a weekend invitation for us. Sue, to my horror, promised them faithfully that we would be available if there was a good house party planned. I was about to protest when she gave me a sharp kick in the ankle. The men wanted to take us home, but we insisted on leaving alone. As we parted, they promised to contact Sue as soon as plans were completed for the party. "Sue, whatever made you promise we would see them for a weekend?" I asked when we finally reached the seclusion of a taxi. I was frightened. "Don't worry your pretty head about it, baby. Let Mama take care of things." "But you know we can't get away for a weekend. That's the busiest time. It's against the rules." There was an edge of hysteria in my growing panic. "Now be quiet," she was getting angry. "I usually know what I'm doing. I know the ropes a little better than you do. When I want to do anything, I manage, and I'll manage for you, too. I've arranged this kind of leave before." "Are you sure?" I asked. "Of course I'm sure. Don't ever forget I'm just a little different sort of chick than the rest. I made sure of a few rules of my own before I ever walked into this racket. When I want anything, I don't ask permission of my underlings. I just call the man." That ended it. Sue wouldn't explain her influence, but she assured me again that I had nothing to worry about. It wasn't too long before I learned that she wasn't deluding either herself or me. Merva Matthews, who ran the house in which I was then working, came into my room one evening. The cold, set expression on her face indicated that she was not pleased about something. "You're going to be off next Friday until Monday," she said in a flat voice. It was evident that she was seething underneath. "Why, what's up?" I asked innocently. "You should know. I don't. All I know is that is what I was told. I also know that you're not sending anyone to fill in for you. That could lose me some money." With that, she turned and left the room. She was clearly certain that I knew what it was all about and that there was money in it which she was not sharing. The mystery was cleared up the next day. Sue called to tell me that we were invited to a house party in Greenwich, Connecticut. When I told her what had happened the night before, she just laughed. "The hell with that old bag," was her only comment. Early Friday afternoon, Sue came to my apartment. She looked over my wardrobe carefully and finally selected the clothes I was to bring along. Then she took me shopping and filled in a few items which she felt I was lacking. Although she was so self-assured about it all, I was as excited as though I was shopping for a trousseau. Then we were on the train heading out of New York. While Sue sat calmly reading a magazine, my mind seethed with imaginative expectancies. I recalled that one of my old boyfriends had once called me Cinderella. That was just the way I felt. It wouldn't have surprised me if the train turned suddenly into a pumpkin. "Gee, Sue, I'm nervous," I said at one point. "Don't be silly. It's just a couple of days in the country." At that moment, I probably envied Sue's poise and confidence more than anything else in the world. It was only a short trip. In about an hour, we were pulling in at the Greenwich station. It was my first trip in a parlor car, and I felt really luxurious at the attentions of the porter. I wondered for a moment how he would have acted had he known more about us. Frank and Ward were on the platform to greet us. With them was another couple, fellow house guests. Sue knew them, too. They were all dressed in sports clothes, and the men explained that they had spent the afternoon playing tennis. We all piled into a station wagon and took a 20-minute ride through the countryside before we reached a pair of imposing stone gateposts. We then rode for about a quarter of a mile on what appeared to be a private road before we sighted the house as we rounded the bend. It was the largest home I had ever seen. It was an English manor house which looked large enough to be a hotel. The only thing that could compare with it in my memory was a movie set. A curving drive swept around beautifully cared-for terraced lawns, and off to the side I could see a vast expanse of formal gardens. 2 liveried men servants came to the car and took our luggage. As we entered the lofty hall, Sue was greeted by several people who came out of nearby rooms. Most of them had drinks in their hands and were evidently well started on a gay weekend. Out of the welter of the crowd came a tall, tense-looking woman, thin almost to the point of emaciation. She was introduced to me as my hostess. She put her arms around Sue and held her parchment-like cheek out for a courtesy kiss. I judged her to be in her late 40s, but she looked as though her nerves had been tight as piano wires for a long time. Finally, a maid was summoned, and we were taken to our rooms. Sue and I shared a lovely little sitting room flanked by 2 bedrooms. The contrast of this beautifully decorated, spacious suite and my cramped little apartment in New York was staggering. There was a fireplace in the sitting room, and large windows at one end opened onto a balcony overlooking the rolling hills and woodlands of the estate. Each bedroom had its private bath. Only the presence of the maid kept me from flitting about the place like an excited child at a toy show. Sue asked the maid to bring a bottle of bourbon, and in a few minutes she was back with a tray with all the fixings. While the maid unpacked for us, Sue poured a pair of stiff drinks. Never before had I felt I needed one so badly. We chatted aimlessly until the girl left. "Now don't forget, you're just one of my old friends, visiting with me in New York," Sue admonished. "Your father is a consultant engineer, and you've lived everywhere. Don't get pinned down." "Yes, but suppose someone starts to ask specific questions, then what?" I asked. "Oh, just be vague. It'll make you mysterious. They don't really care at this point anyway. They're all too damned interested in themselves." "Well, if I get stuck, I'll call on you," I said. "You'll have a fine time trying to keep up with me this weekend, my chickadee. These are my nights to howl." After 2 drinks, Sue decided we had better get ready to join the rest of the guests. We had our baths, and since we had been asked to dress for dinner, we put on evening gowns. As we met in the sitting room, I looked at Sue. She was breathtaking. Her bouffant dress was a graceful full sweep from waist to floor. The top, however, was little more than a pair of spear-headed cups, barely covering her thrusting breasts. It was daring and lovely. My own gown was revealing, but I had used a bar pin to close the gap between my breasts. "We're pretty sharp in our working clothes, honey," Sue said, as she pirouetted in the center of the room. We walked slowly down the stairs, surveying the milling groups as we descended. By this time I realized that this was a gay assemblage, motivated by the same instincts as those in New York nightlife circles. The only appreciable difference were the clothes and the Harvard and Vassar accents. There were other little things, like being accustomed to money, social standing, and lineage, but these elements were accepted rather than discernible. These were the thoughts that ran through my mind as I drew closer to the crowd. I had already made my mental adjustments and faced the challenging situation without fears. These were just men and women, and there was no reason why I couldn't fit into their design for living, or loving for that matter. As we were poised for a moment on the landing, a wolf whistle caused most of the group to to turn toward us. "That's the signal, darling. Let's gird our loins and have at them," Sue whispered to me. She waved gaily and, taking me by the arm, swayed her hips provocatively down the remaining steps. One of the boys commandeered a tray from a passing maid and dashed up to offer us drinks. "Liquid gifts for the goddesses," he cried with mocking deference. Most of the crowd was already in a mellow mood, or I am certain a few of the other women in the place would have been willing to murder us. Sue had that indefinable, intangible something that made her the spark plug and center of attention at a party. I was holding my own, happily along for the ride. Everyone was in a holiday mood. There were about 12 house guests and about 20 more in for cocktails. Finally, the latter group drifted away, either for home or other parties, and dinner was announced. It was the most formal meal I had ever had, but the others were evidently accustomed to that kind of service. A butler and 3 waitresses served the dinner, which included appropriate wines for the various courses. I sat about halfway down the table, and Sue was on the other side, nearly opposite me. My dinner partner was Ward Ferris, one of the fellows I had met in New York. He was clearly conducting a campaign which he hoped might culminate pleasantly for him before the weekend was over. He was a type with which I was more familiar than he knew. I was resolved that I would either duck him or dampen his ardor. On the other side of me sat the hostess's son of her first marriage. It was evident that he wasn't too happy in the company of the young woman he had drawn to escort to dinner. He was what was known as a good catch, and the girl was using every type of bait she had. Young Botswich's name was familiar to me. One of the younger set which made its New York headquarters in the expensive cafes in the city, he was one of the more attractive young men in his crowd and had plenty of money. Between public relations men and columnists, Ferd Bothwich's assets, activities, and associates were given considerable publicity. The girl who was making the play for him was deeply impressed. From her conversation, snatches of which came across to me, I gathered that her father was one of the top tycoons and that she was not a bad catch herself. Bothwich was having none of it, however. As a result, I was able to divide my attentions between Ferris and him. Mischievously and with feline femininity, I decided to give the girl a bit of a run for her money. Without being obvious, I turned on the charm for her target. Before the meal was over, I knew I had him biting. The girl was no fool. She realized what I was doing before he did. I returned her angry glances with a look of sweet innocence which I knew didn't deceive her for a moment. With the dinner over, the guests drifted about, breaking up into small conversational groups. Most of them joined our hosts in a room where tables had been set up for bridge. Ferris was still hot on my trail, and I could figuratively feel his hot breath on my neck. I maneuvered him into joining a group of which Sue was the center. Young Bothwich was also there with his eager girlfriend. Both she and I knew he had been watching me covertly across the room. "Let's all drive over to Cobb's Mill in Westport and dance," one of the girls suggested. After several alternate plans had been discussed and discarded, they all agreed to go. "Lois will ride with me," Ferris made sure to stake out his claim. "Why don't you and Betty ride with us, Ferd?" I looked up at Bothwich with a small provocative smile. "That's great. Then I won't have to drive." He was quick with his response. His girlfriend could have cheerfully carved me to bits with the dull nail file. But that is the way it was. They rode with us. It served my purpose twofold. First, it kept me from being alone with Ferris, and second, it fit into my rivalry with Betty. In this game, I had the edge on her. Feminine competition was the major factor of my daily life. I was a professional. She was only an amateur. By the time we arrived at the inn, the battle lines were drawn. Ferd and I had an unspoken reciprocal agreement for later. Ferris felt himself slipping, and Betty had given up to anger. Both of them had decided to get even by getting drunk. I was dancing with one of the other men when Ferd stopped me with a plea for help. Betty's passed out. I've got her out in the car. Will you come out and see if there's anything we can do?" I excused myself and followed him outside. She was stretched out in the back seat, breathing noisily through her open mouth. I got into the car with her and moved her into a comfortable position as Ferd stood by with superficial concern. "She's all right, just a little too tight. The robe will keep her from getting a chill." "That's fine," he said with feigned relief. He knew I had done nothing he couldn't have done himself. "Okay, let's go back." I was playing the game of being casual and innocent. "It's such a wonderful night. Let's stay out in the fresh air for a while." He was naively beginning his pitch. "No, they'll be missing us." "Oh, not if we only stay a few minutes. Let's go around and look at the waterfall." "Just for a few minutes," I warned. I permitted him to lead me around the rambling building. We had hardly reached the shadows when I felt his hand tighten on my elbow. He put on the pressure and turned me around until I was held closely in his arms. After token resistance, I pressed myself to him. "That's enough. For now." He started to persist, getting just a little rough, not enough to forfeit his claim to being a gentleman, but enough to be troublesome. "Ferd, please, not now, not here." That was it, the pathetic, frightened appeal to his chivalry. I kissed him again, a quick, warm contact, and I broke out of his arms. Then I took his hand and led him back into the inn. As we rejoined the group at the table, Sue winked wisely, and Ferris glared. It was 1:00 in the morning when the orchestra played its farewell signature, and the glasses were cleared from the table. As we started to leave, it was evident that Ferris was too drunk to drive. In fact, he was even too drunk to protest when Ferd helped him into the back seat alongside of the sleeping Betty. Ferd drove us back to Greenwich with one arm cozily hugging my waist as an anchor for his exploring hand. We pulled up behind the house simultaneously with two of the other cars. During the slight scramble made necessary by Betty's state, I gave each of the boys a quick good-night peck on the cheek and dashed up to my room. I poured myself a long drink and sat down in an easy chair to wait for Sue. It was 4:30 by the clock on the mantel when a noise at the door startled me out of a deep sleep. The sound, a rattle of the doorknob, was repeated, and I could hear hushed voices arguing in the hallway. Then Sue popped in and tried to slam the door against a persistent boyfriend whom I couldn't identify. They stood there as he pleaded for admission, and she remained adamant in her refusal. "But you can't come in, Rod. Lois will hear us," she whispered. Over her shoulder she threw me a quick grin. "No, I promise I'll be very quiet," he said. "I can't take a chance. What would she think? Please don't be a cad." She was having a wonderful time. She gave a final push and managed to slam the door. "Here I am, darling, saved again from a fate worse than anything. The burning Boy Scout has been extinguished." "And what's with you?" she asked. "Oh, I don't play with bad boys like you do. I was home free before, too. If I had known you were going to make a night of it, I'd have been in bed long ago." "Well, since your story will apparently be dull, and you saw mine, we'd just better rest up for the next episode. Good night, my child." With that, she started for her bedroom door, pulling her dress up over her head. I answered her good night and went into my own room, half asleep before I had undressed. Bright sunlight was prying at my eyes as Sue, with both hands on my outstretched arm, was tugging me out of bed. I was halfway to the floor when she let go, standing over me in her negligee. "Come on, woman, the day's a-wasting. Get your bath. The lackeys have already delivered breakfast." There were 2 cups of coffee on the bedside stand. She handed me one, and taking the other, she sat back in the chaise lounge. "Is this breakfast?" I asked with mock concern. "What a sordid place." "Oh no, this is just the eye-opener. There's enough to feed a longshoremen's union out in the other room." After we finished our coffee, I took a quick splash in the tub and joined Sue at the breakfast table in the sitting room. She was in rare form. We laughed hilariously all through the meal, and she recounted her experiences of the night before. Her description of the hot pursuit of her date and her act of outraged innocence was one of the funniest monologues I had ever heard. All the while, through the open windows, we could hear the noises of activity among the other guests. They were all evidently more accustomed to early rising than we were. From the sounds, we knew that while one group was splashing around in the pool, another was involved in an impromptu tennis tournament. By the occasional clink of bottles and glasses, it was evident that there was a third activity among the less physical guests. We put on sport clothes and spent the rest of the day as spectators with the first two groups and participants in the steady drinking program. The last was the general tone of the entire party. That evening we all went to a dance at the country club, which was pretty much a repetition of the night before. It was Sunday noon before we got out of bed. There were only a few hours left before we had to be back at work, so we packed and went about the business of farewells. It had been, for me, a wonderful experience. Sue apparently took it in her stride. She had developed a system which had permitted her to carry on this double life for some time. Her disdainful confidence was so great that I decided that I could safely follow her lead. We parted at the railroad station in New York, where we checked our bags. I went directly to Merva Matthews' place. Sue was delighted with the way I had conducted myself and declared that I had made a splendid impression. She promised that we would get together again soon. End of Section 7. Section 8 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. My friendly association with Sue went on for nearly a year. During that time, I really enjoyed our periodic excursions into the upper strata of Eastern social life. This wasn't the cafe society, more widely known through the gossip columns. It was the truly top bracket of society. Sue was no small-time operator. She was shooting for the stars or nothing. It was true that some of the younger members of the circle had dropped down to the supper club level. However, their fields of amorous activity were pretty generally in the showgirl and glamour girl groups. As these fellows grew older, they settled into their ancestral ruts. For this reason, there was little chance of encountering them in my professional life. Several of the men I met really had me interested. A few of them also made it evident that I intrigued them far more than mildly. Despite the temptations of this flattering reaction, I was held back by the sure knowledge that I couldn't get away with it. There were two inescapable pitfalls. First, I was known to too many members of the Luciano syndicate and the shoddy characters on its fringes. Second, these men were not the type to buy a pig in a poke. They would not be satisfied until they knew my background. They would find out about me either through blackmailers or by investigation. The best I could ever get would be a little stolen happiness and a questionable financial settlement. Nevertheless, it was a wonderful educational experience. No one had ever made a contribution to my happiness as had Sue. Then, suddenly, it all ended. I was still in bed, facing a night off and wondering what to do about it, when Sue called. She was clearly excited and insisted that I meet her for lunch immediately. When I joined her at the table in one of New York's smartest eating places, she wore a mischievous air of mystery. Despite my impatient demand that she tell me what it was about, she refused to divulge her secret until we had had a drink. When the cocktails were placed before us and the waiter had moved out of earshot, she raised her glass and held it up until I had raised mine. "A toast to the bride," she said. Despite her attempt to be blasé, there was pure joy behind the twinkle in her eyes. "What? Who?" I was flabbergasted. Her remark had taken me unawares, and I was still mystified. "What? A wedding? Who? Me?" "No," I gasped. I could feel my eyes popping as I stared at her, not believing what I knew to be true. "Yes. Now, for heaven's sake, are you going to drink a toast to me or not?" We had both been sitting as though paralyzed, with our drinks held aloft. "I think I'm going to faint," I said softly. The impact of her revelation had hit me like a blow in the solar plexus. "Don't faint. Drink your drink. Sue said sharply, but there was a kind of understanding in her voice. Slowly, I reached across the table until our glass rims touched. For the next several minutes, we sat silently and sipped our drinks. My mind was in a turmoil as I contemplated the tremendous bridge Sue had gapped and grasped the significant personal victory she had achieved. I had known of her determination, but had never really believed it possible of accomplishment. It was Sue who finally broke the silence. While I had been gazing off in the distance, her eyes had been fixed on my face, evidently watching and enjoying the varying emotions as they chased one another across my expressive features. "Well, darling, no questions?" she asked. "I've got 1,000. Who, where, when, and so forth. Are you going to tell me, or is it a secret?" "You're damned right it's a secret, the biggest secret you ever heard. If I thought you might ever spill a word of it, I'd cut your tongue out right now with a piece of dull glass." Her intense look of fierce determination made me believe she could do just what she said. "Shall I cross my heart, or will you talk before I do pass out with curiosity?" "It's a funny thing, Lois, but he's a fellow I have known all of my life. We have seen each other 1,000 times. Then suddenly, last month, girl looked at boy, boy looked at girl, and as they say in the storybooks, they fell in love." "Sue, that's wonderful," I said with deep sincerity. "It's not only wonderful, it's fabulous. After all, darling, the master plan never considered love. All I wanted was money, position, and the expensive way of life." "That is marvelous, Sue. Now when and where does all of this happen?" "Well, he lives in Boston now, sort of a liaison man between God, the Cabots, the Lodges, and the Lowells. I have an aunt up there who is going to throw the party. My folks are coming east, but they can't afford to pick up the check, and she's loaded." "Well, won't that be dangerous, Sue? Doesn't it mean pictures in the papers and all of that?" "Sure it does, darling, but when the real name, the new hairdo, and the demure look peep out of the New York Times society pages, our present associates will never make the connection." "You'll knock them in the aisles, kid," I said wistfully. "You can bet your boots I'll be in there pitching to make those Back Bay matrons turn green with envy." "I'd love to see you playing the brave, innocent bride," I said with a chuckle. Inside of me was the terrible wish that she would ask me to come. "I really wish you could be there to see the show, darling, but this has to be the end. I made up my mind that today was the time for the clean and final break," she said with typical directness. "I understand," I said, feeling the tears well up behind my eyes. Her escape was a stunning illustration of my serious predicament as a chattel of Lucky Luciano. This is a dangerous game. I wouldn't ever want to feel that if I was caught in a mess, you might be implicated too. It's hard, but I have to be tough about it. I know you agree with me. We can never be seen together again, but I'll never forget you. Maybe we can see each other when I come back to New York to shop or visit, although I can assure you it won't be often. This last statement of hers, I knew, was just for the moment. She would never come back, and I would never again see her pretty gammon face or enjoy her sparkling personality. She had leaped safely back across the fence, too wide and too high for me. Somehow we got through lunch. I was stunned, lost, and frightened. She was enraptured with her future, her trousseau, her wedding gown, her honeymoon, and all the other marvelous items in the agenda of the wealthy, glamorous bride. "Time is up, dear. I have to rush." She was trying to be casual, but I knew at that moment she also was sad over our parting. Ours had been a sincere friendship. "Goodbye, Sue. Good luck." "Goodbye, Lois." She stood up and grasped my hands in hers. She leaned over and kissed my cheek. "I'll pray for you." With that statement, so startling from her, she turned and walked rapidly away. I sat and watched her as she threaded her way through the tables and out the door. It was as though her exit had slammed an important door in my face. During the next few months, I was an avid reader of the New York Times and the Herald Tribune's social pages. Periodically, I saw Sue's name in stories of social activity and her impending wedding. I arranged to be off on her wedding day and contemplated a trip to Boston so that I could see her married. Instead, I stayed in my apartment and got quietly, thoroughly drunk. My hangover was big enough the next day to crowd out all other thoughts or feelings. I guess I cried a little while getting tight, and the combination of tears and whiskey washed out my loneliness for a friend whom I would never see again. Now that Sue was gone, I became restive. No longer was I able to stand the lonely existence of an outcast, restricted to the few friends who cared or dared to share their free hours with professional associates. It was a dangerous game, but with boredom closing in, I made dates for my time off with a few of the men who visited me. My vanity led me to believe that they were interested in more than my body. Fortunately, I didn't make any mistakes. There are always a few men visiting the houses who realize that the women are human, with individual attractions of mind and personality, in addition to their physical attributes. These dates brought me into a new field, the Café Society circuit. Some of these men became friends of mine upon whom I was able to depend in times of need. In most cases, they were unattached men who were satisfied to have my company as an attractive companion who could compete with the glamour girls on the nightlife scene. My clothes and my manners were better than most. Neither men nor cocktails were my masters, and I was no responsibility. They were men, I discovered, who had tried marriage unsuccessfully and felt well out of it, or who were a little frightened of wedlock as a prospect. In me, they found a woman who was willing to help them fill their lonely hours, who wasn't scheming to trap them into marriage. None of this group was demanding, but I found it psychologically compensating to permit one who particularly pleased me to spend the night occasionally. There was a special thrill in being able to truly give oneself, to choose rather than be chosen, to forget for a while that there was a fee for such things. It was at this point in my career that Linda Treat began to play her role. Tall, lissom, and lovely, she seemed to glide along effortlessly, making a beautiful picture in motion. Her long blonde page boy hairdo, her narrow, rounded hips and general body line, all swayed with fluid grace as she cocked her head and flashed a warm smile at her partner. Linda looked in her molded gown, for all the world like an adoring bride headed for a romantic twosome with her man. Hers was a convincing act, giving the client a real run for his money. No man with a normal ego could help feeling that he had made a bit of a conquest along with his purchase. We knew, however, what she thought of these men. All of them were to Linda just the media through which she herself bought what passed for happiness. More than any of the others, she was completely dominated by her true love. Aside from her extensive wardrobe, every cent she made went into the pockets of her boyfriend, Jimmy Robbins. Linda's money paid not only for his expenses and gave him a lavish spending allowance, but it also paid his rent. He refused to share her apartment with her. I myself had heard him tell her that it might endanger his reputation and his career. He was a chorus boy who had once had a small walk-on part in a hit show on Broadway. He was a handsome ne'er-do-well with colossal conceit and no talent or intelligence. On Linda's income, Jimmy was able to cut quite a swath in the Café Society. Occasionally, he managed to get his name in the gossip columns, usually because of some association with a celebrity or group. These little items fed the ego covering his inferiority complex. Linda knew that he entertained other women in the apartment she had furnished and paid for, but her infatuation for Jimmy made her helpless to do anything about it. An occasional kind word, her night-off date, and the perfunctory acts of love which he permitted were her repayment. Selfish, brutal, and unfaithful, Jimmy Robbins was her man. Someone to love, to cherish, and to dream about. That was her compensation, as it was for so many of the other girls. Some of the girls had other reasons for remaining in the business. It always surprised me to learn how many of them were married and lived with husbands and families in their off hours. How anyone could feel anything but abhorrence for such husbands, I never could understand. In the upper strata of the Luciano syndicate ranks, all of the girls had to be more than normally attractive, as well as sensual. They were the high-priced merchandise of this market. As in all professions, the top-ranking members also had to have better than ordinary intelligence. The vast majority of the women in the lesser places were ignorant victims of their own weaknesses. Failures, misfits, and pawns of misfortune in the small towns and cities from which they came, they settled into the same levels in the biggest city in the world. In the expensive houses, however, many of the girls came from fine homes and had some education. A small percentage of them were college graduates, and there were even a few who were still in college. Like Sue, some of these girls had planned for a future. They hoped that the money they were earning, this easiest way, was going to purchase a springboard for a better life. Reflecting on their ambitions, I knew that tragically few could ever escape as Sue had. Where one had elevated herself, thousands descended lower into the pit. For in our type of life, the balance was always weighted toward deterioration. Our conversations in between customers revealed not only the truths about our various backgrounds, but also the visions of our dream worlds. Many were just drifting as I was, but there were always some whose only tie to life was hope. None of them seemed to realize how important this past they were living would be in the future they were trying to contrive. Again, however, behind all of their thoughts and aspirations was the dread realization of their plight. As in my case, nearly every one of them had originally been trapped in the network of procurers which covered the city. Once caught in these tentacles, there was no easy way to escape. The rules of the organization were rigid, and its menacing punishments always present. This terrible, fearsome grip that the syndicate had upon its girls made Sue's freedom all the more unusual. With her gone, the bottom seemed to drop out of my personal world. Once again, I worked and waited through the days like an automaton. Naturally warm and gregarious, I became lonely at this period, virtually to the point of morbidity. End of Section 8. Section 9 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. It was then that Diane Sprague and I started our friendship. She was beautiful, cultured, and just the sort of woman I needed to lift me out of my despondency. Our friendship seemed to click immediately. We had never met before, since she had been moved through the chain from Chicago as the result of some kind of trouble of which I was unaware at that time. Diane had been in New York only a few weeks when we were both assigned to one of the swank apartments off Riverside Drive. We were introduced, and I thought little about her at first. She was just another lovely-looking girl in a circuit where beauty was so essential that it was actually ordinary. During one of the lulls on our third night in the place, Diane came over to sit beside me. We had spoken casually several times, and I felt she was trying to be friendly. We chatted for nearly an hour, and I found her charming and witty. "Something seems to be troubling you, darling," she said. "I thought I'd try to cheer you up." "I'm glad you did, Diane. I do feel kind of low." I was really touched by her interest. "What's wrong? Is there anything I can do?" "Oh, nothing really. I guess I'm just lonely. My closest friend is gone, and there doesn't seem to be anything to do outside of working in these damned places." As I spoke, I was surprised at myself. It hadn't been my practice to confide in any of the girls. "If that's the trouble, maybe I can help," she said kindly. She put her arm around me and squeezed my shoulder. At that moment, a couple of guests came into the room. I had the feeling she had intended to say something else, but it disappeared in the business of the night. On the next night, Diane again joined me during our intermissions. She was so quick and interesting that I was already becoming attracted to her. We exchanged phone numbers and made an appointment for lunch the next day. During a lengthy, relaxing meal, we became fast friends. Our association grew closer as the weeks passed. We were soon spending every free moment together. Her apparent devotion to me and mine to her were so apparent that we began discussing the possibility of getting an apartment together. Both of us were aware of the fact that there were handicaps and dangers in such an arrangement, but we were willing to chance them. One thing I decided was that it would have to be a new address, since neither of us dared to keep one of our apartments jointly, and since our addresses were known to too many people. During the next month, we really had a wonderful time. We spent all of our free time looking at furniture and hunting for a suitable apartment. We wanted something really special, and were determined that it would have all of the decorative beauty we could afford to get ourselves indebted for. After 3 weeks in the house, we were separated by our next assignments. From time to time, we were booked in the same places, but it was a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, Diane was becoming known as one of the most popular girls in the business. Although I did quite well, she was doing much better. She knew how to get large tips. Also, because of the demand for her company, the syndicate decided to get higher rates for her services. By this time, we had started to buy our furniture. Diane insisted on getting expensive things that seemed out of my range, and I protested. "Diane, I think we've got to go easy on this stuff. We're not millionaires, and furnishing an apartment the way you want to is going to cost a lot more than I can afford," I said, one day after she had chosen some particularly expensive material for drapes. "Don't worry, honey, we'll have enough. I'm making plenty for both of us," she said reassuringly. "But I want to pay my share," I replied. "Anything I have is yours, darling, so why worry?" "I won't have it that way," I said with some heat. "Okay, sweetie, we'll have it your way. We can keep a record of all we spend, and you can pay me back." We argued the point for several moments, and I weakened. After all, I was terribly intrigued at the thought of being surrounded by so many lovely things. With that decision out of the way, I joined her in the enthusiasm of an extravagant spending spree. Somehow, although she was only a few years older than I, she seemed nearly maternal in the way she tried to please me. Diane had a peculiar type of attraction for the men who came to see her. She gave such a strong, nearly formidable appearance of beautiful, icy chastity that I thought men should have been chilled. Instead, her very coldness seemed to light the fires of passionate impatience. From time to time, men, hoping for some kind of personal salvation, believed themselves to be in love with one or the other of the girls they met in houses. Most of us at one time or another had had proposals of marriage, in addition to less binding propositions. These courtships rarely, if ever, culminated in anything. Some of the girls played the men for as much as they could, as long as they could. Others turned the men down as quickly as possible without causing any trouble. In Diane's case, it was different. She seemed to cut more deeply. Before she had been in New York 6 months, several men were wooing her. A few of these pursued her and attempted to purchase a monopoly on her time, literally acting as though they were obsessed by their infatuation. The climax came one night when 3 of them arrived at the house at the same time. This explosive situation resulted in such a terrific brawl that Diane was withdrawn from the reception room in the houses to which she was assigned for the next several weeks. During this period, all of her dates were prearranged. Meanwhile, our friendship grew stronger. Finally, we were finished with our shopping for furnishings for our apartment. Diane had bribed several of the apartment building superintendents and offered a bonus to the renting agents. As she had predicted, this produced results, and we had our choice of several lovely apartments. We finally settled on a studio apartment high above the East River. It had a tremendous living room with a working fireplace at one end and a huge picture window at the other. At my insistence, we had chosen a layout with 2 bedrooms, although Diane had argued for 1. There was also a tiny dining room and a wonderfully equipped kitchenette. We continued to live at our respective apartments while the place was being furnished and decorated, and we reveled in this luxury, which soon would become our home environment. My own secret desires and hopes became all wrapped up in the place. On the one hand, I looked upon it as a sanctuary from my professional way of life. Secondly, it became symbolic of a doorway to respectability. Maybe, I thought, with such a place, we could entertain and start some productive friendships on a platonic basis. This could be our shelter for a private life. Then one day, the place was ready for occupancy. First, we went to Diane's and packed the belongings she was going to take with her. Then we did the same at my apartment. We had already sold most of the larger items, keeping only a few treasured possessions. I had few of these, but Diane truly loved beauty, and she had a great many expensive pieces of china, silver, and bric-a-brac. As the cab driver and the elevator man started down the hallway with my luggage and packages, I stood with my hand on the knob, preparing to shut the door for the last time. Suddenly, a cold breeze seemed to sweep over me, and I felt a deep, chilling sense of foreboding. Once again, I stood on the threshold of a new adventure. By the time we reached our new quarters, I was again filled with enthusiasm over our partnership. When our bags had been placed in our rooms and our packages piled in a corner, I walked about the place enraptured. It was so lovely, I felt as though I was going to cry. This was home. As I roamed feverishly through the apartment, Diane sat and watched with an expression of fond amusement on her face. As I stood before the window looking out across the river, she stood up and walked to my side. We stood shoulder to shoulder, looking out into space, and then turned slowly to face each other. Diane put her hands to my face and kissed me with a sudden fierce warmth. In my happiness, I responded, feeling closer to her than I had ever been to my mother. She was much the taller, and I was suddenly weary, and rested my head on her bosom. Stroking my head and uttering soft endearments, she comforted and assured me until my nervous tension was gone. Then she led me to one of the soft, low love seats. As I sat back and rested my head with eyes closed, I could hear her rattling bottles, glasses, and ice trays in the kitchenette. After a few minutes, she was back with a tray. As I relaxed, she filled the cocktail shaker and stood stirring her mixture. She handed me a martini and held her own aloft. "Here's to life, love, and women. To hell with the men," she said with a low laugh. "I guess I'll have to drink to the men then," I said, matching her good humor. "No," her voice was suddenly sharp. "This is to you, to me, to us. This is our private, personal world." "Fine, I'll drink to that," I said. There had been a trace of bitter challenge in her voice, and I was eager to have this first toast in our apartment, free of any rancor. We drank our cocktails and had another as we sat and talked happily about how wonderful our new arrangement was going to be. This would be our refuge from the world, from the syndicate, and from the lechers who wanted a heart and soul bonus with the bodies they bought. We had scheduled our moving to coincide with our mutual free night. As we sat and chatted, the day was drawing to a close, and we were enchanted by the brilliantly streaked twilight sky, which seemed to hang like a painter's masterpiece in the frame of our studio window. The sheer splendor of this scene was breathtaking. The realization that, in a sense, this wonderful view was part of our new home gave added stimulus to our appreciation of this gift of nature. We sat quietly for a long time, watching while the blue night shadows dimmed and then blotted out the fiery spectacle until the room was dark. Diane rose and lighted the table lamps. "Wasn't that wonderful, darling? And it's ours. Now you should be hungry." "Hungry? I'm starved." I suddenly realized that neither of us had eaten anything since a light breakfast at 10 o'clock, practically crack of dawn for both of us. "Me too," said Diane. "I'm so famished I could eat the hind leg off a bronze horse." "Now that we decided we're hungry, where do we eat?" "Right here, of course. Our first night, we're not going to any ptomaine blue plate joint." "But we haven't anything in the place," I said. "Don't worry your pretty head, sweetie. Just leave everything to Diane. Now you just run along and dress. Don't forget, tonight we're having a formal dinner. Wear your very nicest gown." "Okay, if you say so. I'll knock your eye out." With that, we both went to our rooms. I was still putting the finishing touches on my makeup when the doorbell chimed. I heard Diane answer the door and then a clatter of activity in the kitchen. Drawn by curiosity, I hurried into the living room. Diane was standing near the fireplace at a small table with a tray and glasses before her. I had hardly noticed her smug little smile when I was attracted to the dining room, where a beautifully arranged table was already set with lighted candles, as a neatly uniformed Negro maid busied herself with final preparations. Delighted, I turned to Diane and received another surprise, this one rather a shock. I had followed her urging and dressed in my most attractive décolleté gown, and I was startled when I saw hers. At first it looked like a severe riding habit. Then it dawned on me that this must be a carefully designed and tailored version of formal dinner attire. Her blonde hair was slicked back, molded to her skull with a side part, and her skirt was a tight ankle-length sheath, looking nearly like trousers. Then I noticed the ice bucket and champagne. Diane lifted the bottle out of its nest and using a napkin carefully worked out the cork, giggling delightedly at the final pop. She poured the wine and held out my glass, which I accepted automatically. She turned then and faced the mirror over the fireplace and raised her own glass, toasting our reflections. "Did you ever see a finer-looking couple?" she asked, with humorous pride, flashing her stunning smile. "Best-looking couple in the room," I said, with a deep skirt-spreading curtsy. There was something disturbing about Diane's costume and attitude, but I was determined not to mar the festive air she was attempting to lend our first night in the apartment. She refilled our glasses several times, and her good humor and witty repartee finally drove the odd reaction from my mind. By this time, the girl came in to announce that dinner was served. I was in a slightly tipsy and very gay mood. Diane revealed that she had planned the dinner days before as a celebration and surprise for me. It had been carefully ordered from a nearby catering restaurant, and she had worked out a split-second schedule so that I would not be forewarned. It was a wonderful meal. Every little detail had been provided for, including wines and all of the dishes that Diane had learned were my favorites. All through the meal, she kept up a steady flow of conversation. She was really a fascinating person, and under the charm of her vibrant personality, I relaxed and enjoyed myself thoroughly. Never had I had a more charming dinner companion. Looking across the table at her in the warm, friendly candlelight, I had the feeling of being protected and courted. It was as though Diane was really a gracious and attentive host, a man deeply interested in a woman. For a fleeting moment, this thought made me uncomfortable, but I shrugged away the idea and happily exchanged good-natured banter with her. The dinner over, we returned to the living room. Diane drew chairs up before the picture window and set 2 brandy snifters and a bottle on the low table at her side. We sipped the cognac, relaxing comfortably with the low tinkle of dishes coming from the kitchenette. The girl came into the room and announced that she was finished. Diane left for a moment to pay her and let her out. On the way back, she stopped and picked up a bottle of scotch and a bucket of ice, replacing the brandy. Then she went about the room, switching off the lights. A bright moon drifted lazily in the sky, shining through tiny wisps of clouds as they passed, and sending a bright path of yellow light through the window into the room. It was all bright and comfortable and beautiful as we sat looking out at the vast star-flecked sky. There we sat, Diane voluble, drinking one scotch after the other. The wonderful meal, the champagne, and the various liqueurs seeped slowly and luxuriously through me, leaving in their wake a happy and peaceful feeling of contentment and lassitude. Diane talked on and on. I scarcely was aware of what she was saying, nor did I actually care. This was really peace, quiet and solitude. It was as though the down cushions were tied to the yellow swath of light, pulling me out onto the Milky Way. All of the heavenly comforts were mine. Meanwhile, Diane's voice and presence nibbled at my subconscious. Her arm was about my shoulder, and I sensed rather than felt her dangling hand caress me. The beauty of the setting and the slow insistence of her presence carried me subtly along on sybaritic wings. Words and motion crept through until they aroused alertness. I began to hear the words and cull out the meanings. Diane leaned over from her chair. "Now, my darling, we're really together, and you will never have to worry again," Diane whispered. All of the things she had been saying suddenly gained meaning, and my growing unease heightened to a strong foreboding and fear. "Oh, I'm sure we'll get along," I said, trying to appear composed. The realization of my predicament was growing. "It'll be more than getting along, darling. It will be wonderful." Both of her arms were around me now, and I knew she was going to try to kiss me. Using all of the quick pressure I could command without violence, I twisted out of her embrace. Squaring my shoulders, I made our positions uncomfortable, and she sat up. "Now, baby, don't be frightened," she said softly, evidently trying not to break the chain of her persuasion. "I'm not frightened. I'm just tired and warm," I replied, allowing her to retain her hold on my hand. I knew she was at a pitch where sudden frustration would turn to anger. Although my resistance had not been overly forceful, it was apparent. Diane evidently decided to start anew on another tactic. She poured fresh drinks, and although she continued to sit close to me, she made no fresh advances. Once again, she began to talk. "Please don't misunderstand me, Lois. Everything I am doing and have done is for you. This is a new page in our lives. Never again will you have to be pawed by men who have a few dollars to spend." "Oh, they're not so bad, Diane. I like men, most of them at least," I answered, trying to sound amused and light about the whole thing. "You're just too young to know. They're rotten, every one of them. They take all they can and give nothing. They offer lust instead of love." "You know that isn't true," I said with a trace of annoyance. "I've had a few men who were in love with me." "They haven't loved you. They have just lusted after you," she replied sharply. Then her voice altered again. "Listen to me, darling. In the matter of love, women are the perfect instruments. Only women know how to love and, in fact, how to be loved." "Well, I can't believe that." "You just don't know, but you will, and when you do, you will realize how true it is," she continued. "You could never love one man. No man in his occasional passion could ever keep you happy. Don't forget there are some pretty good men around." Again, I tried to treat the situation humorously. "Yes, but none of them are good enough. Particularly none of them are good enough for you. Man is only the animal brute, needed to reproduce himself. Only woman knows how to love, and only a union between two women can be the perfection of love." Now it was out. Sophisticated as I believed myself to be, I had been too naive to recognize the true motivation behind Diane's long campaign of friendship. My mind raced frantically as I sought for a solution to my problem. Somehow I had to get away from this explosive situation. I was so concerned with my thoughts that I scarcely noticed that Diane had moved away from me. Then I looked up and saw her standing in the brilliant path of the moonlit night before the window. Her jacket had been discarded, and she was fumbling with her long skirt. As I watched her, she turned slowly until her back was to the light. Despite the shadow, I could see the shine of her eyes, now focused feverishly on me. Although she stood still a few feet away from me, it seemed she was drawing closer. "Lois, darling, I have waited so long. I can't wait any longer. There will be no more men. I couldn't stand it, and I won't." I sat as though frozen to the chair as she stepped toward me and reached down for my hands. Helpless before her hypnotic will as well as her physical strength, I allowed myself to be drawn to my feet. "Darling." Her pleading voice was hoarse with emotion as she reached for me. I retreated, but her hands came up fast and fastened themselves onto my dress. I stepped toward her to relax the tension of her grip, but she wouldn't be denied. Grabbing her wrists, I tried to tear her hands loose. My physical defense was all that was required to crack her self-restraint. There was no more pretense, and she clutched the top of my dress in her fists and ripped it savagely in two. The tearing cloth and my sobbing breath blended into nerve-scraping sounds of protest. Shock changed my fear to rage, and I fought back like a cornered animal. One hand grabbed her blonde hair for leverage as I clawed at her face with the other. My nails bit into her soft flesh, and she recoiled for an instant. She returned to the attack, and I fought back furiously. But finally I was cornered, and as she closed in, her hands reaching before her, her hand hit the edge of the table. There was no thought process except fear, but the vase was in my hand as I stepped forward quickly and brought it down across the side of her head. She staggered but didn't fall, and I struck again. This time she went to her knees, but I was still cornered. She fell against me, but I had the upper hand, and I beat her viciously with the vase until she was still. Then I staggered to my feet, drained of both energy and emotion. I felt as though I was going to be sick as I looked down at her lying in the path of moonlight on the floor. She didn't move, and her magnificent body was in full relief against the dark rug as though she was sleeping peacefully. All at once came the certainty that she was dead. Still, I felt no emotion. There was no horror, no compassion, only the feeling of release from fear and the quick demand for escape from this scene of terror and unwholesomeness. Darting around the room, I scooped up the tattered pieces of my clothes. The implications of my plight struck me. The word was murder. Wadding my nylons, I moved carefully, nearly stealthily about the place, wiping every object upon which I might have left a fingerprint. Finally satisfied that I had destroyed any evidences of my presence, I dressed hurriedly, packed my belongings, and prepared to leave. It occurred to me that Diane had planned all of this so carefully that no one was aware of our relationship. The comparatively few merchants and salespeople who had seen us together could hardly remember me. Diane was so spectacular, no companion of hers could make a lasting impression. My bags packed, I put on my heaviest veil and a pair of gloves and prepared to leave. Plans whirled around one another in my mind. My first thought of flight had me headed for the railroad station. Then I realized I had too little money. It also occurred to me that my disappearance might somehow lead to suspicion. The syndicate would not take my absence lightly, and the police might somehow learn of it. I decided to take a hotel room until I could make new plans. As I crossed the living room toward the door, I looked over at Diane. It seemed to me that she was stirring, and I turned and watched her. She was alive and regaining consciousness. Relief flooded through me as I leaned weakly against the door, still watching her. Then her eyes opened and she stared wildly about for an instant until she saw me. She writhed slowly to her knees and then to her feet. Please, Lois, don't leave me. I'll do anything." She started weaving toward me. I wrenched the door open and went down the hallway as fast as I could with my bags. As I waited for the elevator, I kept my eyes fastened on our doorway. It remained closed as the car came to our floor and I entered the elevator. The night elevator man hadn't seen me before, and I kept behind him. The day man had been fascinated by Diane, and I felt sure he would never remember me. As these thoughts were going through my mind, it occurred to me that Diane was alive, and I was safe and free. I laughed aloud, and the elevator man looked around and stared at me with such an odd, puzzled expression that I laughed again. He apparently felt there must be some joke, so he chuckled to be friendly, and probably also in hope of influencing a tip. There was no one else in the foyer, so I asked him to carry my bags out to the street. The doorman was just helping someone out of a cab. I hopped in, and the elevator man stacked my bags on the floor beside me. I gave him $5, feeling it should have been $50. 30 minutes later, I was comfortably registered at the Lexington. As I soaked luxuriously in the tub of steaming water, I reflected on the wild night just over. It had been a horrible experience, and I had been lucky to come out unscathed, yet one which I think back on now as being typical of the sordid episodes a woman must face when she slipped as far as I had from a normal woman's life. My disappointment after the departure of Sue and my terrible experience with Diane made me resolve never again to get friendly with a woman. I was completely a man's woman, even in this profession. This mood, I am sure, was inspired by a realization of the narrow escape I had had on my last night with Diane. When I thought of the many horrible things that might have happened had I really killed her, the strength of the syndicate and the secrecy of the houses made me feel safe. I was living a day at a time, not thinking of tomorrow. Part of my complacency was due to the fact that my experiences were in the lush and expensive places. Our clients were drawn from the wealthiest businessmen and playboys in the city, supplemented by equally wealthy and influential citizens who visited them from other parts of the country. Many of the men who were my personal dates were familiar with me before I met them. They were the men whose names made news. There were stars of show business, cafe society figures, and important political leaders. It was because of the nature of the clientele we served that there was a special decorum in the better establishments. These men demanded careful treatment and attention, for it was in a large measure through their influence that the places were allowed to remain open. All of us knew that some of the money which flowed to us from some of our customers was the same money we had previously earned and given up as tribute to the syndicate. The overlords of the business also were required to share a percentage of their profits to keep certain corrupt segments of officialdom happy. Despite their common masculine failings, many of these men were really attractive and intelligent. They had to be brighter than the average to have reached their position of wealth and influence. With their success came more than average vanity. They demanded beauty, charm, and subservience. They required flattery and affection, even though they realized that it was only simulated. However, they were willing to pay generously for what they got. Although the girls in the better houses were also far above the average, in and outside the business, in both looks and brains, we had many types among us. Most of the girls, according to their own personalities, took their situations in their stride. There were always a certain percentage who were filled with a deep bitterness. Needless to say, members of this latter group were able to conceal this feeling behind masks of conviviality and the other sensuous lures of the profession. Only a deep psychiatric study could reveal the underlying causes which made these girls so innately vindictive. One I knew had been the victim of her own father's lust at the age of 12. Another had been held captive and attacked by a gang of teenage hoodlums while still in high school. The only fault of a third was to have been born the daughter of a man whose entire confidence and determination had been wrapped up in the expectation of a son. There were other reasons, of course, but they were deep-seated and seemingly permanent scars. The causes were variable, some minor, others major. The effects, however, were in many cases devastating and fantastic. The reactions of some of these man-hating women were hardly believable. Less plausible always appears to be the fact that such women, whose hatred of men was the dominating influence of their mental processes, could ever become parties to commercial relations between the sexes. End of Section 9. Section 10 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 10. Diane hated men, as most lesbians did. She was, however, of a different mold than these bitter enemies of men. This latter group were not, in fact, attracted to women. They were, for the most part, women who would have lived and loved normally had not some sordid, tragic experience warped their minds and embittered their spirits. Phyllis Lavender was one of these. While at work, she was one of the most sedate and gracious-appearing girls in the business. In her off hours, she was a hellion. Tall, buxom, and platinum blonde, Phyllis more than held her own even against the most attractive girls on the circuit. She was a good income earner, and because of this, her extracurricular exploits were repeatedly overlooked. With her own money, Phyllis was as reckless as she was with her physical resources. Her only personal extravagances were her clothes and beauty treatments to hold back the ravages of her excesses. Phyllis's story was more or less common stock among the girls. She had fallen deeply and passionately in love at an early age and had been given a raw deal by her boyfriend. She was the intense type and had so completely subjugated herself to her infatuation that her spirit had taken a worse beating than most women could have stood. As a result, she was definitely psychotic. Born in Alabama, she had been brought up in the comparative luxury befitting a daughter of one of the South's pseudo-aristocracy. Although her family had retained only a fraction of the wealth of their forebears, they were affluent enough to see that Phyllis had all of the normal advantages. She had gone to the proper schools and had been one of the most popular debutantes in the most exclusive circles of her area. It was easy to believe that she had had many opportunities for proper and successful marriage among the young men of her set. However, there were innate weaknesses which, as much as circumstances, led to her failure. Even adversity failed to eliminate the basic flaws in her nature. Keenly aware of her background and her good looks, she was the kind who would always be vain and arrogant. Although she never revealed her true name, she was tremendously proud of her family. According to her, and it was believable, the women of her family had been the beautiful belles of the Old South for generations, and the men had been outstanding military, financial, and governmental leaders. Against this genealogical backdrop, she envisioned herself as an aristocrat, humbled and buffeted by life, condemned to futility by a personal star of misfortune. Always she was tortured by the thoughts of what might have been. Like so many girls of her type and heritage, she had believed herself destined to some great career. Untrained in everything but social graces, her dreams and aspirations turned to the stage. It was easy for her to mistake ego for ambition without realizing that her only assets were beauty and a superficial veneer of culture. She lacked the three fundamental ingredients of success: character, depth of intelligence, and industry. Her connections at home had equipped her with splendid recommendations. Her family had provided her with a sufficient sum of money for a start and the assurance of further financial assistance. With this material aid, she felt sufficiently armed to take New York by storm. She was 20 years old when she arrived in the big city at the lush height of her physical and social charm. It wasn't difficult for her to make friends and to receive recognition from important figures in show business. Producers are always searching for new, fresh faces, and despite their practicality and sophistication, are vulnerable to a pretty face and well-turned leg as other men, even in a field where these assets are the rule rather than the exception. After all, there was always the chance that a new girl could be a great discovery. For nearly 2 years, Phyllis Lavender was a minor sensation. Although her dramatic experience was confined to a few bit parts in run-of-the-mill shows, there was a constant flow of publicity about screen tests, radio contracts, and romances. Most of this notoriety was actually generated in the more expensive nightclubs and eating places. Phyllis was the darling of the cafe playboys, the press agents, and the youngsters who wanted to share in the limelight she inspired. With the help of a group of fun-loving celebrities and their columnist friends, she became known as one of the top glamour girls for a season. She reveled in her role and lived in an ecstatic delight at being the center of attention. Despite this and the cynical jury of Broadway, her reputation as a chaste and unattainable beauty led one of the writers to dub her the Venus sculptured in ice. It was difficult for men to believe that her conceit and self-interest were the real guardians of her honor. They chose to think it was purity. There finally came a day when Phyllis met the man who was her master. She had resisted the casting couches, the penthouses, the studios, and the hotel suites, and the blandishments of all of the leading romantic duelists in the city, but she couldn't resist the charm of a rat. Sims McHugh hit the cafe circuit like a comet. Young, handsome, and witty, he was the heir to one of America's fortunes. Although it was evident that he was on a limited allowance, the knowledge of his financial potential was an open sesame everywhere. He escorted the most glamorous girls on the scene, from hell to breakfast and back again. He made friends and impressions quickly and easily, and was rumored as a partner in the running series of fantastic propositions. Producers in particular courted him. Despite his claims of personal poverty, there was always the hope that he might be able to tap the bottomless well of his father's finances. Needless to say, Sims didn't discourage these hopes. In nearly every way, he was the male counterpart of Phyllis. It was nearly inevitable that they should meet. It was also inevitable that each should look upon the other as a challenge for conquest. However, the basic differences of the sexes made it an unequal match. Sims, with his cold and calculating selfishness, was just the kind of a man to melt the ice of chastity, which had been Phyllis's armor against the assaults of other challengers, whose arrogance was less than hers. They had been traveling in parallel courses for some months before they were finally introduced at a bon voyage party given for one of the singing stars of a smash hit musical of the season. The wag who brought them together struck the keynote of the relationship. In this corner, Sims McHugh, the irresistible force. His opponent, Phyllis Lavender, the immovable object. May the best man win. The strident, drunken echo of the announcement reached every part of the room, and heads turned to watch. Both Sims and Phyllis, riding high on conceit and champagne, were clearly aware of the audience. This was recognition of their importance as celebrities. There was also the element of rivalry. They stood motionless for a moment, surveying each other. There was little doubt of the mutual attraction, but the challenge remained. Sims reached out and, molding Phyllis' body to his in a tight embrace, bent her back in a long kiss. There was a scattering of applause from the other guests. As he released her, the smug smile on his lips was wiped away by a quick, stinging slap. Phyllis turned, and taking a drink from the tray of the waiter who had been standing by open-mouthed, she sauntered over to a nearby group. The first round was hers. That was the beginning. Their first encounter was too good to keep secret. Brawls made better items than romance for the tabloids and columnists. Pictures and news features filled the next day's editions, and Sims and Phyllis were more popular than ever. The notoriety was food and drink to both. A telephone argument the next day ended in a supper date. Phyllis threw her drink in his face, and he walked out and left her to pay the check. That made a good follow-up story. A few nights later, Sims engaged in a bloodless battle of missed punches with another Cafe Society boy. Their hectic affair made them the talk and toast of the town. That was the public scene. Behind that was the truer story. Little by little, Sims got the upper hand. While he had started by chasing her, Phyllis soon became the pursuer. Without her realizing it, this change in their status told the story to their little world. Sims had made his conquest. He was the kind of a lecher who could get thrills only out of new lusts. Despite this, he continued to see her regularly without sacrificing his freedom. She, meanwhile, clung steadfastly to her love for him. Her loyalty was rewarded in his rare free moments and with the ungracious acceptance of her gifts. She didn't lack other opportunities for dates, but turned them down, fearing that he might visit or call while she was out. Occasionally, when she discovered where he was going, she would call a friend to take her to the same place. After she had created a few scenes, he ordered her to stay out of his path. In a few short months, her despair and devotion had reduced her to virtual serfdom. She was without will or desire, except at his command. Having thus humbled her pride, Sims appeared to take delight in displaying his power. There had to be a climax to such a situation, and Sims, his ego inflated beyond reason, created it. After one particularly violent night, the tragedy of Phyllis's blind infatuation was complete. So complete, in fact, that in the dawning day, with her ordeal over, her shocked mind accepted the explanations and excuses of her weak-willed, corrupt lover. She needed desperately to believe something, and because she too was weak, she placed herself entirely in his hands. Basically, their convictions had always been only the shallow residue of early family training. Conscience was only the weak dictate of vaguely remembered statements of principle and honor. Finally, when he had calmed her, Sims gave her some money. He took $200 from the roll of bills and put it into her pocketbook. She protested weakly, but already the glitter of avarice was in her eyes. Money could ease the hurt she felt in her heart. That was the beginning. Slowly, and from then on, their romance changed to an unholy alliance. They continued to be young stars of the nightlife scene. A growing circle of male and moneyed acquaintances, however, began to know them as business partners. The era in which they traveled was generally so immoral and degraded that this relationship hardly barred them. As the core of Sims' character became softer and rottener, Phyllis was building a hard wall of bitterness within her. The once warm passion which had bound them together was now chilled to a cold distaste for each other. The only thing they shared was easy money. Sims, who had once been her overpowering passion and her ideal among men, now became the symbol encompassing her intense hatred for the opposite sex. She continued to see him because their association was lucrative, and she continued to accept the attentions of his old and newfound friends for the same reason. Since she was still one of the better-known beauties of cafe society, her favors brought fantastic fees. As her circle of clients widened, it became impossible to protect the secrecy of what was now a profession. Inevitably, she attracted the attention of the syndicate. An organization which would not permit a $2 to $5 streetwalker to operate as a freelancer was surely not going to allow a $100 a date glamour girl to avoid paying tribute. As a result of this interest in their activities, Sims and Phyllis received a visit from a trio of Lucky Luciano's hoodlums. They arrived at her apartment a few minutes after Sims had come to take her out on their evening rounds. Neither the pose of outraged dignity nor angry denials interested the visitors. They had been assigned to a job and were merely carrying out orders. It was also apparent that they had been keeping a watch on the couple for some time. In desperation, Sims attempted to brazen his way out of the situation. He ordered the men to leave. With a sneering laugh, one of the men winked broadly at his companions and, rising from the chair in which he had been lounging, walked over to Sims, who was seated beside Phyllis on the divan. Reaching down, he grabbed a fistful of Sims' shirt in one hand. Hauling his victim to his feet, he hit him viciously across the face with the side of an automatic pistol, which had been palmed in his other hand. As he struck, he pushed Sims violently away from him to avoid the blood which spurted from an ugly gash made by the metal. Sims was unconscious before he fell. His limp body overturned the coffee table and a nearby chair, and he landed on his back, his upturned face a grotesque mask of pasty flesh framing the ugly red bubbling wound. Phyllis sat still for a moment, stunned by the quick brutality of the attack. Then she leaped to her feet and stepped toward the gunman, her eyes blazing. He turned slowly, watching her, and slipped the automatic into his pocket. "You devil! You've killed him!" she cried, rage blazing in her eyes. "Not quite, but it could happen," he replied calmly. Then, as she stepped close to him, he slashed his open hand across her face, knocking her back onto the divan. "Now you be quiet." As Phyllis later explained it, in that moment her complete hatred for men was crystallized. She realized that she was glad that Sims had been beaten. The sight of his battered face and limp body actually thrilled her as payment for the manner in which he had debased her. At the same time, she detested the coldly cruel, strong-armed men as further examples of the worthlessness of their sex. Meanwhile, one of the others had gone into the kitchenette. He returned with a pitcher of water and poured it casually over Sim's head. There was no interest in his condition or the state of his wound, only a half-hearted effort to revive him. For the next few minutes, the men sat back in their chairs and smoked, their eyes coldly fixed on the prostrate figure. Sims finally stirred. A sobbing moan burst from his lips as his eyes fluttered and opened. As he attempted to sit up, his body jerked convulsively, and he was sick. When he had finally pulled himself together, one of the men gave him half a tumbler of whiskey and stood beside him as he drank, sitting on the floor. Then, hooking his hand in the back of Sim's coat collar, he hauled him to his feet and dropped him sagging into a nearby chair. The bloody, broken, mussed figure in the chair, searching the room with frightened eyes, bore little resemblance to the handsome, arrogant toast of cafe society. "Now that we understand each other, maybe we can talk business," said the one who had hit Sims. He was evidently the leader of the group. "We have no business with you," Phyllis said defiantly. "Maybe you don't understand, sister. You'll have business with us, or you won't be able to do business with anyone." "You've got a nerve," she cried indignantly. "Shut up and listen. When I get through talking, there'll be nothing more to say." Phyllis looked over at Sims as though seeking support. It was clear that he was out of it. There could be no help from him. "We've been watching you for some time. You've been working the big spenders pretty well. You and this louse that walks like a man have been taking pretty good dough. That's cutting into our racket, and the boss don't like it." "All right. If you and your boss are going to be tough about it, I don't want to go on. I didn't want to in the first place. I'll quit," Phyllis said. "Oh, no, you won't quit. You're going to keep on working, only you're going to be working for us," was the quick, grim answer. "That's the way it stands. Now you'd better be nice about it, or you'll find out we have ways of seeing that you won't be doing anything. What your boyfriend here got is nothing at all. Besides, you'll make more money with us and get protection, too." There was only token resistance from Phyllis after that. Phyllis realized she was trapped. In addition, she had gone too far for money to be greatly disturbed by the prospect. Her desire for money made it easy for her to make the decision. Within a few days, she was booked in her first house. Phyllis had been working for nearly a year when our paths first crossed. Right from the outset, she seemed to be attracted to me, and since she had few, if any, friends, I became her confidant. It was evident to me immediately that there was something wrong with Phyllis. She was completely feminine, physically a lush, warm-blooded woman. Against this normal side of her nature was the constant pull of a mental unbalance. I was familiar with the strong distaste for men among lesbians, but this reaction was mild compared with the intensity of the hatred for all men which dominated Phyllis's thoughts. Whenever we worked in the same houses, she attached herself to me when things were quiet. I also met her on rare occasions during our off time. However, there was something wrong with her, something bottled up inside that was explosive and dangerous. My instinctive reaction kept me from becoming too friendly with her. When whatever it was happened, I knew I didn't want to be too closely linked with her. There was a basic perverseness in Phyllis, which was probably the key to the peculiar motivations which ruled and ruined her life. Her relationship with Sims had been a complete contrast to her early background. Her hatred of men was in opposition to the pleasure they afforded her. Her rebellion against servitude and the syndicate's operations was in keeping with all of the other devious conclusions which decided her actions. Reared in the atmosphere of Southern society, amid comparative luxury, she devised what she considered revenge against the men who paid high fees for her erotic talents. Her methods were always extremes. In her free hours, she played a strange role for self-justification. She became a habitué of the lowest dives in Harlem. Contrary to every rule of her early life, she associated with the dregs of the early morning street prowlers. I first learned of this strange psychosis one night when she induced me to go along with her. At about 4 a.m, we left the house and got into a cab. She directed the driver to Harlem, where we stopped at a shabby nightclub. As we entered the door, instead of going into the main room, Phyllis turned and mounted a narrow stairway. At the head of the stairway, she knocked at another door. A peephole opened at about eye level, and after a brief pause, the door swung open and we were admitted. It was clear to me at once that the nightclub was only a front for the actual business on the upper floors. A heavy, sickish curtain of fetid air enveloped us as we entered a huge room, seemingly jammed to the ceiling with close-pressed men and women. Colored lights shone dimly through a haze of smoke, and the oppressive mingled odors of perspiration, perfume, and spilled liquor made my head swim. As Phyllis squeezed her way through the densely packed room, I followed her mechanically, aware only of a strange environment. I sensed rather than saw that this was a familiar scene for her. Several of the people at nearby tables called out to her, and hands reached out to pat her as she passed. Finally, she made her way to a large round table in the corner, where, after a slight scramble, we found seats in a circle of 8 or 10 people. As I sat down, I closed my eyes for a moment. The close, heavy atmosphere was overpowering. When I opened my eyes, I could see the others in the group staring at me intently. It was evident that strangers were viewed with suspicion. "Meet Lois," Phyllis said indifferently. She named none of the others, but made it clear that she was my sponsor. My presence was the only thing that needed explanation. The rest belong here. There were bottles in the center of the table, and as one of the men fixed us drinks, I looked around at the other members of the party. There was no emotion in me. I was neither shocked nor surprised, as I noted that 5 of the men and 3 of the women were Negroes. Only one other girl in the group was white, a pitifully young, rather flamboyant platinum blonde, with the stamp of showgirl on her. It was evident that the girl was the friend of a hulking man in a maroon dinner jacket. Her eyes were glazed as though from narcotics, and her head lolled back in the circle of his arms as his hand rested frankly inside of her dress on a partly exposed breast. In a few moments it became clear that the others were more casual friends. From their conversation, they were either musicians or entertainers from shows or clubs. Around the room were the reefer smokers, the procurers, and the drugs of Harlem's after-hour activities. Slowly, the significance of our presence came to me. This was part of the design created by Phyllis as a gesture of defiance to convention. Nowhere else could she have discovered people and environment so repugnant to the society which she felt had scorned her. As we drank and time passed, I became impressed with one fact. These people were evidently above the average in such surroundings. They were a self-contained group, and their conversation revealed that they were comparative successes in their respective fields. As their names came out, I found that I was familiar with the work of 2 or 3, particularly a band leader and 2 singers. Most of the people in the room, a heterogeneous mob, were of a lesser order. Since I was seated with my back to the wall in the corner, I was able to scrutinize the crowd without being obvious. At least half of them were white, many in evening attire. I felt that these were not the usual slummers, because this didn't seem to be the kind of place where strangers could gain entrance. This crowd was made up of regulars, and this was an established rendezvous for thrill seekers. Here were the heroin and marijuana addicts, the fairies, the lesbians, and the other queer, blighted people whose normal appetites were jaded. In this den, the dissolute and the desperate, the white and the black, male and female, rich and poor, all mingled and found a common level. None of this was actually shocking to me. I had been around too long not to have heard about such things. I was unhappy only for Phyllis, who was part of it. As for myself, it was good to realize I could be there and remain only and always a spectator. This state of mind made it easy for me to brush aside the groping hand which had made an exploratory pass at me. With a calm smile, I shook my head in a friendly but firm negative. I was rewarded by quick recognition and respect for my refusal. Meanwhile, Phyllis was getting high. It was evident that two of the men at the table were making a play for her. It was just as evident that she was not interested in them. We had been there an hour when I realized why she had come here. She was looking at a ring which had been passed over to her by Stubbs Trimble, the band leader. Two beautiful diamonds sprayed hidden firelights as she turned it in her fingers. It was evident to me from the peculiar set expression on Stubbs' face that the ring was hers for the asking. 2 carats each, Stubbs whispered. Make a wonderful pair of earrings. I can't afford them, Phyllis replied. They don't have to cost you a cent, Stubbs said. Now there was an undertone of pleading in his voice. Suddenly I was aware of a new figure standing behind Phyllis. I glanced up and saw a gangling, flashily dressed man in his mid-20s. A raw, ragged-looking scar seamed one side of his face from temple to chin. He was a repulsive-looking fellow, clearly ill at ease with the rest of the group. His clothes and his demeanor identified him at once as one of Harlem's small-town hoodlums. Stubbs glared as Phyllis looked up at the newcomer. "Hello, Needles," she said without emotion. "You sent for me, Miss Phyllis?" Needles said hesitantly. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. "That's right," Phyllis answered. She rose and, placing both hands on the table, leaned over towards Stubbs. "When I want something, I pay for it." It was as though she had slapped him. There was a malevolent look in his eyes as he stared back at her wordlessly. It was a dangerous moment, and the pressure of tenseness seemed to hold everyone at the table motionless. "Come on, Needles," Phyllis said. She turned and threaded her way through the tables. Needles looked back apologetically for an instant and followed her. They finally disappeared through a doorway at the side of the room, screened by an old-fashioned portiere. "Some night I'm going to kill her," Stubbs muttered in a low tone. "Don't think about her, Stubbs. She's gone," said one of the women. "That's why she buys no good heels like Needles," another chimed in. "That girl needs a brain doctor." Turning to me, the man on my right said, "Sister, that girl's dynamite. Someday she's going to pull something that's going to cause her and everybody connected with her a ton of trouble. If I was you, I'd stay clear of her." Daylight was fighting its way through the dirt-stained windows when Phyllis returned. Hollow-eyed and taut-nerved, she came to the table. She seemed on the verge of a collapse as she nodded to the group and beckoned for me to come with her. We left by a side door at the foot of the staircase and caught a cruising cab. We sat through the ride without speaking until we reached my apartment house. She muttered a farewell as I left her in the taxi. That was the last time I ever went out with her. As I got into bed, I felt drained of vitality, and slowly the horror of Phyllis's twisted mentality hit me. I cried and then finally fell asleep. End of section 10. Section 11 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Although I avoided Phyllis after that, I continued to hear stories about her trips to Harlem. There were also rumors of her picking up the shiftless drifters in the early morning hours along Broadway and its environs. Somehow, although her peculiarities were known to many of the girls, they evidently were not to the syndicate operators. Finally, Phyllis caused the explosion predicted at the Harlem Hideaway. A few of the houses where we worked catered to some of the most important figures in the city's political hierarchy. The word of some of these men was more powerful than the law. The houses, in fact, operated only because of their sanction. Despite the rigid rules about medical examinations, it was inevitable that Phyllis would contract one of the contagions so prevalent among the degenerates whose services she bought on her sprees. Although the rest of us did not know it at the time, she transmitted her infection to one of the most powerful men in the city. We did know that something big had happened, however, when a full-scale raiding and wrecking spree was staged by the police without warning. Usually these things were engineered on a minor scale to smother a wave of public protest, and the pattern was prearranged. Consternation swept through the syndicate houses. I was working at Molly Lenart's when the word came out and our group evaded the net. Everyone was ordered to stay away until the difficulties had been settled. Many of the girls, particularly the older ones with records, fled the city. The rest of us stayed close to our apartments. It soon became apparent that this was no minor cleanup in the public interest. Evidently, the afflicted big shot was adamant. His rage was so enduring that the bosses decided to close down all of their places for an indefinite period. With the heat on, the syndicate changed its operations. After several days, I was given new orders. One of the boss's lieutenants took me in tow for a few nights and introduced me to several bartenders, head waiters, and hotel bell captains. I was now a call girl. Each of these men was given a phone number which was the same as the one given me. My instructions were to call the number at intervals each afternoon and evening. Later, I learned that the number was connected to a telephone answering service switchboard, one of several operated by the syndicate. These switchboards were the control centers of the call girl activities. This system gave the syndicate a close check on the operations of the individual girls. At the same time, it acted as a protection from both customers and the police. We were forbidden to give any of our clients our personal phone numbers, and we all knew the danger of breaking this rule. The call girl business varied from the house routine considerably. Although there were some disadvantages, it was generally easier and more lucrative. Somehow, the men reacted differently too. It was as though they looked upon us as sort of friendly dates, in some cases even as though we were actual conquests. There was clearly a subtle social difference between a telephone date or pickup than in the cold choice of a girl from a house lineup. Although some of my dates came from bars and the better restaurants, the majority of my work was in the several hotels to which I had been assigned along with a team of other girls. The hotel business was different from the other in many respects. First of all, hotel dates, more often than not, called for anywhere from 2 to 5 girls. This was because groups of men generally decided to get call girls for a party. Although occasionally as many as 10 or a dozen men might call for only 2 girls, in most cases these men were more fastidious and wanted a girl apiece. As I have stated, this was more lucrative to us than house business. However, it was not true for the syndicate, since a great deal of our personal revenue came from tips, which we didn't have to share. A great deal of this type of entertaining was done with the help of expense accounts from their firms. As a result, the men were often quite lavish with their tips, particularly if a girl was smart enough to give her dated companion the idea that she had really been attracted to him. Generally, it was more pleasant work, too. Since the fees were high, our clients were of the better type. On most occasions, the dates were as friendly as normal social gatherings. There was usually plenty to drink and eat. The men, being successful and experienced, were usually not in a hurry, and we often danced and conversed with them for some time before their urges caught up with them. On one occasion, I recall, 6 girls were assigned to a hotel party. The men had been working through the day and hadn't eaten. They finally decided to take us out for dinner. We adjourned to one of the better nightclubs and had a gay evening. When it came time to leave the club, the men decided that they had had enough playing for the night, and each of us girls was given $100 and sent home. However, that was an exceptional event. All during the time I had worked in houses, I had never encountered anyone I knew. This was not the case during my experiences as a call girl. On 3 different occasions within a short period, I walked into hotel rooms and found men from my hometown among my clients. 2 of them made no sign of recognition. They weren't stuffy, nor did they snub me. They merely carried on as though they had never seen me before. When they chose their partners, however, they took one of the other girls. The 3rd time, I was the one who was startled. I had come into the room with 2 other girls, and as we were being introduced to the several men in the place, I looked over and saw George Sexton, my old boss and lover. He was seated in an easy chair in the corner of the room with a drink in his hand. He had evidently seen me at once, for there was a humorous twinkle in his eye. The expression indicated that he was hardly surprised to find me in such a situation. At first, I was a bit hurt and angry at his smug acceptance of my role. As soon as he saw that I had recognized him, he rose and escorted me to a divan at the end of the sitting room where we were alone. "Lois, it's wonderful to see you," he said pleasantly. "Why, you've become a real New York sophisticated beauty." "It's good to see you, too," I answered. There was such sincerity in his voice that I forgot my peeve. I was glad I had on one of my smartest outfits. "Let's see, how long has it been?" he asked musingly. "It's been a long time, and lots have happened since then," I replied. "Aren't you surprised to find me here?" He thought for a moment before he answered. "Truthfully, I am a little surprised, but I'm not amazed. There was something about you that indicated you might kick convention overboard." "Strange things can happen to a girl," I said simply. We dropped that conversational thread then and started to review our old association. I was flattered when I realized that he had really cared for me. Not enough to be serious about it, however, since he had married the junior leaguer shortly after my departure. Nevertheless, he seemed delighted to see me. Since there were only 2 other girls in the room, the men started to kid George about monopolizing my attentions. He immediately made it clear to me that he had no intention of sharing me with the others. He left me for a few minutes and went into one of the connecting rooms. On returning to the room, George took me by the hand and walked me toward the door. Immediately, a storm of protest arose from the other men. He put his fingers to his nose, and we left. "I just exchanged my room for a suite," he said as we waited for the elevator. "I couldn't stand that place." "But I might get into trouble if I leave," I said. "The man who called us has some kind of a connection." "Oh, he won't cause any trouble. I'm a pretty good customer," was his casual answer. In a few minutes, we were settled in a luxurious 2-room suite with a balcony overlooking the city. George ordered drinks and dinner, and we started on what proved to be a gay and romantic evening. It was easy to see that he was trying to escape the boredom of his conventional life at home. His design for living was the established ideal: money, social position, a beautiful wife, and 2 handsome children. He showed me several snapshots he had in his bag, but there was a dull edge to his pride. I called in and explained my change in plans. As we sat on the high terrace having breakfast the next morning, he left the table and called his office. I could hear him saying that he would not be back for 3 days. This decision thrilled me deeply. We had been so happy in our few hours together that I didn't want them to end. He apparently felt the same way. There was a warm current of friendship between us, far exceeding the physical passion that had brought and held us together back home. When he told me of his plan, I said wistfully, "It'll be just like a honeymoon, probably the closest to it I'll ever have." "It's the closest to it I've ever had," he said quietly. "Now, let's not get serious. What we want is laughs and love, lots of both." During the 3 days, we stayed in the suite, eating, drinking, making love. When the sun was high, we sunbathed on the balcony terrace, holding hands over the sides of our outdoor chaises. During dinner on the 3rd evening, George seemed pensive. I had become so accustomed to his gay mood that the change was a letdown, and a great sadness crept through me. Girls like me were permitted only brief glimpses of love and laughter, I reflected unhappily. The wives, no matter how dull, were the protected and respected jewels. We were the toys to give momentary pleasure and to be cast aside. "Well, George, I guess 3 days is just a little too long," I said petulantly. "No, Lois, you were never more wrong. I was just thinking that it hasn't been long enough." "Is that why you're being so bored?" "I'm not bored, darling. I'm blue." "Well then, cheer up. Have a drink." "No more drinks. That would make it worse. I've got to get my train in about an hour so that I can be at the office in the morning." During our long hours together, he had recaptured his boyishness and been completely relaxed. Now he was tense and serious. My heart went out to him as I realized that he was as saddened as I was in this final hour of parting. George showered, dressed, and packed his bag as I sat in my negligee on the divan toying with a drink. The minutes seemed to spin by, and then he was ready to go. He stood before me, and as I looked up at him, I could feel his need for me rising again. He wanted to sit down and gather me into his arms, and in that knowledge I was happy. It made me feel like a whole woman again, and not like a bit of merchandise to be paid for and forgotten. "Well, dear, aren't you going to escort me to the door?" He held out his hand and raised me to my feet. "I wish you didn't have to go so soon." "And I wish I didn't have to go at all," he said. At the moment, he enjoyed believing it. "Thanks for saying so, anyhow, George. I'll be coming back to New York again soon. How can I get in touch with you?" I gave him my switchboard number, and as he wrote it down, suddenly, I wanted to make sure he could find me, and for the first time I also gave a man my own phone number. "Please stay here tonight so you won't forget me right away," he said. And I was thrilled again. It was so rarely that the men I met ever bothered to simulate an interest in my thoughts or actions after they were gone. "I want to, and I will be thinking of you." Then it occurred to me that I was being stupidly unprofessional about this situation. The 3 days were not mine to give away. Although I might be a silly romantic girl, the syndicate was going to have to be paid for my time. We were at the door, his arms were around me, and he was kissing my eyes, and I was far away, wondering how I was going to ask for my fee. His sweet, sad mood of farewell made it impossible. With sudden resolve, I mentally deducted the syndicate's share from my slim bank balance. The economics of the problem solved, I was back again. Leaning back, I took his face in my hands and kissed him with all the fire and fervor in me. It was complete giving, a passionate seal for the memory of this wonderful tryst. I could feel him tremble against my body, and as he left, I was sure he could never forget me easily. He was hardly gone before I realized I was not forgetting him easily either. My pulse was pounding on every nerve end. I mixed myself a drink and paced the floor. Echoes of laughter, of murmured endearments flooded my mind. Suddenly, there was no pleasure in the recollection. I was as nervous as a cat in a closet. It was as though I was sealed into the suite, while the ghosts of my recent happiness haunted me with the bitter reminder that it couldn't happen again. Then I knew I couldn't stay alone. Hurriedly, I bathed and dressed. Reaching into my bag for my cosmetics, I found that George hadn't forgotten the material aspects of our liaison. He had stuffed $500 into the bottom of my pocketbook. For a moment, I was a little sorry he had paid his fee. Then I found the note. "Thanks for not asking," he had scribbled in pencil on a slip of paper. My heart went out to him again. Looking back, I realized that he must have written the note and left the money at least 24 hours before he left. I was deeply grateful to him for his confidence and happy that I had succumbed to my foolish pride. I had eaten my cake and still had it. For a moment I was tempted to undress and go back to bed and try to recapture the warmth of romance. Only the thought of the morning stopped me. Instead, I walked through the room and then stood on the balcony looking over the city, feeling the gay spirit of George beside me. As I left, I stood for a long moment looking back into the room. I had left the lights burning and was pleased with the feeling that the place looked lived in. I wasn't closing a hotel room door. It was a place to which I could be coming back. There was a bounce in my step as I walked down the street. I was pleased and proud, but I didn't want to go home. The evening was still young, but I knew I wasn't going to see anyone tonight, no matter what the switchboard said. I went into a drugstore and made my routine call. There was a date scheduled for me, but I reported myself engaged for the night, giving the address of the hotel I had just left. The money in my handbag was all the protection I needed. Then I walked into a small, better-class cocktail lounge. As I sat at a tiny table, I could see myself reflected in a nearby wall mirror. The features were familiar, but the inner glow was new. My head lifted proudly. I was beautiful. I was radiant, and for tonight I was free. The waiter brought me a drink, which I sipped luxuriously, dreaming lovely thoughts. It came to me that a woman alone in a bar, particularly in New York, is a vulnerable lure. It must be telepathy, I thought, for I slowly had become aware of the interest of a man seated by himself at a nearby table. The old light was in his eyes, somewhat diluted by doubt. My unaccustomed independence was a psychological barrier. Tonight I wasn't looking for clients, and it must have been reflected in my bearing. The man was eager, but hesitant. I knew that he had been looking. Through lowered lashes, I studied him in the mirror. He was an extremely attractive man in his early 30s. His hesitancy was a mark in his favor. This was no wolf on the prowl. My guess was a visitor from out of town, more lonely than lecherous. Then our eyes met in the mirror. Our glances locked for a moment, and I dropped my eyes before the professional boldness crept into them. Tonight I wasn't working. Evidently, the shyness indicated by my reaction was all that was needed. I looked up again and found he was still watching. It was clear that he was guessing about me. Was I waiting for someone? Was I really alone? Could I be picked up? The gentleman would like to join you for a drink, madam. The waiter was at my elbow, leaning over in the attitude of a romantic conspirator. I looked up at him for the verdict. These men who served the public generally knew all of the signals, all of the trademarks. He hadn't identified me. "Do you think he's all right?" I asked with a feigned air of fear and innocence. "He's a gentleman. He's lonely. You're lonely. What harm?" He knew the tip would be larger. "I'll have the same." Looking into the mirror, I smiled. As the waiter scribbled down my order, the man arose and came to sit beside me. "My name is Henry Strong. Thanks for letting me join you. I was lonely." "I'm Lois Trafton. I was lonely too. Thanks for asking me." We both laughed as he took my extended hand. "Now that the formalities have been dispensed with, how can a lovely girl like you be by yourself?" "Well, Mr. Strong, that just indicates that you must be from out of town. New York is filled with lovely girls, much better looking than I am, and most of them are by themselves right this minute." "That's hard to believe, but I suppose it's true if you say so." "It's true, all right. At any rate, you're not alone now, and I am lucky to be the one to see to it." That was the way it went for the evening. He told me all about his business, his home, and his family. He showed me snapshots, and he ran through a nearly inexhaustible supply of stories and anecdotes. Henry Strong was a nice guy. There was none of the usual smut in his stories, and his life was an open book. He was convivial, relaxing company. As we drank and talked, I knew that he was being nagged by the doubt about later prospects. There was no doubt in my mind, however. This was one time when I was in command of the situation. Although I was fascinated by his evident culture and his quick, dry wit, he didn't stir me emotionally. My 3 days with George Sexton had taken care of that. The only strong desire that Strong inspired in me was that he would think well of me. When it came time to leave, the question was bubbling on his lips. We took a taxi, and I directed him to a quiet residential hotel on the east side. It was quite away from the one where he was staying, and not too far from my apartment. As we pulled up in front of the place, he asked to come in with me. I refused to let him get out of the taxi. With a restraining hand on his chest and the other on his cheek, I gave him a sweet, warm kiss and stepped out of the cab. He held my hand, and I told him he could call me at the hotel. A few minutes after he had watched me go through the entrance and his cab had driven away, I came out and took a taxi home, tremendously pleased with myself. End of Section 11. Section 12 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. It was business as usual the next day, but I felt as though I had been on a wonderful vacation. Meanwhile, I learned that efforts were being made to reopen the houses. After 3 months, I had become accustomed to the call girl routine. In many ways, I preferred it to the restrictions of house regulations. Besides, it seemed that I was saving more money. Then the word came that the heat was off and that we would be back on the circuit very quickly. I was told to report to a new address where Molly Audley was to operate one of the most luxurious establishments in the city. Evidently, the syndicate had appeased the offended powers, and the better houses were being allowed to reopen. It was then that I learned that the grind houses, the $2 to $10 places, had not been disturbed. I also learned that I was among the fortunate ones who had not been reassigned to one of these establishments, where not only the income but the customers were lower. Molly Audley was one of the top madams in the city. Plans for the opening of her new establishment were near completion when I was told to report to her. Evidently, the opening was to be a gala occasion in celebration of some new pact between the syndicate and the political powers. 12 girls had been selected, and most of the others were there when I arrived. The place was newly and beautifully decorated. Behind the familiar shabby and weather-beaten brownstone front, the entire place had been remodeled. Indirect lighting bathed the luxurious surroundings with a warm and intimate glow. There was an evident attempt to achieve a dignified, subdued atmosphere. Furniture, rugs, colors, and the paintings on the wall could have graced the home of a Wall Street social registrite. It was breathtaking, and as they assembled in the main room, the girls chattered excitedly. Truthfully, we were all a bit proud of having been selected to open this fabulous establishment. We were the aristocracy of Lucky Luciano's empire. Girls, cut that racket and sit down. I've got a few words and some instructions for you. Get Madam Queen, one of the girls quipped. Queen of the Madams, you mean, another cut in. Quit the comedy, Molly said sharply. This is no picnic. You're here for business. She then proceeded to outline the plans for the opening of her place. Evidently, the first night was to be sort of a private premiere. It was to include a catered banquet and be conducted more in the manner of a social event than business routine. This is a big deal. It's the biggest thing that ever happened in this racket, Molly said. There was a proud light in her eyes. She was being established beyond dispute as the most important operator in the business. All of the real big wheels will be here. We don't mention any names, but you'll recognize most of them. Even the boss will be here. That should tell you how important this deal is, Molly continued. There's going to be plenty of liquor, but I don't want to see any of you get out of line. You're here for just one reason, to see that the men have a time they'll remember. Just be careful, and it will be a big pay night for all of us. She gave a few instructions, and we were assigned to our rooms. Only then did I learn that we were to stay in the place until the party started the next night. After we had settled, we were informed that a doctor had been summoned, and we were all examined. The opening was too important to take chances. Evidently, Operation Phyllis had created a bigger rift between the syndicate heads and the political bosses than we had realized. On the big night, the guests arrived in groups, practically within minutes of one another. Lucky and Molly greeted the men as they entered the big room. It started as a solemn caricature of a formal party. A string quartet played soft classical music and watched the visitors with round-eyed respect and amazement. Waiters circulated and served drinks, and the girls used company manners recalled from younger days. The dinner, which had been catered by one of the better restaurants, was actually a feast. These men were accustomed to the best things in life, and no effort or expense was spared to see that they got them. Every imaginable delicacy was brought to the table. The steaks were the most tremendous I had ever seen. Despite the amazing capacity of these men, the leftovers and waste was enough to feed an average family for a month. I recall hoping that waiters would be able to take some of it home with them. It was hours before the meal was finished. The delicious food, the champagne, and the liquors had broken down every bit of reserve. Raucous laughter, coarse humor, and pawing hands were the order of the evening. Ties off and collars undone, the giants of power and influence threw aside their cares for an unbridled orgy. Through it all, Lucky and Molly sat at the ends of the table, sipping their wine and watching inscrutably. There was a carnival air in the place as the party moved back to the main room. A few of the more impatient and less drunk slipped away with their partners. The others lolled around in chairs with their girls in their laps, letting the high spirits run wild. The party was still at its height when my companion decided to retire. His face was flushed and the fires burned deeply in his dark eyes. He was a far cry from the well-known public figure whose immaculate appearance was part of his trademark. His fierce ardor burned out quickly, and with the help of a pill in his drink, he was soon snoring away his fatigue, his great bulk and heavy limbs spread-eagled on the bed. Morning was near, and as I slipped away, homeward bound, I chuckled over the thought that I knew the whereabouts of the 12 most tremendous hangovers in New York for that day. It was evident that the party was a success. The next night, each of the girls got $500 and a diamond pin. Lucky Luciano and his syndicate were back in business on a greater scale than ever. Meanwhile, I continued to travel the circuit. I was making money, and since my 3-day recess with George Sexton, I had started to save some of it. Under different names, I was making regular deposits in savings banks. Although I was trying not to think about the future, a hope for escape was lurking in my subconscious. A reaction to my situation was building up inside me. There were the beginnings of bitterness and recrimination. I began to realize how my feelings of insecurity had led to my uncontrolled nature. I knew that if it hadn't been Parrish who guided me in that first misstep, it would have been someone else. What I needed was warm affection and a sense of being wanted. I got that feeling only in the arms of a man who desired to possess me physically. Many things had happened in the few short years since I had left home. I knew I had changed. To what degree, it was hard to tell. One thing I did know, and that was that I was thinking about escape from the syndicate and from my way of life. Neither was easy. As I traced things back, it seemed to me that the transformation had started with my unexpected experience with George Sexton. He still came to see me periodically, and always it was a wonderful release. We never quite recaptured that first time, but we had become fast friends. Although George never advised or lectured me, I knew that he too was wishing I could change things. I believe he refrained from telling me so, only because he knew that he would never be able to help. At the same time, the realization of where he came from and what he returned to when he left me was the strong motivation for me to find a way back to respectability. There were dangers in these thoughts. I was a pawn in a multi-million-dollar business. My own attributes and earning power meant comparatively little, but the syndicate was aware of the importance of example. Girls who broke the rules or got away must be punished, for if they were successful in flaunting their independence, it might inspire others to follow suit. All I could do was wish and search for a way out. End of Section 12. Section 13 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Marian Razoul was 18 years old. She had come to New York from a small coal mining town in Pennsylvania. Without money or friends, she had been on the streets in a week and in a house in 2. Daughter of an alcoholic father and an illiterate slattern, Marian was one of the most beautiful human beings I had ever seen. It was difficult to believe that such fragile loveliness, such a refinement of bone structure, could have been created and able to flourish in the sordid world of brutality and malnutrition which had been her home. As she described her parents and the early environment, I was shocked to know that people still lived in such debased poverty. Her father had first forced her to submit to one of his ignorant and vicious companions when she was 13 years old. Because of his drinking, he was more often out of work than not. The income derived from selling the immature beauty of his daughter was often the only money he had. One of Marion's most revoltingly horrible experiences was the sight of her parents striking and clawing at each other over $6 he had collected from a trio of filthy, sweat-stained, and drunken minors. She had been forced to entertain them on her sagging cot in the kitchen of their sordid hovel, while the mother and father swigged avidly out of the bottle the men had brought with them. She told me pathetically of her many attempts to run away. Despite her tattered and only dress, her lack of funds, and brutal beatings, she had tried to escape at regular intervals for 5 years. She had finally succeeded by hitching a ride on the highway at an early morning hour when her parents were sleeping off their drinking of the previous night. The man who picked her up was on a business trip. The rest was easy to understand. A small investment in clothes and cosmetics, and the man had a dazzling beauty for a traveling companion. Marion stayed with him for nearly a month, covering most of the eastern states. He was married and probably on an expense account. When his trip was completed, he gave her $50 and put her on a train for New York. It was unusual for girls of Marion's type to be booked into the best houses. She had practically no education, and her English was crude with a trace of a Slavic accent. Her subtle beauty, however, was so rare and impressive that it more than made up for her social ineptness. Her silvery blonde hair, flawless complexion, and her enormous violet eyes demanded attention. Despite her lack of formal schooling, she was alert and anxious to learn. There was something pathetic about her eagerness to improve herself. It was this determination which led to our friendship. She had evidently been studying her new associates and had decided that I would be the most likely to help her. Timidly, she asked me one night if I would see her away from work sometime. Since I was feeling rather lost myself, and because she had intrigued me, I asked her to come and see me the next day. Although I sensed that she was expecting advice or assistance, I didn't think there was anything weak about her. Marion was far from weak. She was coldly capable of analyzing herself. She was aware of her failings and keenly appreciative of her strong points. When Marion came to my apartment for the first time, I had serious misgivings about the wisdoms of such an association. It wasn't long, however, before I discovered that her brittle arrogance was just a veneer for a deep and pathetic insecurity she was attempting to conceal. She literally bounded into the room when I opened the door. After surveying her surroundings, she dropped into a chair and lit up a cigarette, one long leg swinging back and forth like a metronome. "Some joint," she commented laconically. "My place is a dump compared to this, but it's like a palace compared to the miner's rat hole I came from." "I like it," I replied. "It's not the fanciest place around, but it's comfortable and easy to manage. Hold on for a minute and I'll fix a drink, then we can talk." Marion followed me into the kitchen and watched while I prepared the drinks. She was uncertain of herself and was obviously trying to cover up with an incessant flow of idle chatter. We talked aimlessly about the other girls, the houses, and the current gossip. I answered her mechanically and waited until she was ready to reveal the reason for her visit. Finally, she began to unburden herself. "Lois, I'm awful lonesome," she said wistfully. "I hope you don't mind me picking on you, but I'm really a little scared of the others." "Well, dear, I'm sure you don't have to be frightened of me. As for being lonely, that's an occupational disease. We're all lonely." "That's not all of it. After all, I know I don't know nothing. I never really went to school, and I don't even speak good English. I've heard a few of these dames making fun of the way I talk." "Now, Marion, don't be silly. It's yourself inside that is important, not the way you speak." "It's important to me," she leaned forward with a sudden fierceness as she spoke. "Even the men I like, who like me other ways, make fun of me. I'm going to learn something somehow from somebody." Then she was intently serious. "You'll help me, won't you, Lois? I ain't got nobody else." "Of course I will, if I can. But you'll have to stop saying 'ain't got no.'" It had slipped out before I thought. She drew back tensely in her chair, her eyes angry and hurt. For a moment I thought she would turn on me, then her resentment faded and she relaxed. See, I got mad. But I won't again. That's what I want you to tell me. That's all right, Marion, I said quietly, but it's only one thing. I'll be happy to help you all I can. The truth of it is that you have to do most of it yourself in any case, even if you went to school. What you should do is read. Read everything you can and try to remember how things should be said properly. Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't even read too good. That's even more reason why you should try. I felt like a faker. Although I had a high school education and had tried to improve myself since then, I realized that I also had many shortcomings. We planned things for Marion to observe and read, and then mutually decided to drop the subject for the day. It was then that she revealed the full degradation of her background. When I think of what I was forced to give away to those dirty, ignorant miners for a couple of bucks or a pint of whiskey, I could kill them all. That means my old man, too. He never even gave me a cent of the dough. My pay was a clout in the jaw if I got funny. After all of your experiences, I don't see how you can stand men, I said. There was a question in my voice. It was hard to understand how the brutality she had suffered in her early teens hadn't left her with a searing disgust for sex. Her answer was somewhat of a shock and a revelation. But I like men. Even some of those guys back home weren't so bad. As good as the men in New York? There was something remarkable in her calm acceptance of the facts of life as she found them. Men are men, except here I like it more than they do, and they pay me good dough, so I end up ahead of them. Don't you ever think that you might end up away behind them someday? Of course I do. That's what I've been talking about. If I don't learn something, I'm a sure pop to wind up behind the 8 ball. Are you trying to say that what you'd really like is a husband? Sure, what's wrong with that? Only where am I going to find a man I'd like who would take me? I've met a few guys I could go for, but I ain't smart enough for them. Plenty of men would like to have a beauty like you for a wife. Yeah, but don't forget, I need a lot of man. I want one who can keep me from looking for help, and I don't want some two-bit mug either. When I find a guy with plenty of dough who can deliver in the bed department, I have to be smart enough so he won't be ashamed of me anywhere else. There's a lot of them in New York. With your determination, you should come out all right. Well, if I can find him, I'll make like a mink if he'll buy one. Marion's good-humored quip ended our serious discussion. She stayed a while longer and left. Somehow I knew she would be depending on me for help in the future. I sensed, too, that with her weird combination of naivety and knowledge, coupled with her strong will, she was destined for trouble. One night, several weeks after her visit, Marion and I were working together at Ray Veering's place when she got her first glimpse of Greg Van Harf. Greg's effeminate grace and frail stature were in such sharp contrast with the appearance of masculine virility which characterized most of our clients that I considered him queer. Still, what would have looked and sounded like affectation in any other man seemed perfectly natural with Greg. His brilliant yellow-red hair, deeply waved, swept back from his wide brow, with long sideburns framing a face modeled in sheer beauty. Wide green eyes, short, perfect nose, and a lovely fair skin made a combination to earn the envy of most women. Only the thin, tight line of his lips indicated any inner strength, and this was nearly always softened by an easy, flashing smile. Even Greg's clothes were different. Although close scrutiny proved that they were well tailored in modern styling, there was some subtle difference which made him appear to be costumed for stage play at the turn of the century. He looked the part of a young gentleman of the old school, a dandy, a drawing-room dilettante. Recognized as an artist and designer of tremendous talent, he was wealthy enough to work only when it suited him. The arts were a hobby rather than a business to him, and several of the girls had received gifts of lovely pieces of his ornately designed jewelry. He usually wore at least one tremendous ring and had been known to give it to anyone whose compliments on its beauty convinced him of sincere appreciation of his creation. A well-educated and highly cultured man, Greg loved to be the center of attention. Despite wealth, social position, and a reputation for genius, Greg was insecure. Realizing that there was nothing he could do to conceal his effeminate, though remarkable appearance, he offered, in rebuttal to outward impression, the more engaging expression of his inner self, his fine mind. He was charming, witty, and obviously intelligent. Since he was comparatively new to me, I was more amused than impressed by him. Despite rhapsodic descriptions of Greg by a few of the girls as the most virile lover they had ever known, I ridiculed and rejected the idea. I actually believed they were defending him because they liked him and were as sorry for him as I was. Greg was in rare form. His wonderful flow of language was audible across the room, and we all were getting a kick out of his apparently inexhaustible fund of anecdotes and gossip. His pantomime was as eloquent as his speech, and to me particularly effeminate. I started to make a humorous comment to Marion. She sat leaning forward, staring fixedly at Greg as though she were hypnotized. I put my hand on her arm, and she turned toward me with a faraway look in her eyes. "That's for me," she said softly. "Has he got money?" "He's loaded like Fort Knox," I answered. I started to laugh, then it struck me that she was serious. That this frail, ladylike caricature of a man could possibly attract an earthy, erotic wanton like Marion was hard for me to believe. "God, how he can talk," Marion was whispering to herself rather than to me. "Actions speak louder than words," I said dryly. "With him I could make music." She was staring at him again, and I could see that he was becoming aware of her scrutiny. "Look out for Inez," I warned. "She's got her hooks into him." "She hasn't got a chance," Marion answered. She rose and started for the door. As she walked, she kept her eyes turned toward him for several steps. It was as though an electric flow had started between them. Greg had stopped talking. He was evidently fascinated at this new vision of feminine loveliness. We could see his heart keeping step with her as her voluptuous moving figure drew its changing outline against the filmy negligee. At the doorway, Marion paused for a moment, and their eyes locked. Greg moved toward her like an automaton, as though he were being reeled in on an invisible line of physical communication. There wasn't a sound in the room for a full minute after they had disappeared. It had been a fantastic, nearly unbelievable demonstration of powerful mutual attraction. My personal reaction was mixed. I was glad for Marion, but at the same time I had a premonition of danger. From what I knew about her, and if the things I had heard about him were true, theirs could be a really explosive union. Inez broke the spell of silent thought that had held us all. "Why, that," she said angrily. "He already said he wanted me." "You didn't have a chance," I repeated Marion's quiet assurance, more to myself than to the rest, but their own verdict had evidently been unanimous with mine. Inez muttered wrathfully, but no one paid any attention to her. The conversation picked up, and I was aware that all minds were on what might be happening on the floor above. Greg and Marion stayed together all of that night. She didn't come back the next day, and I learned that they hadn't even taken the precaution of leaving separately. Days passed, and she was still missing. There was no doubt in any of our minds about them being together. We had seen it start, and cynical though we were, we realized that this was a rare and irresistible mating of two lost souls. Actually, we were waiting. The rules of the syndicate always hung heavily over our heads. We hoped she would escape, but we had little confidence in her success. We knew that the bosses were nervous. Someone had been giving information to the authorities, and no one was free from suspicion, least of all a girl who, without permission, dropped out of sight. It wasn't long before I knew they were looking for Marion. Two of the syndicate's hoodlums visited me one noon. It was a frightening experience, and I was glad I had no information for them. They questioned me for about 10 minutes and were evidently satisfied that I had no clue to her whereabouts. They searched the apartment carefully, as though looking for some trace of a visitor, and then left. It took me a half hour to recover my composure. When I fixed myself a drink, my hands shook so I had to use them both to hold the glass to my mouth. That night, 3 of the others confided that they had also been visited. That made me feel better, because I had feared that my friendship for Marion had been well enough known to have singled me out for special attention. About 10 days later, I received a frantic telephone call from Marion. She and Greg had been hiding in one of the large hotels, and she begged me to come to see them. She wouldn't say why, but I got the idea they wanted my help. Certain that I was doing a foolish and dangerous thing, I finally decided to go to them. She had given me the room number, and I went directly there. My heart thumped hard as I rapped on the door. There was silence for a moment, and then I heard someone come to the door. "Who's there?" It was Greg. There was grimness and fright in his husky whisper. "It's me, Lois." I leaned against the door and whispered too. "Are you alone?" This was pure desperation. "Yes." The door opened slowly, and no one was in sight, as Greg had flattened himself to the wall behind it. It was all so pathetically clear. They were sure they were trapped and were only making a brave fight against fear. I walked into the room, and the door slammed behind me. Marion was sitting tensely in a chair by the window. I sensed they had been watching the streets for pursuers. As I approached her, Marion leaped up from the chair and threw her arms around me. Greg stood a few paces away. A cluttered service table told me another part of the story. They had evidently been living in the room, not daring to venture even into the public sections of the hotel. "Thank you for coming, Lois, thank you." She held both my hands and leaned against me weakly. The tough fiber of the fate-hardened waif from the coal mines had completely frayed. Love had softened her spirit and weakened her will. Before I could say anything, Greg bustled about and fixed drinks for us. There were 3 highly nervous people in the room. We sipped slowly at our drinks, watching one another as though we were adversaries. "Lois, we're in trouble. I thought maybe with your experience you might be able to help us." Greg was calmer now. Evidently they had been under a strain, and a third person made things a bit easier. "But what can I do?" I asked. "I want you to take Marion away. I have sufficient money with me to take care of you both for a while, and I will be able to send you more until things blow over and I can join you," Greg said. "I won't go," Marion said fiercely. "If you leave too, it's all right, but if you stay, I stay." There was nothing for me to say. This was between them. Greg was pleading desperately for what he considered a sound solution to their dilemma. Marion, on the other hand, was defiantly determined to stick by her decision. After they had argued for several minutes, I interrupted. "Why don't you both leave?" "We can't, Lois. We're trapped. We were picked up by the police, and the district attorney has ordered us to stay within the jurisdiction," Greg answered. "And I suppose you know the boss has the boys out looking for you." I had wondered whether they were aware of the search. "Yes, they nearly caught me when I went out to get some money, but I gave them the slip by switching cabs." "But if Marion leaves now, won't that make her a fugitive?" "Not necessarily. You can always send her back when the authorities want her. All I'm afraid of is what the mob might do if they catch her now." I thought for a moment. "Well, if you can convince her, I'll go away with her." His news about the district attorney had made me think. "Well, you can forget it. I won't go, and that's all there is to it," said Marion vehemently. "If they catch him without me, they'll kill him. They'd torture him first and find out where I was. They'd know we spilled our guts to the DA. For nearly 2 hours we discussed, debated, and argued about various plans for evading the vengeance of the syndicate. In the end, Marion remained adamant about staying with Greg. Finally, exhausted and frightened by the implications of their plight, I left. Somehow I felt that I, too, was caught in the twin meshes of authority versus crime. I called Marion the next day. They had been visited by 2 of the district attorney's investigators and again warned against leaving. They seemed safe for a while, and I didn't contact them again. Meanwhile, I had been hearing whispers about a crackdown on vice. There was a general air of anxiety which was becoming more apparent every day. It was about 10 days after my visit with Greg and Marion when I next heard of them. I had just come into the house where I was working when one of the girls walked into my room. "Have you heard about Marion and that boyfriend of hers?" she asked in a low, frightened tone. "No, what is it?" My heart started to pound and the answer was sawing on my brain. "It's in the paper. Just a minute, I'll get it." She dashed out of the room and reappeared quickly with a tabloid held out in her trembling hand. "See, here it is on page 3. I took the paper from her and stared down at the page, shock and horror flooding through me. The flamboyant headline blurred as Marion's lovely face looked up at me from the page. It was a copy of a picture I had seen on her dresser. $, $. Scion slays siren self after drinking spree. Marion's and Greg's bodies had been discovered in her apartment. Overturned chairs, shattered bric-a-brac, and evidences of a wild drinking spree were vividly described in the story. She had been shot through the head, and he had evidently put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. The gun, found on the floor near his outflung hand, bore his fingerprints. It was a graphic story of what could have happened and didn't. In it was a warning which had struck fear into the heart of the girl beside me, and which I knew would be recognized by all of the rest of us as a threatening illustration of the syndicate's vengeance. Suddenly I was overcome with horror and grief. "It's a lie!" My voice was raised in a fiery cry of revolt. "They were killed!" "Quiet, quiet! So they're dead. What can you do about it?" Her fearful acceptance of the brutal murder of my friends shocked me into silence. My cry had evidently been heard down the hall as 2 of the others appeared in the doorway. Questioning glances swept the room, then, as though magnetized, all eyes were on the tabloid in my hand. No one spoke, and nervous tension hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, I was alone. End of section 13. Section 14 of I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Whatever pleasure or frivolity there was displayed in the houses of New York that night was automatic. The universal belief that Greg and Marion had been victims of the organization's vengeance was only one factor. The word was seeping through the system that something big was about to happen. The inkling that I had received in the hotel room less than 2 weeks earlier crystallized for me the next morning. Awakening to the insistent ringing of my doorbell, I went to the door and 2 men walked into the apartment. They were in civilian clothes, but the stamp of officialdom was clearly marked. "Lois Trafton?" one of them asked. "Yes, and who are you?" "We're from the DA's office. Get some clothes on. The man wants to talk to you." It was as simple as that. The heat had been turned on, and the next 3 hours were the most arduous I had ever spent. The district attorney's office had a complete file on me. I was startled to discover how much they knew about my activities and my associations. My deepest concern, however, was the protection of my identity. Evidently, they didn't care anything about my background prior to becoming a chattel of the ring. "Miss Trafton, it must be apparent to you now that there is little we don't know about the activities of the Luciano Syndicate," one of the young assistants said. He had just completed his cold recital of my New York biography. "Yes, it's all true." There was little use in trying to deny my connection with the business. They had all of the information they needed. "We've been working on this thing for 6 months, and we have a complete record. Now we want you to cooperate with us." "Why do you need me? You know all about it. There's nothing I can add." "Yes, there is. We know about it, but we will need statements and witnesses. That's where you come in." "Oh, please, not me. They'd kill me." "They're not going to be killing anyone for a while. Don't you worry about that. "We'll give you protection if you need it," he said. "As a matter of fact, we probably won't even have to call on you. We have so much information and so many witnesses that your story would probably be a mild anticlimax." After much persuasion and the veiled threat that failure to cooperate might bring more drastic results for me, I finally relented. A stenographer was called in, and I dictated a statement. It was read back to me. I signed it and was allowed to go with the warning that I must not leave New York and that I must be prepared to be summoned at any time. It wasn't until I reached my apartment again that I discovered that I was only an insignificant figure in the day's events. Frightened and despairing, I glanced at the newspapers I had brought home. I was certain that the story of my visit to the DA would be headline news. Then the tremendous scope of the investigation struck me. Flying squadrons had covered the city and conducted 40 raids the night before. Somehow the place where I had been working escaped the net. It was the opening drive of a full-scale crusade, led by Special Prosecutor Tom Dewey. Lucky Luciano and his mobsters didn't have a chance. In 24 hours, 100 material witnesses had been arrested, and scores more, like myself, brought in for questioning. 80 of these witnesses were women. Lucky was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. He was arrested there on a warrant obtained from Supreme Justice Cook by Dewey. Lucky made a last arrogant stab at freedom, although New York authorities requested that he be held under a $200,000 bond. He was freed on a bond of $5,000 by an Arkansas judge. This provoked such a storm throughout the country that he was picked up again and returned to jail. Soon afterward, New York was treated to one of the most fantastic and lurid spectacles in its history, a sordid parade of prostitutes, procurers, hoodlums, perverts, and dope addicts, passed in review through the courtroom and across the front pages of the nation. Then at last the syndicate was standing at the wrong end of the rainbow, which had been filling their pot of gold with approximately $12 million a year. Luciano and the key members of his organization received long prison terms, and the syndicate was smashed. The power, influence, and control of the syndicate were gone, but even before the trial had ended, girls were plying their age-old trade as actively as ever. The grip of the organization, its tax on their incomes, was a thing of the past, and the profession was more lucrative than ever. As I sat in the rear of the courtroom, watching and listening, the full impact of my degradation came to me. Since the evidence was so overwhelming and the list of witnesses so long, I was never called upon to testify. Somehow, fortunately, I was considered too unimportant to add weight to the state's case. Each day as I studied the degraded and sinister troop of defendants and witnesses, shame overcame me. Nights at first were spent in despondency and despair. Only some core of courage and the traces of past decency kept me from suicide. I took inventory. My youth was still a strong asset. Although my physical appearance had begun to deteriorate, my health was not yet impaired. Determined to make a fresh start, I sold all of my belongings, and with what little money I had, I left New York as soon as the trial ended. A sympathetic member of the judge's staff had heard part of my story and wondered if I would like aid in washing myself clean of my old life and habits. I jumped at the opportunity. He recommended me to a psychiatrist friend of his who had a small sanitarium outside of a large Midwestern city, and I went to him for treatment. For although I was unharmed physically, mentally I was a shambles. The months I spent under psychiatric care were the most rewarding of my life. The doctor, realizing my financial plight, treated me almost as a charity case, accepting only the barest payment from my small cash reserve. I responded rapidly to the interest shown in restoring my sense of values and in bracing me to once again face people as equals, not as a shameful member of society's shadowy fringe. I came to know the circumstances of insecurity and emotional instability that had led me to do wrong, And through this insight and understanding, I now hope to be able to live a life of a normal woman, beset by only those fears known to other women. Things are brighter for me now. I am getting along, supporting myself as best I can at a commonplace but respectable job. Something has changed in my makeup. Men still show interest in me, but there is a respect and manner to this interest that is heartening. I am again accepted in a conventional world. I am far more fortunate than many of the other girls who worked for the syndicate. Others are still in prison. Some, fearful of the outside world, slipped down to waterfront dives and disease-laden brothels. If my story has caused one person to stop and think, to vow to try and better understand those close to him, it has been worth telling. I pray that the sordid experience I have recounted, stripped bare of any glamour, may cause someone to restrain an upraised hand to a child, to put warmth in a mother's goodnight kiss, or to open a home to laughter and gaiety. These are simple things, yet they could be instrumental in saving many young people from following in my bitter footsteps. This ends I Worked for Lucky Luciano. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in February 2025.